Now, all right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are back with another podcast, Theory Disclaimer, episode 2. We got a lot of things to talk about today. We're going to cook up on some good stuff. We're going to get into the wrestling news. We're going to get into some music. We got like a good playlist, a good list of healthy debate topics of talking about this Apple list that they put out a couple months ago. So we're gonna get into that, and we got some gaming news. We didn't get no gaming news last episode. This episode we're gonna have some gaming news this time, something for y'all so y'all can really get into, sink your teeth into, and whatnot. But we're gonna start with our SummerSlam predictions, y'all. If anybody who's out there watching wrestling, huge wrestling fans or anything like that of that sort of kind, whatever race you are. SummerSlam will be next Saturday. So we got a list of SummerSlam match cards for right now before the final Raw and the final Friday night SmackDown that's going to happen. So we got the match cards. So now these match cards are probably subject to change, but it's probably set in stone at this point. But it won't be just these 7 matches that we see right now. It might be a little bit more. So let's read off the match cards that we have so far. So it's going to be CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre with Seth Rollins as a special guest referee. Sami Zayn versus Braun Breaker for the Intercontinental Championship. Logan Paul versus LA Knight for the United States Championship. Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley for the Women's World Title. Bayley versus Nia Jax for the WWE Women's Title. Damian Priest versus Gunther for the World Title. And Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa for the WWE title. All right, so let's get into these predictions. Let's talk about what's been going on in the past couple of weeks leading up to SummerSlam before we get to the final week of pretty much SummerSlam. So I'll let y'all start with y'all thoughts, and then I'll come in with mine at the end.
Alrighty, so once again, welcome to the podcast. My name is Super Saiyan 420, aka Ace, and I'll start off with my theories with this SummerSlam list. So, with all the lists that he just broke down on what's going on with the matches, I personally feel like CM Punk and Drew McIntyre might be the show stealer just because of how intriguing the story has been ever since they started beefing, especially now with Seth Rollins in it. Like, if y'all remember from the Survival Series when CM Punk came in and how, what's the word I'm looking for? Just energetic of hatred this man Seth Rollins was with CM Punk. I don't know if y'all ever seen that little clip or so, but that man was pissed. So, and then of course he's having the same issues with Drew McIntyre. Maybe not at the same level as Punk, but still having that same hating on him. So it's gonna be very interesting. It's almost like a modern version in a way of The Undertaker versus Bret Hart with Shawn Michaels as the referee back in their SummerSlam time. So I'm personally excited for that one. I don't know who's gonna win that one. That's the more interesting part about it. But definitely will be. I figured maybe either towards their next pay-per-view or PLE, what they call it nowadays, would be coming up with a triple threat match. I can definitely see that coming. But at least for this match, I don't know who will win. Now, for Sami Zayn versus Braun Breaker, I feel like Breaker should win this one. Just because I personally feel like he should have won the last one. But understandable what was happening, and because what was their last match? Was it at WrestleMania, if I'm correct? But yeah, I personally feel like Braun Breaker should win this. Or excuse me, it was Money in the Bank. My fault. But yeah, Braun Breaker should win this one. That's just my thought. Logan Paul versus LA Knight. I mean, that's up in the air. I hate to say it. That's one of those matches I kind of feel like it's a bathroom break. Even though, don't get me wrong, I like LA Knight. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'll just go for LA Knight for that one. I'm not too intrigued with it.
You don't
But
like you're not gonna be excited to see. I'm not gonna lie, because Logan Paul really has put on some great matches,
I'm not saying he hasn't.
This-
Despite though,
despite of how his YouTube career has been over the years. To
These last
see
couple
him
months.
and his brother transition in one in boxing. Well, I don't know about boxing because that motherfucker hasn't really boxed anybody that's worthy of beating his ass. That's number one. Two, his other brother Logan has really transitioned to wrestling, and it's really worked out for him. He has a gimmick. It's just the thing I don't like about it is that Prime shit. He ruined wrestling with putting that fucking Prime logo in the middle of that ring. That looks shitty.
It looks stupid. It looks shitty. But even though with the hating on it, the only thing I can't hate is, well, he just figured out another way to make money. And I can't hate on another man money.
But he does have great in-ring callous.
Oh, yeah.
And he really does know how to create a good in-ring style, like a really good in-ring match if you let him. He's really good at that. So
yeah, he's really good and very surprisingly good. That's the thing, because I have people in my camp where they don't like Logan Paul. He's just too damn boring or just out of their league, whatever type shit, right? That's how you view it. But then once they viewed him in the wrestling ring, yeah, jokes are coming like, oh, this is gonna be horrible, this, whatever. And then after they see him, they're like, yo, for years, it's like, no, he's been in it for like 2 years roughly, and already killing it, like as if he's been there for years, like almost a veteran style type of wrestler. But like, I'll give him applause in that he has the skills, he has the presence as a wrestler, or WWE call them superstars. So you got to give him his respect on that even though I personally don't like his personality here and there, or like you said with the YouTube shit, whatever, you can't knock on his skills as a wrestler. So even though, like I said, I'm not anticipated for this match, I know it's still gonna be a good match. I know we're gonna see some big moves, but I think personally maybe LA Knight should win this. But I get it why they want to keep it on Logan, if they do keep it on Logan, just because he's the bigger, in quotation, bigger name. But I still say LA Knight should win it.
I don't like. I feel like LA Knight should win this, because if LA Knight don't win this, then it's like,
what y'all doing with him?
What's the point? Like, he has a big buzz. He's got a huge draw. It's like, what are you doing with this guy at this point?
Exactly. So then now with the next match, hopefully it'll be the next match, because we don't know if this is in order. But anyway, we have Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley for the Women's World Championship. I think that's going to be a really good match. Really good story that's been going on with it, especially with the whole Dom in the middle of it. Now, my question, I guess, to y'all is, would you think in this match that Dom would go ahead and flip the script on Mommy to go with Liv Morgan, just cause the how I view it, the surprise element?
It's a possibility. It's WWE. WWE's gonna do that shit. So it's a possibility that it could happen. It could happen. We could see how this could go, and we could see Dominic turn on Rhea Ripley. And because according to reports, when she came back, she was going to be face. So we could see that change. I don't know if they're going to either keep Rhea Ripley together with Dominic and turn Dominic face, but I'm like,
Nah, you can't. Just because even if it was pipe noise, which I really don't think with this character, with this guy, you hear the fucking boos. You hear the in that arena when he even just walks in, and especially when he's trying to talk, it's like ridiculous of how much booze this man gets.
I don't know, because he kind of like really turned heads when he kind of like told Liv Morgan that he didn't like her. He don't have anything. Basically told her like, bitch, I don't love you. Stop talking to me. That's what he said last Monday. So it's like I
True,
really
true. But then that's like you said though, it's WWE. They like to flip the script. Like my only thing, and this is just me as a personal fan from back in the day, I kind of wish this match would be a fucking ladder match. And and if you know why, perfect, perfect accumulation for it. Because 19 years ago, we had Eddie Guerrero, versus Rey Mysterio in the ladder match, but it wasn't for a belt. If y'all remember, it was for the custody of Dom. So I feel like it would be a nice poetry, honestly, that if this was a ladder match for the women's belt, but at the same time, like in the background of winning the belt, it's to who gains Dominic, right? It's funny as hell to me because it's like that's so stupid, but wrestling is stupid, but in a good way, and it's a fun way. It's fun. It's why not? And it's just I personally feel like that would be a kind of a nice stipulation for it, just because it brings out laughs. It brings out the insanity of wrestling. Like, really, we're gonna a wrestling match on who controls a person. And I personally feel like as well, it just kind of fits this whole storyline of what's going on. But either or, that's just my little wish thinking of it. But I personally think Liv Morgan is going to stay as champion just because of the shenanigans that could happen that fully involve Dominic, where either purposely he helps Liv and just throws mommy out the way, or accidentally tries to help Rhea Ripley, aka mommy, and fucks it up for her, and Liv still wins. So that's my prediction on that. So we'll see how that goes. Bayley versus Nia Jax. That's how I feel about it, honestly. All right,
Yeah,
but
don't nobody care about that match, and it's no disrespect
no.
to either competitor that's here. We just want to see that cash in, bro. Like it doesn't matter which one of them. I
And
don't
honestly,
know.
you're right.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's any plans for Bailey once she did win this championship. I think she was just meant to put the next star over and be involved in the storyline with them. In this case, I do believe that this is what's happening. Same thing with Naya. I do feel like Naya's gonna win, but then the ultimate betrayal for that championship when she gets smacked with that briefcase, and then
Exactly, because it
so
plays out so well. Like from what was it past Friday, SmackDown. Yeah, like it pretty much to me it showed. I'm like, okay, I kind of already see the prediction that what you just said. Like, let's say Nia Jax does win, yay, we're celebrating, haha, and then knock your ass out, and then
exactly,
get the
like
belt.
we
So,
know what's gonna happen with that. And just to
so
touch on
yeah,
that last match between Liv and Rhea, are we forgetting that Dom and Liv came out like the same room, like the first week all this started, as if they've been
exactly.
plotting this whole thing. I honestly feel like Dom just sees Rhea as like a bully type thing, as if like
Which it has, yeah.
especially when she said that I don't belong to you, you belong to me type of thing. That treatment that Dom was getting was a little bit different. Imagine the nuclear heat that he would get if he actually betrays Rhea.
Right, and then here's the thing too,
That's
like
like the heat that both him and Liv need. I mean, she got to retain, which she knows some way. It don't matter what kind of shenanigans gonna go down. She getting that title back.
oh yeah,
She is
but here's the
gonna
thing.
retain
Here's the
that
thing,
belt.
though.
It's gonna be
We
even
gotta
better
add
for her to get back later on. Probably at WrestleMania. Who knows?
right, but here's the thing. You gotta add this one last element that I did forget to add, because now that I'm looking at the card too, I'm surprised he's not even on the goddamn card. Jey Uso, and he's been trying to holler at Rhea ever since she came back. And so I gotta add that element too. Like, what happened if he comes in and try to fuck something up, or at least try to help
Uh,
Rhea? I mean, I'm not. That's like a low bottom of the barrel count of it, but it could always happen just to kind of continue the story with that. Even though I do agree with Daddy Rikishi, you know, like what the fuck y'all doing with this man? Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, Rikishi should be the last one to talk because you already know the WWE just a WWE. You either got that self control or you don't. But in this regard, I don't see Jay getting involved in this match, but possibly after. Maybe if they continue that whole little thing with them and it's against Liv again, and you know Dom is gonna be out there, most likely Jay's gonna be out there, but even then, I don't see why they would need to do that if you're trying to put Rhea back over. She's already back over. I mean, they don't really need to do that. They need to put Jay in the title picture again and stop giving us these little teasers.
Well,
exactly.
You like
well,
it could happen like a title, and I ain't talking about the big one.
well, a certain
And it's
parent
gonna never
of
come.
Jay and Jimmy Uso was complaining about the fact that he's not getting a lot of shots for his son. Now, it's funny. One of your sons is getting a WWE title shot at SummerSlam, but you're upset about your other son. Now, which I understand, your other son is very over. He is very over. He has this whole little thing with the yeet. He comes out to the crowd. The way how they be shooting it on Monday Night Raw with the camera and everything, it is very impressive and stuff like that. So I do understand what he is coming from. It's like, why not give this man a title shot? Why not put a title on him? Intercontinental, United States, world title, something. Come on, what's going on here? So Rikishi was really the one that was, pondering, going off on the media about his son, his two oldest son. Well, his oldest, let's put it like that, because his other oldest is out. Jimmy is out, so we haven't seen what happened to him since he got.
Actually, Jimmy has been cleared by the medical staff 2 weeks ago,
Oh.
so he can come back at any time. Possibly at SummerSlam with Roman as well, if they're looking to keep that up.
Oh well, we'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, besides all that, like I said, going back with the Bailey and Nia Jax, I feel like Nia Jax could win this just to lose it, just like how Drew McIntyre did with the whole WrestleMania. So I definitely see a cash in coming in, no doubt about it. So that's how I'm cemented with that. Now the Damian Priest versus Gunther, that's going to be the interesting one for me as well. Just because, should Gunther win this? I would like so, because I mean it's Gunther, and or back in the day we used to call him Walter.
You're saying he should win this? Because
I feel like he should win this.
You're saying
personally.
Y'all saying, well, I don't know about Kadonis, but you are saying he should win this.
I think so. I'm honestly, I'm on either or. To me, it's like a double-edged sword to me, because I would like Gunther to win, but I like Damian Priest to win, because with Damian Priest, you still have the continuous story of with the whole Judgment Day thing. So like how I was falling back earlier with it, with the whole Finn Balor, I think we talked about earlier. Like, I still feel like if Gunther wins, because I personally feel like he rightly deserves. He's a great performer. Versus Damian Priest, we know he won it at WrestleMania. He kind of fucked up in Money in the Bank, but we understood that, he was knocked the fuck out. So it's like, I feel bad for him on that. So this could be his come up, like, look, like, I am a great wrestler. I am a great performer, and he is. And then on top of that, you have the story-wise, like I said, you have Finn Balor. If you notice throughout the whole couple episodes of SmackDown, or, Raw, you've seen that, Finn Balor, you had to keep an eyebrow raised, because think about it. If you remember with how Kandana said earlier with Dominic and Liv Morgan, they came out the same room, right?
Yeah.
About a couple weeks later, she said, "Oh, here's my hotel card, whatever." Dom didn't really pick up the card. Who picked up that card? Finn Balor. Then throughout more weeks, every time that something happened with Judgment Day and they're talking about some plan or whatever, you see Finn Balor always kind of step up. to what we already assume was the boss of Judgment Day, Damian Priest, he kind of always steps up to him like, I don't like the plan, or how do you think? Like, almost like, what's up, nigga? Like, are you sure about that, bro? Like, type of energy. So I personally feel like he's gonna go ahead and fuck over Damian Priest, maybe in this match. Like, he's gonna try to come, trying to pretend to interrupt Gunther with his move and stuff just to fuck over Damian Priest. That's just my point of view of it. So,
But I feel like that's not gonna happen. I feel like Gunther is gonna win because they're gonna do what they did with the Intercontinental title. He's not gonna hold it for that long, not for 2 years, but he is gonna have a very dominant run
yeah,
against challengers, and it might set up for something special at WrestleMania. So what I could say, what they should do, is if Gunther beats Damian Priest, Priest will get his rematch, but Gunther as champion will go all the way up to WrestleMania, and what will be a great wrestler, great person to put Gunther over is him beating John Cena.
yeah. Which I was gonna say that, like, maybe to kind of add the seeds to it, right? I'm so happy you brought that up. Like, they could add the seeds where, let's say, John Cena does pop up in SummerSlam, right? Because we all know he's on now his retirement right now.
Nah, I wouldn't say.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, like, just to plant the seed, we already know that he wants to, this is his last run.
Yeah.
This is his last. That's it. So maybe he can try to plant a seed, not saying like, oh, I'm gonna fight Gunther for this. Like, nah, he just be like, hey, just letting y'all know, y'all better keep an eye on me, cause I want to go for my last championship belt on whoever it is. It could be, the Universal Championship, or of course the Heavyweight Championship. I personally believe for the Heavyweight Championship he should go, just cause the undisputed WWE Championship, it has its own, I guess you could say, in the term of like in a nerd way, like its own timeline for other opponents and other wrestlers. So I feel like he shouldn't touch that way. So I personally feel like if he does show up for SummerSlam to be like, hi, I'm John, y'all can't see me, his old shit, whatever, but still plant a little seed like, hey, I want to go for a belt. And then, later in the night, you have Gunther who wins it. So then now you're planting that little seed in the future of Gunther versus John Cena on whenever it could be, for Survivor Series, for WrestleMania, which I'm personally believe it will be for WrestleMania, because remember John Cena said on the press conference that WrestleMania, that's his last WrestleMania. So then what perfect way to kind of win the belt at WrestleMania, your last WrestleMania. It can still give the nice rub to Gunther, because we all know that boy can wrestle. And don't let me get started with him making you having a chest looking like taco meat. So, yeah, I mean, that can always happen. So I feel like they can plant the seed on that if they wanted to. It could be super, super subtle to the point that you wouldn't even tell that they're planting the seed. But I feel like that'll be a good timing for it if they wanted to. So. But to end my rant with that wrestling match of the World Heavyweight Championship,
I mean,
I'm still leaning on Gunther, but I feel like Gunther might win over shenanigans, not just a clean win. But if that doesn't happen, then Damian Priest will win with some fucking shenanigans that he's gonna be pissed about. Because remember, he's still on this whole like, I'm the champion, but I want to be a champion, not the easy way champion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you on that, but there's two routes that the WWE can go on this. I'm rolling with Priest, but to continue that storyline with Judgment Day, the title isn't necessarily needed, so I can definitely see them going the Gunther route, having him be the juggernaut that everyone just can't get by for a while.
Right.
Or you can keep the belt on Priest and have that whole thing with Judgment Day, because like you said with the whole key card, who says that Finn has been talking to Liv this whole entire time, making their own game plan, and Liv telling Finn like, "Hey, he thinks he's better than you. He thinks he's a leader because he's the champion. Look how he talks about y'all when he's cutting a promo out there and y'all not around him, saying that y'all need him and he doesn't need y'all. But every single one of his title matches have come down to something happening.
Exactly. So
And
that
this
and that's always a great point to point out on that.
Yeah, and this could be the same thing again, but this time it kind of backfires. They were trying to make Damien lose, but he still ends up winning it. And then the whole thing with then is say, for example, if Rhea then confronts the team and asks you, what was that about? What was going on with that? And then they end up doing the same thing to her, but instead she ends up losing. Like there's a lot of things that could end up happening with that. With the whole John Cena and Gunther thing. I don't think that'll happen at WrestleMania. If it's like a go home match, I'll give the rub to somebody who's really up next. By the time that happens, I think Gunther would have a lengthy reign and all have already ran through like Seth Rollins and the likes of those people, maybe Drew McIntyre as well. Don't really
Right.
think he needs that. I think his go home match is going to be against Randy Orton, in my honest opinion, because of their long history. And why not at that point? Because there is something else I do want to touch on is that eventually Randy Orton is going to betray Cody Rhodes and try to get that title up off him.
Of
If you did,
course.
if you did check out that last promo where he said that, hey, even when this whole bloodline thing is over, everybody's gonna be coming after that title. I'll still have your back. So you either I'm taking a title match or you giving me one. So
Because
you
think about it. Every time they always interact, where was the Viper's eyes going towards?
is
That
always
fucking
going towards
belt.
that title. So it's like he's gonna lose that match, or surprisingly, we have seen Randy win that title under some strange circumstances before, just to continue a little mini storyline, just for him to drop it at probably the next couple pay-per-views later. So it could be one of those things for John to say, hey, old feud, we can go ahead and get this championship match, or it's gonna be against Cody to where are you really cemented as a champion, which he can do the same thing with Gunther as well. Like, are you really that guy? Can you beat me? Type of thing. Like you can be the champion, but I'm like the champion that
Yeah.
everybody so happens to love. So it can go either route, but I'm gonna still stick with Damian Priest in this regard because I think it'll make things a little bit interesting. And then we're gonna see Rhea Ripley, the first odd man out of the group, once they find out that this whole thing is just being orchestrated by Liv, because Judgment Day moving a little freaky for me. Like they're over here applauding Liv Morgan. They're playing the video games that they got them. They're practically using everything that was given to them by the outsider, which really wouldn't happen. If you saw earlier how they would just treat Carlito, of how he wasn't too open of just having him in the clubhouse at all, but now
Right.
y'all out here just accepting gifts
And
and
I
then
gotta give props to
accepting
Carlito
her.
too. I gotta
So
give props
it
to Carlito though. He's been
yeah, he's
some of the
playing
shit he's
that.
been saying, bro. Some of the shit he's saying like been so out of field, but it's been hilarious, bro.
Exactly. So
So
Now,
it's like he brings that different aspect to it. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a freaky match, bro. But I'm gonna give it to Damien.
so do you see? Do you think that we're gonna see the what shall I say? How am I supposed to put this? Do you think we're gonna see the return of the Bullet Club and Prince Devitt to WWE? The Prince.
the Prince probably yes, because I can see it happening. I ain't gonna lie about it. So now that you brought it up, I can see it happening because it would better be the Prince to come out instead of the Demon, because
The Demon was like a face thing.
it was a face thing, but I don't see that in this storyline because it just doesn't fit.
No.
It just doesn't fit. So
Yeah,
I can definitely see the
Phil
Prince
said.
about it. I can see that happening.
Phil said with that whole demon thing that he was never gonna do it again unless it makes absolute sense for his storyline. He said if it was against like a Bray Wyatt or somebody, yeah, he would definitely use that gimmick. But he said he's never gonna overuse the gimmick for just anything. So the
Which is
whole
smart.
Prince thing
It's
would
smart.
be, yeah.
And when was the last time we saw the Prince gimmick?
Very long time ago. Let's just say that
NXT.
Vince McMahon was the
NXT, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So, I mean, I can see that happening, and then him still being the continuous heel that he can be. I mean, he plays it off very well, and
he's definitely.
And the thing is, like, you know, you can definitely see him being as a leader of a group. You know, like, yeah, we could say he'll be a leader for Judgment Day, but we all know that's gonna change. You know, Judgment Day is gonna be breaking up, and it's gonna have a new name, but till then,
Well-
we'll see what happens.
Well, here was the funny thing: when Judgment Day was formed, I think he was supposed to be the initial leader, but then they really didn't have a leader when they were formed, so they went with this.
Edge.
They went with this.
It was Edge.
Well, Ed, no. When they turned on Edge, the original leader from that group
yeah,
would have been
yeah,
Finn
okay.
Balor, and they were supposed to put Finn Balor over, but the direction that it was going, Edge didn't like it, so Edge just bounced from that whole situation. Finn Balor took over, but Damian Priest had more mic time, and then they added Rhea Ripley, so all of these characters, it gave all of those characters a character, and then Dominic Mysterio got a character, so it helped everybody around it. So like, you look at Damian Priest, he is like over with his character, despite how some people feel about him.
Right.
Rhea Ripley, she's out of here. Everybody loves her character. She morphed into that character, and she cuts way better promos. She don't even look like, if you look at Rhea Ripley when she first came in to what she is now, it's a totally
Totally different person. Totally different person.
Dominic Mysterio, he don't even look like the same Dom that was tagging with his dad when he came in. And then on top of that, his promos got a lot fucking better.
Oh yeah,
better, bro. I used to hate his promos, but now that he's getting booed and he got to talk through it, and then he talking Spanish with it, I was like, it's about time.
I was like,
yeah.
And they're like your daddy be doing, like y'all ain't supposed to be talking straight English.
You do a little flow to it. Quit sounding like a cue card boy, my guy. You
exactly. Like make it sound like it's coming from you, not from a writer, not a script. Make it sound like it's coming from you, and he is, like, right. Just like you said from this past week, with Liv Morgan, like, yo, I do not like you, I hate you, pinche pendeja. I was like, wait, did this nigga just say pendeja? Yeah, like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
We don't know what that really means.
Oh, I know exactly what that means. I know exactly what that means, and that's some disrespectful shit.
I'm not gonna hold you.
The thing also with the whole Rhea and Liv thing, I don't know if y'all know the history between them two, but they actually used to be tag partners. To Rhea turned on her first and also separated her shoulder. So the whole shoulder thing is actually like a revenge. Like, her revenge tour is legit a revenge tour. Like, when they came out of NXT together,
I think they
were tag team partners. When they lost the title, Rhea turned on her.
I don't know about. I don't think they went far back into that. I think they played it from
no. They didn't talk about it or go that far. But if you just look at their history, they can always tap into that at like any given time, because it's still canon to what's happening now. Because they never really faced off since then. Like, ever since, because Liv actually had a shoulder injury that she had to get taken care of, so she was written on TV with it. But if they ever wanted to use it as like you separated mine first, if you recall, and then that's why I then went ahead and took your group from you, because then I let them see who you really are, type of thing. So they can go that route with it too.
You're right. Honestly, that's just another element into this whole feud with them. So it can definitely work out. So it's a lot of layers to it, that's the great thing about WWE nowadays. It's like, it's not just stuck to one layer, it's multiple layers that can be attached to it or is already attached to it, just to make the rivalry, the feud, a lot more intense. So
yeah.
So let me follow up with
go ahead.
The main event.
Yep.
Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. Cody Rhodes is gonna retain. I just feel like 100%. He's gonna retain. There's just multiple reasons on how to retain.
Yeah, that's what I
You
was.
know, number one, which I think is a lot of people. Plus, we already heard the dirt sheet about it. Roman Reigns. He's gonna show up in SummerSlam, no doubt about it.
I,
And on how disrespectful Solo been, just it makes the story a lot more intriguing because WrestleMania it was Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. Cody won, clean-ish, we could say. Then it'll be a nice swan song, I guess you could say, that Roman comes back and actually helps Cody Rhodes to to keep the belt.
now, my question is: has anybody really been keeping up with SmackDown? Because I find
Yeah.
myself not watching SmackDown like live. I watch Raw. Here's how I watch my wrestling. I watch my Raw. I watch Monday Night Raw live. I have to endure the ads, but I watch it live, and then I watch Dynamite live, and then I watch Collision live on Saturdays. Fridays, I don't really watch SmackDown. I don't know
You know,
why. I
you're
recorded it. I don't watch
it's the
this.
same thing every single week. You're not missing much. I've been keeping up with it. It's literally the same thing every single week. They're just continuing the storylines in a very non-eventful way on SmackDown. I don't know if it's just because of 2 hours that they got and they're trying to cram things in there. You don't really see anyone new wrestling on there. It's the same Delgado, Del Fantasma, everyone going for the tag titles. That's what just happened this past week that allowed the bloodline to now be the number one contenders for the tag team championships. I do believe that's happening on SmackDown next week too on the Go Home show. But yeah, it's you're not missing much, missing SmackDown at all. It's what you see last week is what you've seen the past few weeks. Besides Cody Rhodes going through an announce table.
Yeah, I really do not like watch that shit. So I I watch the highlights because I know I got to keep up with it. But like once I start watching it live, so I'll watch it after when I got it recorded. I'll watch it, and then I'm like, man, this is why I don't watch this shit live. Because they don't start off as strong like Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw starts off strong, whether it's a CM Punk coming out. Now, sometimes Monday Night Raw be starting off with some bullshit with the whole what's the name? But then I kind of find myself in that point of Monday Night Raw has enough dynamics to where it keeps me invested than SmackDown.
Right.
So I feel like I think Cody Rhodes I think they need to put more like the LA Knight and Logan Paul because they barely put them on there, and they do. It's just like they cut a promo. It's not jaw dropping. You know what I'm saying?
It's what it's what you would expect.
And
from
then
a
the Cody Rhodes
and
and the bloodline thing. That thing right there is kind of overstaying its welcome to me.
yeah,
Like
it's doing too much because you're not really doing anything for Cody at this point. Like you put a whole nother bloodline together just for them to lose as well. Because outside of Jacob Fatu, you don't really see anyone giving him much of a challenge. Not even Solo.
here's the funny thing. So, what's Tongaloa, his brother? I thought Tama Tonga, the Haku sons, I thought they were gonna wrestle Friday Night SmackDown. No, they substitute him for Jacob Fatu and
Because Tonga Loa
why?
is injured. I don't know how he hurt his eye, but if
Oh,
you saw that eye patch that he had on, I think he injured his eye or he got some infection or something. There's no report on it out as yet. But if you saw them walk into the ring, they came out to Jacob Fatu's intro and his video and everything. Tonga Loa just standing in the background in his usual trench coat, but his right eye had a patch, a deep patch, like it covered up almost his entire right side of it.
Yeah, it did.
So yeah, I don't know what happened, but you can tell that the original plan was for the Haku sons to go for those tag titles, but he had to get the substitute. He had to get the substitute again. It was the same thing for
he
when
could
they
have
were
stayed
at
home.
Money in the Bank when it was supposed to be the Haku sons again, but they chose to debut Jacob Fatu. So they already had that chemistry already. So it still worked out, but Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Tonga Lao right now, but
You know what I'm saying? This whole
so
It's just confusing.
he
It's
the
botched that
whole
low blow, and then now he's hurt.
this whole bloodline thing ain't working out, man. It's
It's
not.
really not Solo. They pulled the trigger too soon on Solo. And when Roman comes back, he's not coming back alone. Jimmy's gonna be with him under some capacity because Jimmy has unfinished business with Solo himself. The way that he was kicked out of the bloodline, which is gonna lead back to Jey Uso eventually rolling back with the old timers for the one time to get rid of the new bloodline.
oh, that's definitely happening. That's 100% happening.
That's why Jay's not in any major storyline. He just gets thrown into the mix of aspirations on possibly winning it. But
Exactly, because like,
you know that they're going to use his star power to bring that group back together so they can be super over between him, Roman, and Jimmy going up against Solo and the new bloodline. Most likely they're going to get back what's his name once he drops the IC title to Braun Breaker, Sami Zayn. So it's gonna be legit the OG bloodline. You're gonna see Paul Heyman come back as well once
oh,
that match
100.
is
Because
done.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, that's already in the storyline. Like, we'll get back into the main event, but like, think about it. Roman Reigns coming back on SummerSlam, and then to bring back the whole group, like you said, think about the pop that's gonna happen when Jay and Jimmy Uso get back together. You
Boy,
know,
'cause
because
it's
at the
that
end of the
party
day, hold on. At the end of the day, yeah, they have beef, but they're brothers. And with brothers, we always
family.
have beef. It's family. It's a family thing. So with that being said, just that's gonna happen. And then like Paul Heyman, he's gonna be back into it because we haven't seen him in weeks ever since his attack. So then you have that, and then what's gonna be I guess you could say the needle on the or the nail in the coffin is that Fatu is gonna join with Roman Reigns.
Now,
I mean,
I could see that happening, but that Paul Heyman coming back thing, I'm not 100% sure on that because a certain rumor has been going around that
Yeah,
WWE is trying to
yeah.
bring back Brock Lesnar, so we could see Paul Heyman stand against become the advocate instead of the wise men this time. He becomes the advocate for Brock Lesnar.
I can see it happen. I can see it happen.
I've been hearing that too, but Brock has been good on the mic without Paul Heyman. I don't think necessarily Brock is even trying to do that path anymore. I think he's just trying to be his own character. I believe if you're gonna finish off this storyline, you gotta get
Mm,
Heyman back, unless you're gonna throw Brock in this storyline. If
you
you want to make
can,
the
but
whole
I feel
fight,
like too though you gotta put it this way too. I think he will have Paul Heyman as his microphone, just because I think what could happen is they're not gonna let Brock talk just yet. Because remember, he's still unfortunately under the whole investigation with Vince McMahon type shit. So
oh
that
yeah,
can
yeah,
still
he's not
tender
coming
that. So
back.
that's what I'm saying. Maybe with Paul Heyman being on his side, it will it will pretty much slowly but surely like calm down the whole allegations for Brock, and to the point where
No,
once that
Brock
shit
can't
slides
wrestle at
away,
all right now.
oh,
Like he can't do anything for the company at all. If you like read the reports that are out, they would like to have him back, but they're not sure exactly what role he played in everything. So they were like, "Yeah, we would bring him back." Triple H definitely said he would,
yeah,
but
Triple H said it himself in the conference. He was like,
I don't know
look, we have no issues, right? We have no issues for it, but if Brock, like, he did it in a smart company way, which is if Brock wants to come back, he can come back. He's doing his own thing, but in reality, it's we want him back. It's just we need the news media of his bullshit that's been happening to kind of simmer down or go away, and then it's like, cool, come back, because that's just the company version of saying we want him back.
But
It's just we can't.
if he comes back, I personally would like to see him go back into that role that he was in, the little cowboy gimmick that he was
Oh
doing.
yeah, that was great. That was a great gimmick for him.
He was killing that shit. He was
Oh
killing. He
yeah,
was having so much fun. He didn't give two fucks. He'll fuck
and that's
people
what made
up.
it. That's what made it better. That's what made it better. He cared and he was fun, And when you have that element with him like that, like you're gonna get some great shit coming out of it.
Yeah.
Facts.
But he needs to
So
be on SmackDown though. That's the thing.
yes, yes,
Either he
yes.
needs to be on a brand where it needs
Needs
help. So like I feel like right now looking at him from what I'm looking at it, SmackDown
Raw
needs that star power.
But you gotta understand this though. Hold up. You gotta understand this though. Even though, yeah, it'll be great for him on SmackDown, what's gonna be happening on 2025 of January? Raw going to Netflix.
Yes.
And that's when I'm like, you know what? Imagine putting Brock Lesnar on on Netflix Raw. Huh?
A draft is always gonna happen.
Yeah. A draft will always happen. That's what I'm saying though. Like, think about it. Like, if you put Brock Lesnar on the first or second episode of Raw on Netflix, and you actually have no chain on him, like he could do or say whatever he wants to say in a way. Like, I'm just not predicting, but just fantasizing what type of shit he could say. Because think about it. Some of his famous promos has some cuss words in it. Like the one that pops up in my head is, "Yeah, I have kids. You have kids. I don't give a shit about your kids." Right? That's some fucked up shit. But like, think about it, damn, So now, if you add that element of the whole Netflix, and we know it's gonna be going back to Attitude Era vibes, at least with language wise, just imagine, what he can come up with no full restriction.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's gonna be a lot of them going over there.
Right. So I say what you say, Kadonis, that, and you too, J Star, that yeah, he should stay. He should go to SmackDown if, let's say, he does come back as soon as possible before the end of the year, but get drafted to Raw immediately when Netflix starts. And if that doesn't happen, if he just comes back next year, drop him on Raw.
You
That's
know
just
what? It does sound like a good idea. And now that I do think about it, even if Roman does come back, is it even gonna be the whole bloodline thing again between him and the Usos? Because I don't think they're gonna revisit that because Jay's solo career is where it's at. Jimmy
well, they
Garvin,
can still do it. They can still
I
do it, but not to that extent.
because if you really think about it, I don't see the point of having Paul Heyman around at that point. Because are you still gonna do like what's gonna be the real bloodline? Like, what do you even do with the new ones then? Like, what
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
you can't put them all together after that. Somebody got to get kicked out, and they're not going to be loyal to Roman because their loyalties with Solo. So
I say, what could,
like that's the real like even after the storyline, where does Solo even go? Because right now he's looking like by far the weakest link in the previous group and this one.
well, yeah, because he was supposed to be like, and I'm glad you brought that up, because if you remember a couple months ago, or maybe we could say last year, it was, remember when Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso were together going against Roman. Remember Jay was like, or I think it was Jimmy. I can never get it right with them two niggas. That one of them said pretty much that what's next? Once you go down, Solo's gonna be the next tribal chief, and Roman Reigns laughed at that. If y'all remember.
Yeah, he didn't
right.
take it serious.
Now we see Solo as the tribal chief supposedly, but what I feel like going into my point with that is, it can still happen. You still have two bloodlines, which is a little too much, but I think it's just one of those type of deals where you have two bloodlines that become one bloodline, and that I feel like Roman Reigns is just going to be like, you know what, I'm kind of done with this kind of gimmick of the tribal chief stuff, and kind of kills it. And that's what I see could happen anyway. Don't know exactly when, maybe to the end of this year, or if not, to WrestleMania.
Bro,
with
we
Solo.
are forgetting something. The Rock plays a big role in all of this as well.
You're right. I forgot about that.
We forgot that we don't know what strings the Rock is pulling. We don't know if he's telling Solo to do all of these things.
That is very true. Holy shit. I didn't think of that.
He's not just going to let Roman just walk away either. The next tribal chief could literally be The Rock as well, and he could be doing something with this group and have Fatu be the next one up. We really don't know what could happen, Solo could still be an enforcer disguising as a tribal chief, but it's really The Rock the whole time. So we forgot that whole aspect, and don't forget that The Rock told Cody Rhodes that our story is just beginning. This
Yeah,
could be the start of the whole thing, and The Rock could also come back because we haven't heard much about what he got going
that is
on.
true. That's
So
true.
I
I
know
think
that
he
The
was
they did
doing a
report
movie.
that he had some injury that happened on that movie, so he had some setback or something. But hey, sometimes these reports could be playing right into the roles of us fans, and then next thing you know, you just see the lights go out and the Rock's music hits, and then there's all hell
we,
because one thing about Cody Rhodes and Bloodline matches, everybody gets involved. No
yeah.
one is left out, and SummerSlam is normally like the WrestleMania of the summer. So if they want to go all out, you could just have The Rock come back at the end of the match and be like, "Didn't I tell you that we were just getting started?" Hit him with a rock bottom, then everybody kind of confused. Like,
Hey man,
is
That
start giving me more hype, dogs.
Roman?
All right,
Is
bro.
he
Don't give me,
Solo? Like, what's
bro.
going on?
I'm not gonna lie, it needs it. They need
It
it.
does need it. It does need it. It
It's right down
definitely
there.
needs that shot in the arm for it. Because
Either that, or they can put it on Netflix and then they switch it on Raw. Either or,
Yeah.
it's many ways of how they can orchestrate the way how they can bring that. For me personally, my interest, but the problem that's gonna be for me is paying for fucking Netflix. That's gonna be my goddamn issue. So
I mean,
oh
bro,
my
listen, I don't support any type of illegal streaming, but hey, man, listen, I don't know what you gonna
streaming.
do. I'm gonna find
Uh-huh.
allegedly,
I'm gonna
one, two,
find
three.
some links, I mean, so I ain't gonna crack strings, I ain't gonna say
Right.
much.
Right. But anyway,
All right,
you
so
know, this is just our theories,
yes,
okay?
this is
You
theories.
know, so disclaimer.
Yes. So
But no, what I'm saying is like getting back to so I still feel like Cody will still win this.
Oh, yeah,
I feel like Cody not gonna win solo. Like he no pun intended. Like I think he's gonna get help from Roman Reigns because like that's the big word is that Roman Reigns coming back.
Yeah, so what's really gonna happen? Don't forget Randy Orton and Kevin Owens as well. I think they're gonna get
Right,
there.
but I think that is gonna wait till later, maybe till Survivor Series, honestly.
I mean,
Or
this particular match, they don't want the bloodline to win, and the Haku sons are gonna be the first ones out there. You can use Randy and
exactly.
KO to take
So
them out, and then do that whole thing, and then Jacob Fatu. That's when Roman comes out, and then because who else is gonna take him out besides Roman if you're really being for real? Because Randy
exactly.
couldn't do it, KO couldn't do it. Every time they got involved, what happened? Cody still went through that announce table. So in this scenario, that would be perfect if it did happen. Then you could probably bring Jimmy out because he wants revenge back on Solo as well. And then of course the three crossroads drops. But then after that, The Rock comes out, and then all hell breaks loose after that, bro. The Rock need to come back at this paper.
He does. I feel like it's a perfect time for Rock, aka the final boss, aka the people's champ, to really show up. I feel like it's the perfect timing for it. But if not, it would be nice for him to show up at Bad Blood, aka Atlanta. Just throwing that out there.
yeah,
but either or, the main focus is that I still think Cody's gonna win. There's no doubt about it. I don't see Solo winning it just because if let's say Solo does win it,
he's not even ready.
what's the direction for it?
And what would even be the point? Because Solo's not even over right now. No
Exactly.
one's really looking at Solo as a threat in the ring or
So-
anything. You would say, why didn't you just put the title on AJ Styles then during that little feud? AJ
Exactly.
would be a better stand-in champion, because if you're just going to use Solo as this pawn to then hand the title over to Roman, that's the dumbest thing that you can possibly do, when you could just have Roman versus Cody for their trilogy match, which is going to determine who's going to be the ultimate winner out of that feud, because they still have one more match to go and it's tied 1-1. So
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. But it's more of a will. Guaranteed, Cody Rhodes is getting that belt or keeping that belt. Excuse me. Just with shenanigans. That's how I personally look at it.
I admire these type of shenanigans. No, it's
Of
not too over the
course.
top. It's just enough shenanigans, nothing that takes away from the match too much. It's just what's gonna happen.
You want the shenanigans? Get that nigga the shenanigans.
I need the
That's what
shenanigans.
we getting. So
Yeah. So overall, I mean, my predictions. So just to and I will add because I didn't even add other ones. So just to recap, CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre with Seth Rollins in the as a special guest referee. Who's gonna win this? It's up in the air, but I think
McIntyre.
I feel like McIntyre should win this as well, just to continue the story more.
Yeah,
Because honestly, Punk doesn't really need the win,
he doesn't need the win yet. He
but I can see that happening. So for Cadonis, you're saying Drew McIntyre. I'm saying Drew McIntyre as well, but barely. J Star, who you go
barely.
I wanna kind of give it to Punk because Punk been wanting to kick his ass, and I think it would be a great pop for the fans that are going to watch, and they're gonna come and see CM Punk win and whatnot. So and then on top of that, they're trying to CM Punk wants to extend his contract with WWE. He wants to be in WWE forever. So I think they might do a little justice of like, oh, here you go, you get a win over your good rival, and you get your bracelet back, and you get an extended contract. So it's like
and one last thing, you gotta remember, here's night one main event of WrestleMania, because we all know he still wants his WrestleMania main event.
Yeah, so that'll be another thing too.
And that's the other thing. You see there, J Star, see there you go chasing names again. You think they're chasing contract and names. If you really want to get him back, you have to put in the factor that Seth Rollins is also the special guest ref who also shares a hatred for CM Punk. You think Seth is gonna count 1, 2, 3 and there ain't gonna be no shenanigans in this match either? Trust me. Seth Rollins is going to get clocked by CM Punk and both Drew McIntyre in this match. I'm talking about one's going to get a Claymore and one might and Punk.
The other one might go to sleep.
It's gonna be entertaining.
That hatred is going to be so deep for Punk that when Punk is going to try and get the 1, 2, 3, Seth might think Punk is the one that hit him and his back was turned or something, and he ends up curve stomping him when he should be hitting that one.
Wait a minute. I gotta change my answer. Now that you're talking that way, I'm gonna have to change my answer. I'm actually gonna go for Punk this time. The only reason is because it just brings me back. I think it was in 1997. Yeah, 1997, SummerSlam. Undertaker versus Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. Remember, Shawn Michaels super kicked, used the chair on the Undertaker, and then Bret pinned Undertaker. But while he pinned him, he looked directly eye to eye to Shawn Michaels, and Shawn Michaels still kept it in the middle. Pin 1, 2, 3, and how cinematic that shit looked. How almost realistic that brought you in. And I feel like that's going to happen with CM Punk and Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. When CM Punk pinned Drew McIntyre because Seth Rollins did some shenanigans going towards Punk, but accidentally went to McIntyre. And they're doing that recreation of the visual of eye to eye. You're pinning this man for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see that. I can definitely see that happening.
I'm
gonna go ahead and roll out with Drew because
true. And then also I gotta add this too, that in the history from CM Punk, his favorite wrestler has always been Bret Hart, and he always wanted to do a lot of shit that Bret Hart did. So this is just another addition.
It's already starting. He already lost at home. He's already been screwed over multiple times. He's out here crashing out on every single Raw episode that you could think of. He is playing this role perfectly. He asked for this and he's getting it. Seth Rollins right now is being the Shawn Michaels in this entire feud.
Yeah.
My only issue is that I keep hearing things about a triple threat match, something that's going to be fitting for all three, because you have to remember Seth has legit nuclear heat for CM Punk as well. So it's almost like this is the match that people want to see, but when? Because would you do this at WrestleMania? Would you do this at Survivor Series? Would you do this at the Royal Rumble? Would you do this at the Elimination Chamber to try and draw people into one of those pay-per-views? And then whoever's the last remaining two, most likely Punk and McIntyre, do you do that at WrestleMania? Like, there's so many scenarios here where you ask where do they go from here after this pay-per-view?
I mean, there's so many ways they can do it.
They
WrestleMania
can go so many ways.
is shaping up to be something interesting. But
Yep. So let's lock in. CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Who y'all going for?
I'm going for Punk.
McIntyre.
I'm between two, but I'm now in my thoughts. I'm leaning for CM Punk. All right, so
now
Sami Zayn versus Braun Breaker.
Oh my god! If Braun Breaker don't win, this whole thing has been a waste of time.
Yeah. I'm
Exactly.
I'm going with Braun Breaker.
Okay, it seems all three is going for Braun Breaker.
Yeah. I don't think there's much to even talk about. Sammy did what he was supposed to with that title. I didn't think it was gonna be lengthy. I think he was gonna put over the next person, which perfectly here is Braun Breaker because he already proved that he can beat him one-on-one clean without any help whatsoever. I think
Plus-
this is just gonna unleash an angrier Braun Breaker.
Exactly.
Sami Zayn is gonna float back to that whole bloodline thing because even if you've noticed to this day, he still references the bloodline anytime he comes across Otis or he comes across Priest, and he talks about his time, saying, "Hey, I've been there too. I know what a bad leader and everything like that looks like." So they're gonna drag him back into that somehow, some way. Him and Jey Uso. So yeah, his time with that title is pretty much done. So Braun Breaker to be that next champion, be in that little bubble hunt with him, Gunther, and everyone new coming up. So they're gonna be pushing him next. I don't see anybody taking the title off Braun Breaker for a minute either. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun match, but Sami Zayn is gonna get destroyed in the last 2 minutes.
Exactly. Plus, with that match, I'm expecting that next hour after SummerSlam finish, or at least their match finish, another meme of him being Sonic with the rings. So mine, Braun Breaker, and I'm guessing both of y'all Braun Breaker as well, correct?
Yeah.
So okay, next, Logan Paul versus LA Knight.
Oh my god, bro! I don't even.
Gotta give it to LA Knight, bro.
Listen, I'm giving it to LA Knight. It's about time to take this title off Logan Paul. I get from a business aspect why you have the title on him, but this man is never on SmackDown defending it. He never has it around him. Even on his little podcast, you'll just see the title sitting there like it's a souvenir or it's something that he won out of some sort of machine. But put this title on LA Knight or this whole thing would be for nothing as well. I don't know what they're trying to do with LA Knight if they do have him lose. Yeah, keep putting him in these number one contendership matches. He wins it. Then you let the guy who never performs on a consistent basis beat him. Who's not even doing this long enough to even say that he can accumulate some of these wins. I get that he's super athletic. He's actually great in the ring. Don't get me wrong, but this Prime thing, like y'all mentioned earlier, I'm sick of seeing it everywhere. You have Speed, and then you have KSI dressed up in Prime suit, running around getting one hit KO'd.
I'm fucking
You have the bottle get tipped over mid matches. You then have Pat McAfee straightening it back up, putting it back, and then the camera pans directly on him. The ring turns into Prime at the last pay-per-view, Prime in the middle of the ring. I'm like, bro, we get it. I'm still not finna drink it, bro.
That shit's
I'm
nasty.
not getting me no bottles. And they already went through a lawsuit with that whole Prime thing. They already faced somebody saying that it was a bad product and all that, and the WWE still picked it up. Like, I get from a business aspect what we're doing, but can we please bring this back to wrestling in some capacity and do the right move and put this on LA Knight? Because with this match, LA Knight makes the most sense, but Triple H and that whole boarding staff that they have now, where it's more about business than it is wrestling logic with some of these matches. And this might go
I wouldn't say that.
Not fully. I get where you're coming from, and I understand that, but I don't think it's gonna fully be like that because now if it was Vince McMahon,
Logan's winning that. Logan.
The Logan's winning that with no regard. Like LA Knight wouldn't even ever got a title shot. He would have just got there and got beat. So he wouldn't even look good. So
so
with Carmelo Hayes and that one just to have this aerial type of match that Logan
that motherfucker right there. He needs to go back to the drawing board. He needs to either have a personality, because he's sounding like the cue cardboard now.
He literally
oh my god,
he's out here botching a lot of his lines where he was like where he said his own name. No, he said is LA Knight looking for LA Knight. LA Knight had to correct him like, how am I looking for myself? I'll just look in the mirror. Then he had to try and correct himself, but everyone's kind of picking up on like, y'all either pushed him too soon or y'all pushed him to have no direction whatsoever, because I don't know what he's doing.
I'd say it's too soon.
No, I don't think
it wasn't necessarily too soon. It's just they drafted him with no direction. Like he's just floating, bro.
I wouldn't say that, because there's, and that's the thing about SmackDown. It's a lot of floaters. Him, Andrade, you brought him back. I don't know what the fuck you doing with him. LA Knight look like he's solid, but he's not solid enough. But with this feud with the feud with Logan Paul he's stuck. He's stuck together. So that got him going. But it's a lot of characters in SmackDown on that roster. It's just they just floating the fuck around. I'm like, what are they doing? Raw look like a motherfucking chaos. Like fucking Adam Pearce can't keep that shit together. SmackDown, I'm like, what are y'all doing, bruh? Like Raw's chaos. SmackDown is like, what is this? What's going on? This not intriguing me. I'm more entertained with Monday Night Raw. So I'm like, yo, SmackDown needs some help. You either got to bring chaos to the show or like something. Like everything about every segment of the feud, from the Intercontinental to the world title to the just everything in general, is chaos. Like Adam Pearce cannot keep that show together, and it's amazing.
It's always something. It's either the women got a problem or the men got a problem.
Exactly.
And then it gets out of control to where you might honestly believe that Adam Pearce don't know what he's doing, but he knows what he's doing.
Exactly.
I don't know how to explain it, but I'm always intrigued to see.
I'm tuned in.
Yeah, I'm tuned in. Yeah,
I'm tuned in. Friday night
SmackDown. It's like they have the stars there, but they're missing those mentors that can carry it. Like I don't understand the whole Bobby Lashley thing, where they're not trying to bring him back.
Oh, we're gonna jump on that. We're gonna jump on that.
I feel like when they
this.
initially touched on that whole bringing Carmelo Hayes with Bobby Lashley to start the new Hurt Business type of thing, it could have been really beneficial to Carmelo Hayes, especially during this particular career where it could have been a SmackDown thing, where it could have been the Street Profits and Carmelo Hayes during that whole thing, but they instead decided not to do the Hurt Business at all. And now Carmelo Hayes he's there. You know that he's a great competitor, but they don't give him anything. Like he's not.
His personality is not clicking with nothing. It's not clicking with me because
it's not a SmackDown type of personality. It's more like an NXT thing. Like to graduate from NXT, you have to have the Braun Breaker type of thing, where I don't care type of attitude. Like Braun Breaker went to Raw and was immediately a factor. Like he was interrupting matches, he was sparing everybody. They made him feel like he was a first round draft pick. Like this pick really wants to do something.
It's not.
Carmelo Hayes is being written as if he's waiting for that opportunity. He gets put in that match, he loses, and then he feuds with somebody that was in that match, and then he loses that one as well. And then you're kind of left like, I
wouldn't say that. I would say that when he came to wrestle, when he came to the show, which was Braun Breaker came phenomenal. He did what he was supposed to do. Carmelo Hayes coming to like day one, even when I saw like his feud with Trick Williams in NXT, when I took a glimpse of it, when he turned heel, turned his back against him and turned heel, the promo that he cut, that night after he turned against him was like, yeah, you don't sound like you got a personality.
When
You
he was
sound
sitting
like
in the middle of the ring.
it wasn't even that. It's the way how he delivered his promo. His promo
Oh yeah,
sound like
his deliveries, like I
his
The
don't.
promo
delivery promos
his
in
promos
Roman Reigns from 2016 and 2018
no,
when he
it's
was.
I compare it to like
Nah,
Dominic Mysterio. His promo
yeah,
skills is like that.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, it makes more sense.
He's reading off a
Man.
fucking cue card, and I'm like, yo, you are like, give some flair, have a character, put something in there together. You have the in-ring talent, it's amazing. But the problem is your promos. I can't believe you can't make me believe in you as a fucking heel, and if you're a face, you damn sure ain't gonna make me believe you as a fucking
You know
baby
what?
face.
I think what he needs is a manager. He needs somebody else to talk for him.
No,
No,
I think he
I
just needs
mean,
to let loose and stop trying to appease
well,
people.
that too. But I feel like to get that reputation back up, I personally, for me, think that he needs a manager first
nah,
off. Still can go ahead and talk when he wants, just to get out of this funk that he's in right now.
Nah,
nah.
I don't think a manager would do anything for him. Andrade needs a manager, and I think Andrade needs to go back to having Selena Vega as his manager. That's what he needs.
Yeah,
The translator, because he can cut a promo. I just don't understand what he's saying or if his body language is right, because you already know in different countries certain things mean different things body language wise. But Carmelo Hayes is not. Even
yeah.
when he's face to face with somebody and he's talking to him, I'm like, bro, are you trying to be his friend or something? Like, you supposed to
Like,
be heel. Why are you talking to him like that?
like
Like he's not making no faces. He doesn't look angry.
let
Even during that whole
you
feud with Trick Williams, like you said,
you you
even though he was supposed to be the heel, he was just kind of there, just talking. Like he wasn't acting like a heel, even though he was supposed to be one. He was just talking.
you
And
have
then
this character. I'm better than everybody else character. I'm him. I wear the shades, I wear the glasses. Your promos don't match this character that you're trying to do. You need to cut a better edgy promo. Here's a better promo. So, LA Knight, you sorry. I don't care what you talking about right now, but you sorry. You not better than me. I'm better than you. I get in that ring, I'll beat your ass every night. It's simple. You have to really cut like a really edgy promo, but make it feel good. Not some reading off the teleprompter as cue card shit. It don't sound right, bro. You black.
so
Act black, my nigga. Put some flair into it. You act more white than most of
problem,
these motherfuckers. LA
exactly.
Knight's more black than you, bro.
His problem, I think Carmelo's main problem is that he's afraid to pull inspiration from somewhere because he wants to sound like them. Because his character is almost as built like Chris Jericho's was
Put him with
when
the
he was
Street
dropping
Profits, man.
an undisputed
I
title.
was just about to say that. Put him in the Street Profits.
Something that's what they were supposed to do with the whole
The-
Hurt Business thing, where it was supposed to be him, Bobby Lashley, and the Street Profits. But I don't know what happened with that. But he wasn't supposed to come into this thing alone. I don't think he ever had that thing, that oomph about him that say, yo, he can make it. I feel the same way about Trick Williams too. If you watch Trick Williams,
Let him hang around with them guys, bro.
they have the same complex. Like they're not super good on the mic. Nothing you say, they really say is something, anything believable. Which is why I think Trick Williams lost that title already. I don't know if one of y'all watch NXT or not. That man lost to somebody who just got signed recently. Like he wasn't even wrestling for that long, and he already dropped the belt. And it was one of those things where I was like, yeah, because they still trying to develop his character to see
well,
where is this gonna go? Because yeah, y'all are super athletic, y'all are great in the
uh,
ring, but your
Mm.
actions is not.
I don't think that is. I think what it is they're trying to pull in Joe Henry. If they can steal Joe Henry from TNA
Man.
and bring him over to NXT, that would be great. So that's why Joe Henry keeps appearing on NXT. They're really finna steal that man away from TNA. They're
Yeah.
about to steal him
That
away from
women's world
TNA, bro.
champion that they got too.
So I
But
think Ethan Page would be a perfect character that Joe Henry is gonna go against.
Of course.
Like Trick,
But
but
go
Trick,
ahead.
but Trick Williams, I don't. I don't watch his promo because I barely watch NXT most of the time. Like
Okay, bro.
NXT
He has
hasn't
that
been.
blackness to him. He has the blackness to him. Like just to let you know, he's from Memphis and all that. So you hear the accent come out, but
Oh,
it's not believable to me, bro. Like it's like he starts, but you know when somebody is trying to convince you in a story that they didn't do something, but they really did it. That's how he comes off as. It's like it's not all that believable, but you know he has to say it.
I don't know, man. I just know him. I know Carmelo Hayes needs some better promos, bro. He needs some better
And
promos.
he's a better writer, or he needs to go to them and say, "Hey, let me cut my own promos. Let me do it
I
myself."
just I would say just do it, and then like if management yells at you for you doing your own thing, then
Go back to doing
then you go back to doing what you normally do. But if management doesn't tell you nothing, like if Triple H doesn't say, "Hey, you can't do that," like I get the writers over there on SmackDown. I get you're gonna piss them off, but the person that you should worry about is Triple H. If Triple H is not upset, if Bruce Pritchard, like Bruce Pritchard is going to do whatever Triple H said. He's going to do whatever whoever is in charge says. Triple H is in charge. If Triple H is okay with what you're doing right now, if you go against the grain, against the writers on SmackDown, you go against the grain, you start cooking up some flair or something, then 9 times out of 10, and your best possibility is the fact that I feel like what will happen between LA Knight and Logan Paul, I feel like LA Knight will win that United States Championship, and that feud will carry into LA Knight going against Carmelo Hayes. So that
Yeah.
would give him more flair, and it might help him. If he could go against the grain and cut some real good ass promos against LA Knight, it would be great.
Yeah,
But
because
then
even
the
if you look like historically, most of the wrestlers who broke out, especially on the mic, they went against the grain to where it shocked everybody backstage, or the delivery of whatever was written for them was done in a very, very pertinent fashion to where everybody thought it was perfect. Hayes ain't got one of those yet, but hopefully this feud with him and LA Knight for that belt does that. I'm
So,
hoping.
so it sounds like everyone's going for LA Knight.
yeah,
Def-
Okay, so well,
What's
LA
next?
Knight then. I mean, same thing for me, LA Knight. You know, because two things, like y'all said, one, the storyline, it'll help him out more. It'll help Carmelo Hayes by bringing in, and two, I mean, it's simple. Yeah. So, so now, Women's World Championship: Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan.
Oh, we already said
Once
it.
again, who y'all going for again? Just so we can recap.
Mommy.
You going with Rhea, bro?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's bad for business.
oh.
That is bad for business.
Honestly,
I like that.
I'm gonna keep it on Liv Morgan. I'm gonna keep it on Liv Morgan.
It makes the storyline between Dom and Rhea a little bit different now.
That's how I'm looking at it. That's how I'm looking more at storyline.
Yeah, Dom could purposely have Liv win or try to help Rhea, and then it ends up backfiring, and then
Just like I said.
and then Liv be like, "Oh my God, you really do love me," and all this and that right there, when Rhea's still in the middle of the ring, and then Liv is trying to jump all over Dom, and then everything just goes left from there. So
That
I guess Rhea winning it too as like a part of her revenge, and then
two.
Liv is just trying to get her lick back again at that point. So
I'm just saying it would just be a perfect photo, I guess you could say, where Rhea Ripley's on the ground, she got pinned, whatever, and she's just looking up in such devastation, seeing Dominic just grinding the shit out of Liv Morgan, or vice versa. Of course, the big photo would be them making out.
hold on,
And
bro.
but
Can
you
we
know,
address something though? Isn't Dom
yes,
mad
yes,
out here getting
yes,
ripped on,
yes,
getting
yes.
why is life like this?
I mean, dog, remember back in the day? Remember back in the day? Who was Rusev married with? Who was Rusev married with?
Wait, hold on.
And then who was Rusev married
Lana,
to?
and then Lana had that whole thing with
Bobby Lashley, and
Yeah,
everyone had this as Randy Orton. Like, my God. So I can't pull the WWE at the end of the day. I don't give a fuck who's in charge. They're gonna want to add some drama, and if the drama fucks up a marriage, they don't give a fuck because it's making
Hell
money.
no. No,
So
they don't care. They
that's my
profit.
thing. That's my thing. So
They
I'm leaning for Liv Morgan. I'm leaning for Liv Morgan. Seems J Star is going for Rhea Ripley.
I'm going
And
for Liv.
okay. So next match that we totally have Bailey versus Nia Jax for the
Nia.
women's championship.
Nia Jax.
Nia.
I'm going for Nia Jax. That goes into the Money in the Bank winner.
Yes, sir. Tiffany Stratton.
Exactly. That's my
right
thing.
over the head. Clock her right in the back or over the head. Hit her with a couple elbow drops. You know, do her off the top rope moonsault a couple times because you know now you're fat, so you gonna have to
Do one of our favorites, Kadoff. Do one of our favorites. Give it the knee.
You gotta get it with some of the knees. You know, you gotta take the knees
Hold
out
on.
first.
Now,
So
The knee.
now what I
Man.
could now I could propose this theory. I could
Okay.
propose this interesting theory. What if Bailey retains her title against Nia Jax somehow, some way, with a roll-up pin or some shit, right?
Mhm.
And the mix of her match, Bailey is exhausted because she got her ass beat by Nia Jax. Nia Jax put a beating on her. Tiffany Stratton cashes in her her Money in the Bank briefcase, and then she wins the title.
That can always happen too.
That could always happen, but let's say this also. Let's say that Tiffany Stratton is actually on crack during this match, and let's say that somehow, some way, Bailey knocks Nia Jax over a barricade or something like that. Bailey tries to get back in the ring, but she's weak. Then all of a sudden, Tiffany turns it into a triple threat match. Clocks her over the head with the briefcase first. Hits her with the finishing move and wins. By the time Nia wakes back up, she realizes not only did she lose the match, she actually lost to her so-called friend and got that title.
That could happen too. So that's
But it
another
seems
thing.
we're all on the same page though that either or whoever fucking wins, Tiffany's taking it home.
Pretty
Over,
much.
bro.
It just makes sense.
It makes too much sense.
So okay, so
Oh,
we're saying Nia Jax or Bailey, whoever it is, but the definite answer is Tiffany's walking out as champ.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And it seemed like you had a thought, Jay. What's up?
I thought, you know what I was thinking, because they were setting this Tiffany Stratton up for Trish Stratus. I was thinking they're gonna pull it on SummerSlam. They might. I don't know if they're gonna pull it at SummerSlam, but they might pull it sometime soon though. So we shall see.
Oh, like a Tiffany versus Trish?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
I can see that. I can either see that for Survivor Series or WrestleMania.
Mm.
It depends if Tiffany holds that title for that long.
Oh,
she probably will. She will.
She
So,
will. Because I don't see Bianca Belair getting that shot cleanly yet. Because I do
no, she's
believe
getting. She's getting. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be straight up with it. She's getting held back by Jade Cargill.
No. She's supposed to, because she also agreed to help Jade Cargill become better as a WWE superstar, because
wait.
all that AEW stuff is not gonna fly here in the WWE. See, like all this stuff that they end up doing in these previous companies were cool, but there's a certain way to cinematically present it in the WWE where it's a little bit different. You got to learn how to work the camera angles. Like Jay wasn't all that good in the ring in the first place.
That's where that goes.
Yeah, so they're like, we're gonna put you with Bianca. We are gonna get you up there. We're gonna be able to disguise certain things. We're gonna have you work on your mic skills, how to work the crowd here, and everything like that. Then eventually, one of them are gonna turn on each other, which is eventually going to go. Yeah, Jade is gonna turn, which eventually is gonna lead into whatever happens at WrestleMania to go and challenge Tiffany for that. So I don't see anybody along the way who's gonna take that title off her. The best chance is probably Nia Jax, but you already know what the WWE does with the bigger competitors. Doesn't matter if you're
True.
Braun Strowman or Nia Jax. You
I,
will be seen as a threat, but you're not ever guaranteed that victory, no matter how dominant you should look. And you can take that between Rey Mysterio and anybody else he's faced and defeated when he held the title himself.
now I have to
So
make a comment on what you said. You said that like most of the AEW superstars that come to WWE don't
can't
have they had
wrestle.
to
They ain't
had
got
to
that
change.
WWE ringmanship. They ain't got
No,
the
see, Ethan Page,
Yep.
Sean Spears, Cody
Yep.
Rhodes, all those
Yep.
guys
All right,
came
hold
from
on, hold on.
AEW,
Oh,
and
hold
they
on,
Well-
hold
worked.
on
They
now.
worked
Cody
into this.
Rhodes is originally WWE. Sean Spears was originally NXT. He had a
But-
whole different name and gimmick. You see, it's a
He-
little bit
matter of
different with
fact,
him. Ethan Page, you know, then he a little bit different, but you also have to remember they all went down there to OVW and they all had their training and everything done before they even
I give
debuted
you
some of
a
these
better
guys.
name, Lexus
Jade,
King.
they done gave to oversee. That's a little
Yeah.
bit different. She got
Lexus King.
moved.
Lex,
She
Brian.
got moves though. She got moves.
No, it's
got
just the fact.
moves.
No, it's just the
They
fact
don't
that
got no moves.
she was just trash and
tell me three moves. Tell me three moves Jade got right now.
She ain't got
me them
none.
three moves.
She ain't got
Exactly.
none. She was trash.
Exactly.
She was
You
trash in
name three
AEW.
people you name three people who already got moves. We talking. How long did she hold that belt when she was in AEW?
She got
Basically
50.
the whole time she was there.
She got 50 wins. She was the first TBS championship, and she got 50 wins. She was
And
trash.
she came to WWE looking really mediocre. She was looking really
Exactly.
unfamiliar in that ring. I was like, this is what we waited for. Like, yeah, she looked good. She all muscled up. But Shorty can't even hit a simple body press correctly. Shia
Bruh.
struggling to lift it. I'm telling you, bro, that WWE presentation real different. I don't know how AEW hit all of these little deficiencies that she be having, but
They did
you
it
know,
well. They
They did it very well.
They did it very well.
When
Because
I
we was
hear
watching them
overall
matches,
things
but
off
she was
road,
looking green as shit. She was green.
She could
They were
not
calling her
tell,
green
bro.
when she was in AEW. A lot of people kept calling her green when she was in AEW. So it's like, and like Carrot coming to WWE, it was like, bruh, it's not the AEW stars leaving from WWE, leaving AEW to go to WWE. It's her. She's just fucking trash. She's pretty.
Trash.
She's cute. She's sexy. All that.
She
But
should have gone to NXT.
Handsome.
But
She's
she-
handsome.
She was.
handsome.
She is fucking butt in that goddamn ring most of the time.
I don't know what her selling is about. It's like if you hit her, she just dies. I don't know
what
that
what-
part of the selling's about. I was like, bro, you're not Dolph. Stop trying to be like Dolph. You don't have to die after you getting hit. Like, sell the punch correctly. Like, y'all are women.
The craziest thing is she's a fitness trainer like most of those wrestlers are.
Exactly.
And I can tell you Charlotte Flair was more better because she's a fitness trainer and she's more better in that ring than anyone.
Look at who her daddies. Look at who her.
I mean, yeah, you can't really fully compare her with that.
Okay.
That ain't even
Okay.
fair. That ain't
Well,
even
Trish
fair.
Stratus
You
was
can
a fitness
say-
trainer. and
Okay,
then-
there you go. Yeah,
Yeah,
we can say-
there you go. There you
but
go.
she
I
worked
was
hard
gonna
at it,
say-
so she had a athletic wrestler to help her.
But
Yeah.
Trish was trash when she first came into the WWF, though. You have to remember.
Yeah, she was first trash.
She trained hard to get to where she was at. Jade is gonna have to do the same thing, but about 2 times harder because she's already built, so she's gonna have to work within that frame that she already got.
Yeah,
But
so
Bianca is sacrificing a lot by doing this right now.
Oh,
just
yeah.
to help her out,
I mean,
because
but it's not
even
really.
during those matches, it's who's in the ring most of the time. Bianca.
I mean, but it's
You
not.
think she should be the one getting beat up through the majority of the match? No, it should be Jade. But
But-
they have Jade being this saving grace to try and show off her skills and whatnot. And even then, I'm like, bro, too soon.
But I don't think Bianca Belair is like sacrificing anything because she like. So you gotta look at it. WWE is just not just a wrestling show. From what we look at it, it's wrestling. But on the outside of it, they do a lot of media stuff. So they just did Hot Wings, Bianca Belair
Ones,
and
yep.
Hot Ones, Bianca Belair and Jay Cargill. So that That's the thing. So it's like they're doing things together outside. So it's not really like she's sacrificing. Yeah, she sure is sacrificing her championship, but like Bianca Belair has won the titles multiple times. Like the only thing I can see myself saying is if they're gonna pull the trigger on Bianca Belair, they need to pull the trigger on Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. If not, I don't know. That's why I was kind of going for Rhea for winning that women's title, because there's another person that's supposed to be making her return. What's her fucking name? One of her friends. I think it was Garcia or Braun Strowman's girlfriend.
What's her name?
I forgot what her name is, bro.
Let's look it up real quick.
Yeah, but she's supposed to be making a nice little return back into the ring.
You said Braun Strowman or Braun Breaker?
Braun Strowman's girlfriend.
Raquel Rodriguez.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
She has healed up from that little, not little, but she did have that cells issues, and it just was destroying.
So the reports were saying
but she is back though. Yeah, she is back.
Yeah. Okay, but let me reel y'all back into the let me reel y'all back to SummerSlam. You know, I know we kind of got a little.
We going
in.
We're going in. It all kind of ties together. Still.
It does. I honestly does, because it gives a background to what we're talking about anyway. So it does help.
Yeah.
So anyway, after Bayley and Nia Jax, that we already know, we said Tiffany's gonna win at the end of it. Mm-hmm. Damian Priest versus Gunther. Who y'all going for again?
I'm going for Gunther.
I'm going for Priest.
I will. Because this was one of my iffies for it. I am still leaning for Priest, just more leaning on storyline.
Yeah, if we were talking about this like a couple months ago, I would have been all in on Gunther, because I just thought that Damian Priest was just being a transitional champion because he didn't really have much going on. There's hints here and there between him and Finn, but I thought, yeah, he's definitely going to drop the belt because of that. But these past few promos and these past couple of weeks and these past couple months, yeah, this is definitely swayed me to go with Priest, but I'm still on the fence a little bit. But yeah, I'm rolling out.
Man, I'm in the same boat as you. Like I said, I'm still leaning more for the story than anything for it. I mean, because at the end of the day, the story doesn't really need a belt. It always enhances it a bit, don't get me wrong. Definitely. But, you know, it's just that's just the type of in the air. But I'm more leaning because of the story. The story's been very intriguing, especially with Finn Balor and just the slick moves and slick looks that he's been doing these last couple, honestly, months. And all because of thanks to Liv Morgan.
I'm not gonna lie, like, from the way you put that, I'm still leaning towards Gunther. The reason why I'm leaning towards Gunther is because Damian Priest has held that title for like
since WrestleMania.
Since WrestleMania. So yeah. April, May, June, July. Yeah, he held the title for a good couple of months, bro. So it's time to drop that title to somebody else. Gunther is the perfect person to drop it to.
Yeah. Unless they're gonna try and run it back with Gunther at like a later time.
They will.
The Seth Rollins match. I can see them happening.
He's gonna get his rematch, but I feel like what they're gonna do is they're gonna
win it regardless.
They're probably gonna do that turnover for that story. It might happen. I don't know what if they're gonna do it right at SummerSlam, but
I believe it's gonna happen. I think first, because if you remember, Priest did promise Seth Rollins that championship match, even though Seth lost technically. I think they're gonna try and visit that. Have him win that to make him look like, yeah, I can do this on my own. But Gunther is going to have his own revenge tour to where he's going to destroy everybody until he gets his hands on Priest. And it could be at possibly Survivor Series or even at the Royal Rumble, and saving a special match for WrestleMania with Gunther and whoever else. Could possibly be John Cena, like we said earlier. So
I think Finn Balor is going to turn on him, because remember in the promos, that Priest and Gunther have been having back and forth, Priest is like, I don't need the Judgment Day. They need me.
Judgment Day need me.
So I feel like in that particular moment, I feel like that's going to be the perfect time for Finn Balor to turn against, cost him his title shot and turn against him.
And it's perfect too because Finn has the tag team championship on his waist as well. So he can't use that whole thing of they don't win anything without me, or since I've been champion they haven't won anything. Liv just helped them win.
Yeah.
And you already know this could play into the whole Rhea Ripley thing too, because Rhea and Damien are close basically in
Yep.
that group compared to everybody else. So once that happens, is going to be a ripple effect. You're going to see the face of Judgment Day become Finn for a little bit before that whole thing implodes. Because honestly, what's the direction of that group going to be once Priest and Rhea leaves?
I feel like
Unless
if
you're
they
gonna have Liv take it over,
if
and then
they
have Dom do his own thing. So we don't know.
I feel like if they do that, they need to pull the trigger. If they do the Finn as the leader thing, do a version of the Bullet Club, just a small version.
That might happen.
It could happen, but I would be like, yeah, come something different. Like, still have something similar to Bullet Club, but just something different with it. But
I mean, you
That's
got
him.
different members of it. So but-
yeah. It's just something. I like have something about it, but make it still original.
yeah, the name's
you know.
still gonna be Judgment Day, but it's gonna have the Bullet Club feel to it. The only thing is that they might is if Luke Gallows and Kyle Anderson shows up one day into that group, I'm like, yeah, this is going to definitely turn into the Bullet Club, because all it needs is AJ Styles showing up, and that's it. That makes it 100% complete.
Which is also a good possibility, because I always felt that AJ was a better heel than a face. When AJ goes full heel, bro, he goes rogue completely. Like, he's looking to destroy and kill everybody. The only thing with that is I don't think AJ is gonna be number 2 to Finn at all. You're gonna have to make them 1A, 1B.
And then that's when, and then they'll implode.
Yeah, and just because of where they are, because remember, AJ Styles had his own era where he was the face of the Bullet Club when Finn was up out of there. So so you already know if they're gonna try and do that, there's going to be a lot. It would be cool if Kenny Omega somehow found his way over there.
Not happening.
And put himself,
not happening.
But
that's super daydream right there. But you never know.
You never know, bro. If that price tag is looking right, Triple H is ahead of it, and all the Bullet Club is there, and Cody Rhodes. You never know. If Jericho want to have his last hoorah and say, hey, I just want to be there just to be there. I just want to put some people over or whatever. Hey, you never know. They can have a legacy night. Bring back the Dudleys. Bring back the Hardys. Bring everybody back. Everybody's still wrestling. The Hardy just signed on TNA. So hey, you never know what can happen, bro.
You never know. So Damian Priest, Gunther, and myself, Damian Priest.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And then main event, Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. It seems I'm already predicting from both of y'all, but
Cody.
Yeah, Cody. This is gonna be Cody.
So
it makes no sense to go solo.
Nah.
Good opportunity. At least
great opportunity.
It can't. At least Rikishi should be proud that at least 2 out of his 3 sons is getting title shots.
Exactly.
More than what the hell he can say. Well, actually, no, I can't say that because he got a damn title shot.
Yeah.
No, Rikishi got a title shot.
Yeah, Rikishi had a couple title shots.
No, he had a world championship title shot.
Yeah, that was one of them that I remember clearly. It's because his Hell in a Cell match with The Rock, Stone Cold, Triple H, Kurt Angle, and I'm missing one more, Undertaker.
Yeah,
Undertaker. Yeah,
and especially with that Undertaker where he threw him off the fucking cage.
He threw him off and landed down that back on that truck.
Hey, I don't give a damn what anybody say. That's still one hell of a moment, and especially of a size of Rikishi.
Oh yeah,
going down like
intros, bro.
Like dog, like even if you had that pile of hay, I don't give a fuck. That shit still look like it hurt.
That still look like it hurt, bro.
Especially from a big ass dude.
Falls a certain way. If you fall into hay a certain way and it sticks in you, yeah.
Exactly. So trust me, it will never be memorable as Undertaker versus Mankind. Never.
Oh, he threw him into the announce table. They said that wasn't even supposed to happen.
They said that was supposed to happen. What wasn't supposed to happen is him falling through the cage.
Oh, yeah.
That was not supposed to happen. But yeah, so it sounds like you have a little.
Like, because you saying that shit hurt, I was like, I beg to differ. That throwing him off the cage looked like it was the worst shit ever. Because that nigga didn't get up for a good minute, boy. He was.
That nigga didn't show up.
He got carried out on the stretcher, and then he got up, came back, and got in that ring, and then fell through the cage. I was like, yo, man.
No, that's Mankind though. Mankind, aka
Mick Foley.
We know how Mick Foley rolls, bro. That nigga don't give a fuck.
Mick Foley is a different
God.
type of human
Mick Foley is God.
Different type of human being.
So it seems that for summing up, we have a good card. We have good predictions. Some are predictable. There's a couple that are up in the air, and guarantee we're gonna have some surprises. So overall, I can't wait to our next session to talk about the aftermath of it. But till then, SummerSlam, we got it predicted, booked in, ready for it, if y'all gentlemen agree.
Now keep in mind, this can subject to change because this is going down before SummerSlam. SummerSlam is next Saturday, so this can be subjected to change. We'll go over the results in episode 3, but for right now, the match card can change. There could be some more matches added to that show. There could be some that's going to change, take away. So give or take. But from what we got right now, it looks like it's a solid match card. And it looks like that match card is going to be the same until after Raw, SmackDown. So after those shows, the go home shows, if they stay the same after the go home shows, then 9 times out of 10 we know that it's gonna be pretty much it. Those are solid predictions that we made, and we'll see how it plays out, and then we'll go over the results on episode 3. All right. So after that, speaking of a particular somebody who won't be at SummerSlam this year, or probably not going to be at WWE for too long at all either, Mr. Bobby Lashley.
Yep.
So there is reports stating that he is leaving to WWE and he is on his way to AEW. Now the rumor on that is not clarified and it's not 100% true, or not too for sure, but they could go to AEW, Bobby Lashley and MVP. MVP is reporting to make his last hoorah and his last comeback to in wrestling before he hangs it up completely. And also, we still have another particular wrestler that's still in limbo, and he's also a free agent, and we haven't seen him or haven't heard about him going to AEW either, which is Ricochet. So if we can get Ricochet, and then another wrestler is out there in limbo, Shelton Benjamin. So if we can get Ricochet, MVP, Bobby Lashley, and Shelton Benjamin, we can probably see the Hurt Business show up in AEW. Now, the Hurt Business. WWE dropped the ball on that thing. Now there's a report. There was a rumor coming out from what MVP has told. He was speaking to somebody. I don't know who it is, but I'm pretty sure if you look it up, you can find it. But he stated that basically WWE didn't want to do the Hurt Business. And he mentioned this to, I think he said he mentioned it to Triple H. This is after the regime was taken over. Vince is out of the office and whatnot. He mentioned it to Triple H, and he was like, nah, he didn't want to bring it back because the reason why it failed, Vince didn't really saw the Hurt Business as anything anyway. he wanted Bobby Lashley to be Bobby Lashley, and this is why we got the Almighty Bobby Lashley gimmick, which was like the music, but the gimmick didn't do anything. So they try to do another attempt with Bobby Lashley, the Street Profits, and there was another person that they had in there. I don't know who else. No, not her. It was another person. Another person. It was. Was it just the Street Profits?
The Street Profits. If you remember, he was recruiting.
Yeah.
What's his name? Carmelo Hayes at first. If you remember when Carmelo Hayes went into the limo with them, and he came out with the Street Profits after that. After that, they dropped that whole thing and they just made it the Street Profits because they were trying to rebuild the Profits because they kept on losing. So they were showing how to win now with Bobby again, and then that whole thing fell off once he got injured, and then he was taken off of the match card at WrestleMania and had no match.
Well, so on top of that, from that point this is probably one of the reasons why Bobby Lashley is leaving WWE, because he's feel like he's stuck in a mid feud and he's not really getting pushed or not getting put on the show or anything like that. You got to think about it. His feud with Karrion Kross hasn't been really memorable, and then when you look at Karrion Kross, he hasn't been that great either.
Anything.
Right.
I honestly feel like with Bobby, the main issue that happened is where else could he even go at this point? You can make him champion, but look at that roster.
Like, you dropped the ball.
Like honestly, look at that roster and how it's built now. They dropped the ball with him years ago if you were trying to put him over as champion for long term. But now, it's not gonna happen. Now with the likes of McIntyre, CM Punk, Priest now who's up there, Seth.
Too many stars.
You are gonna put all of those stars logically over Bobby Lashley, no matter how bad you want Lashley to win. Because when you look at the crowd reaction, his reaction is not gonna be as over as theirs is. Yes, he has an overreaction, but what can we even do with him? Because even if you say we're gonna do the Hurt Business again, and you take the Street Profits, even if you look in that tag division, they're not at the top of that division anymore. All the talent that's in that tag team pool as well, you're not picking the Street Profits. As you just saw, the Bloodline has a better tag team than them at this current moment due to how the stories are written. You gave the Street Profits a favorable storyline, and the crowd still didn't necessarily were yelling at the top of their lungs for him. So it was really, what are we even going to do with Bobby at this point? Because re-signing Bobby wasn't the issue. Bobby asked for more money than they were willing to pay for the position that he was going to have in the first place. Same thing with MVP. MVP wants to get back in the ring because he's talking about going to AEW as well, so he can return back to in-ring action. So they may end up doing this whole thing in AEW, like you stated earlier. They ain't doing it in the WWE though. That's over with.
But I wanted to see but that faction can go somewhere. Like someone could win. Somebody can win a title. The faction has a trios championship there.
Mm-hmm.
So it can go somewhere, but eventually that thing is going to fizzle out. And I think the person that they're gonna really want is Ricochet, because Ricochet is very talented. And Will Ospreay really is gonna make that, like, he's gonna try to make that moment that he wants. He already had his moment with Swerve, but if he can make that moment with with Ricochet, it'd be even better. But then again, I'm thinking about it. It's like, wouldn't it be a lot more better if Swerve had another faction and he just brought those guys in?
That could be the new Hurt Business. And I was thinking on that because, I mean, it could really work on his benefit for that, especially now, you know, it already seems and looks like we're going to be reigniting the Hangman versus Strickland again.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Right? So and we'll get into that too. That, yeah, like, I can see that happening because then, you know, with Hangman has the Elite. Doesn't fuck with the Elite like that as of now, but you already know. If it comes with the benefits to destroy Strickland, Swerve Strickland, why the fuck not? And then with Swerve, if you bring in Bobby Lashley, MVP, Ricochet, Shelton Benjamin.
Well, I don't know about Shelton Benjamin. It might be either Ricochet, MVP, and Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, Shelton.
Yeah,
Shelton
but you never know. You never know, because you got to still understand Shelton Benjamin still has a lot of gas in the tank, and you cannot knock him out of his athleticism. Because
he's still wrestling in independent promotions,
right?
Yeah,
moment,
but that's what I'm saying though.
I just don't see him signing with AEW.
You never know.
I mean, you never know. But if you're looking for TV time again, the chance to actually wrestle, I don't see that being a consistent basis for him as he would be anywhere else.
Unless they try to do a package deal. That's the only way that I can see that happen.
That's the only way I can see that happen. Like, hey, unless you're gonna be out here with them, we don't see you getting much. Like, we could throw you in some trios matches. We could throw you in, because AEW is really innovative with their matches. They can have a 10-man tag match, an 8-man tag match, and he'll be involved. But don't expect for you to have these one-on-one matches where you going for anything or anything like that. Especially if you have Ricochet right there in the group with you too, you're going to see Ricochet. Ricochet is like a younger version of him. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know if he would come in if they're going to put it up under Swerve. I can see him coming in if it's Bobby Lashley by himself, like Bobby Lashley, the head spear. That's the only way Shelton comes in. But if they stick it under Swerve, he's not coming in, and it'll just be Bobby Lashley, MVP, and Ricochet. But I could say if MVP can consider himself not wrestling, and he comes in as a manager, but 9 times out of 10 it wouldn't make no sense because they got Prince Nana on it. If they do Prince Nana, if they do the Swerve Strickland thing, then I could see that MVP might not be the person there, or sort of kind, and they could bring Shelton in, and that'd be the 4. MVP would just be another manager, even though it would make sense. But all in all, I feel like it wouldn't make sense to do it up under Swerve. It would be great, but it wouldn't happen. But I feel like personally they might just do just the 3, and it'll just be that. That probably be the 4. Just it'll be Bobby Lashley, MVP. If MVP is expecting to wrestle, it'll be Bobby Lashley, MVP, Ricochet, and Shelton Benjamin. If they do that. But if not, and then they working in with Swerve, one of those men are going to be the drop in, or they might just do all 4. And I guess it'll leave 3. It'll put Bobby Lashley in a Bobby Lashley and Ricochet in a different spot, because Shelton and MVP ain't gonna mind wherever they gonna go. But Bobby, I think he wants to be a champion, like a world champion, or at least a big time spot.
Yeah.
And then Ricochet,
which he rightly deserves.
And Ricochet is really more than likely the top tier wrestler that AEW should use. He is the wrestler that they need because he is gratifying. Now, what it would do, it'll help Ricochet develop a little bit more promo, a little bit more flair. It might, I don't know, because like Ricochet's promos in WWE wasn't really great, but it wasn't bad, but it didn't really get over. But WWE didn't do anything for him to help his promos to get better.
Didn't do any, because he was so great in the ring, and he was able to actually be Spider-Man and all these other characters with his suit that they thought they would just compensate for him, and they didn't have any plans for him at all beyond that.
All that that's what fell by the wayside with this dude. So it's like
no plan.
It made me hard to believe into a character that he could create, other than his in-ring talent. His in-ring talent is phenomenal. I will always love Ricochet for his in-ring talent.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
But as a character, and him cutting a promo in that ring and whatnot, I can't do it.
I mean, but AEW is not really about the promos outside of like MJF and like the people who are really good on the mic. They don't really seem to be the company who puts too much bank on whether or not you can do that and we can make you a champion. I think Ricochet would be perfect in AEW. Bobby Lashley, I don't know where he could possibly go at that age. Yeah, he looks great. He's great in the ring, but his injuries are starting to stack up a little bit. And when once you're older and you get injured, unless you're pulling off like a Jeff Jarrett or like a Billy Gunn, where you're gonna be comfortable being in the ring from time to time, but you're not gonna get that super push. You might get like a tag team championship here and there. You might even get the Keith Lee treatment a few times where you're gonna be seen as like the guy
Yeah,
for a
that.
minute, and then
Mhm.
you just completely fall off the face of the map for like the next 7 months, and then you just appear again, and then you're the
Oh
top guy.
man.
Like, unless that's gonna be the thing, because let's not forget Swerve and Keith Lee were tag team champions at one point.
And we
I
One
never got a
one
finish of that fucking story.
Nope,
I
nope.
I'm
One
not.
one went up and then the other one went out.
That's
That could
because
be the
Keith Lee
same thing.
has health complications, and
Yep.
it's like
Yeah.
I'm looking at it like if
And
Keith
I'm talking about
Lee,
the injuries of Bobby Lashley. That could be the same thing.
but
Once they start stacking up, you get lost in the card because someone else is gonna
but
step up.
but Bobby Lashley is like a well fit thing, so it's not like he can catch
I
it.
can't I can't really bank on that because he was literally injured, but why they took him off TV as well. Because you gotta remember, on these TV programs, if you're gonna be heavily featured, unless of course he's coming inside of with a group, they not gonna care whether or not he's gonna be on TV because they got a lot of talent they can always replace him with. Bobby Lashley doesn't have this great on screen presence where I'm like, yo, I gotta see what he gonna say. He's kind of a cue card reader himself. Fantastic in the ring, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't do anything to where he was ever developed as that guy
I wouldn't say
for me to
that.
say I would want to take that risk. Me personally, listen, I love Bobby, I love him, but at this point, at this age, why?
I wouldn't say that. I would say he cut some good decent promos
I
in
never liked his
in
promos, bro.
TNA.
Especially, you see, but when he got to the WWE, what really made me not like him that much, I don't know if y'all remember this, 2018, 2019, around
See,
that pandemic, when he had them three sisters, bro.
that's that when Max
And
Caster was
they,
on that roster too,
bro, oh
bro,
my God,
bro,
bro. I
bro.
don't know what any of them promos was about. I don't know why he was delivering his promos like that.
That's
I just,
Vince.
That's Vince, bro. Like, and
bro,
especially that time frame.
That's Vince.
that time frame was nasty because it was like he was never able to get out of that promo style once it started. Because I don't know
That's
who
Vince.
told. Yeah, I know Vince told him to do that, but he can snap out of that now. Because that whole thing where he's trying to speak like a good guy at all times, where he's smiling and like the delivery was just weird to me, bro. Then the sisters
I
turned out to be men.
I
I
I feel like that's why I said like you gotta look at the TNA promos that he did, because he was like a heel and he was a face and he was a heel and he did some good decent promos. So it's like he can catch good heat if he goes to AEW and
Yeah,
does
he
the
needs
thing
to
that
do
he's
that,
gonna
man.
do. I feel like he stays more healthier than Keith Lee, because I feel
Oh,
like
definitely. Keith Lee's too much in the air with his health. One
his
moment he good, next moment his body can't stand
and
up.
then on top of that, they were saying that if his contract is up,
Oh, he's
either
done.
they're gonna add more time or they just gonna let him go. And if he's hoping to be let go and go to WWE, and WWE does exactly the same shit to him, it's like at this point, bro, it ain't
Might have to retire,
the
bro.
companies, bro. It's you. You gotta fix yourself, bro.
The WWE's not going to take him back because they already knew of his health issues, which is why they didn't keep him in the first place, and he was actually cut.
Nah,
It's too.
they were cutting. He got cut with a lot of other fucking wrestlers. Vince was trying to kill
Exactly. They
AEW.
were listen. If you didn't have a definitive role within the WWE,
It wasn't that.
it's supposed to matter, because you remember he was getting that push. You remember that Survivor Series where he almost beat Roman.
Yeah,
and
but
he was the last one standing. They were trying to give him that push, but
look,
he,
that was the thing. He was a part of NXT. Triple H knew what he was. Vince didn't know who the fuck he was. Vince wanted him to be a fucking slow big man. He thinks all big men are slow and they should move slow. And he never seen people with athletics or anything. This
God
is why,
damn it, he tried to make Adam Cole his fucking manager.
bro. He
So, yeah.
no, that everything
that whole
that
thing
Vince
was great.
McMahon did, Vince McMahon killed that character. So
Vince McMahon
that
killed every character, bro.
yeah,
He dismantled Karrion Kross, somebody else who was in a feud with
oh,
Bobby Lashley. It's
that's
like
why that character
anything
don't
that
look
was.
right to me no more. I don't
That's
know
why
why
he don't look
he
right.
should.
I don't even look. He don't even look right in this gimmick at this point. I'm like, bro, he just needs to be by himself, him and his wife, and they go back to all that darkness stuff
Because
that they were
they're
doing alone. Because this whole thing
man.
with AOP's time came and went a long time ago when they were supposed to do that whole thing with Seth Rollins, and they kept getting injured. That whole thing is already through the window. I don't know what they trying to do with that whole group, but the whole New Day thing, y'all could pack that up as well. New Day already won every single belt that you can think of. They don't even need to be in no feud with them. I don't even understand what they're doing with any of these characters at this moment. Bobby Lashley
Fillers,
had no
man.
direction. Karrion got no direction. AOP out here losing number one contender matches, even though they're the most dominant ones in most of those matches.
Filler
It's like
matches, filler matches, man. This is why
it's,
we
I,
like.
it's a lot of them that really don't deserve it because who they were in NXT and their previous champions, and they've held belts and they've actually mattered in several storylines, and now looking like guys who are just expendable. Like, y'all are just here, but we can replace you at any given time. Because if you look at those coming up in NXT, they're literally almost the same character. It's like they're building the same characters twice. Like if you look at the AOP, even if you look at the Creed brothers now, they went from smiling one week and now all of a sudden they're heels on Raw.
But that was in the works. They were just
No,
picking
no,
up.
that was in the works, but there was nothing that would allow the Creed brothers to actually turn heel that quick. Like one moment there were faces helping out Chad Gable just strictly train. Then the next week you saw him, they were like, "Hey, yo, Chad, you need some help. You see you having some problems with the White Six or whatever." Then he was like, "Nah, I'm trying to work it out with my family." Next week you see them, they're just complete heels. So everyone just forgot that they were even on the roster until this happened.
I feel
Because
like that.
I low key forgot they were there too until I was like, oh,
I
yeah,
feel
the
like
Creed brothers would be great with them because they're literally the same people. You can do the whole team angle thing again
yeah.
with Shelton
That's how I look at it.
and
But
Charlie Haas, and then you have Kurt, and then you can do
uh,
it. Literally fits perfect. I didn't know what
uh,
they were trying to do with the Alpha Academy. I actually thought that was the worst mix of wrestlers you could put together.
I don't know
Again,
whether
a lot of screen time for
Mhm.
absolutely no reason.
I'm not gonna lie to you though. From what I'm looking at it, I don't even think that's gonna help them Creed brothers and that Chad Gable because they gonna get their shit killed with the
With the
White
White
Six.
Six.
Yeah, that they gonna just like
No. I think with the whole White Six thing, that's not gonna go anywhere either. If you've ever noticed with these supernatural things, it's cool in the very beginning. Once you start to see these characters actually wrestle and everything like that, it don't matter how good they are, they have to stay within the gimmick of that character.
it's
I don't see any direction for the White Six besides tormenting and bothering people. And I
I've
think right now it's just Chad Gable on the radar for how he treats people and people who are supposed to be his brothers and family and all that. And then they're just gonna move on to the next person.
but
There is a
I've
way for the Creed brothers to bounce back, but it ain't.
I don't know. I just feel like the Y6 thing. I don't know why they end up doing it, but it's personally to me, to be honest, just the Y6 just. It's like how they're gonna do it with Bray Wyatt. It's not really gonna conform and well,
Not.
because when Bray Wyatt first came on the scene with Luke Harper, aka Brody Lee, and Eric Rowan.
Eric Rowan.
When they came on the scene and he was in that Hawaiian shirt and he used to cut those dope ass promos, that literally was a gimmick. That whole thing,
Yeah.
and it was great because it
was great,
really
bro.
helped, but it didn't go nowhere when you're putting Cena in there and your matches and he's gonna fucking just win all over your shit. Brian Danielson, they worked it with Brian Danielson, that they worked it with Brian, they worked it with Randy Orton, but it was like Cena was the one that killed the character, bro. So when they
Super Cena.
when they redid the thing, when he came back to it and redid it and beat him at, which was probably, I didn't watch that WrestleMania, but I did watch that whole entire match. That's probably one of the best things next to the Undertaker versus AJ Styles that they did during the pandemic shit.
Pandemic.
Yeah, everything else, which that was the WrestleMania that I wanted to see because it was so built perfectly until the pandemic ruined it, and Vince decided to say we're gonna wrestle with no fans. I'm like, oh, okay, this is not gonna.
I mean, but you gotta understand, like they still had that whole model. Let's keep the show going, and then now that you had the pandemic go, no
You think
fans. It's
Ultimate
like it's
Stockholm
still
too, bro?
intriguing because it's
Yeah,
still
Yeah, it wasn't
intriguing
gonna
around that
stop
time.
nothing. Bro, Owen
that was
Hart
weird.
got killed in the middle of the ring, and they still kept the show going. To the shock of everybody else. And what was Vince's motto?
Yeah,
Listen, the fans are
yeah,
already here. We
yeah.
gotta keep the show going. We ain't sending
Yep.
nobody home. Don't even tell people that he's dead until after the show, or better yet, the next show. If you remember, Jim Ross didn't even know that Owen Hart was dead until the show was over, bro.
No, 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 no,
It
no,
was
no, no.
only I think
They
Jim
told him
Lawler
during the
knew.
show. No, they
Yeah,
told him
yeah,
during the
they
show.
told him during, and my man's was in the middle of commentating on the match.
Yeah, because he said that.
And he was like,
How he
"Oh,
said it. He was
whoa."
like they were telling him, "Hey, just got news. Unfortunately, we
Oh,
have the news that Owen died, and you're about to be on live." Four. It's like, whoa,
Suplex
like
like
you know,
nigga,
and he
what?
had to break the news on
Vince
that, like
don't
right then
care,
and
bro.
there.
Vince just sees everybody just a dollar sign. It's
Yeah.
nothing else to it.
It's just
A whole
the whole
Triple H.
motto of,
Yeah,
oh,
and
the
then
show
there's
has to
Tony
keep
Khan.
going.
And then this Tony Khan cat who took over for in basically in the money position for
You
Vince's
mean Nick
company.
Khan?
Yeah, Nick Khan. It's too many
Wrong
cons,
con,
bro.
dog.
Hey, bro, it's con for con, bro. They both got too much money. But Nick Khan, bro, I feel like he's on that same type of route sometimes. Like, hey, he can wrestle, but can he get us any money? Like, can he really do it? Because you can see he ain't got no money. He doesn't have any problems doing tag matches, paying people extra because Vince hated tag matches. My thing is that these storylines, bro. Are you having any say so on who we putting in these storylines? Because a lot of them don't make sense to me anymore. They're not making sense because my main question is where are we going after all of these matches? Like, where does Seth Rollins go after this feud with this CM Punk and Drew McIntyre thing? Because I know where Drew McIntyre is going. I know where CM Punk is going. Is Seth gonna get the Becky Lynch treatment where he gonna have to take some time off again until his time is gonna be called on?
I wouldn't
Because
say
you
that.
notice Charlotte Flair ain't back yet either.
I wouldn't say that because 9 times out of 10 he signed a long contract.
I don't
Yeah.
care about his long contract. He can still go ahead and take a break at some point. He can still be like, "Hey, yo, I'm hurt. I want to go ahead and heal up or something." Because where does he go? Because championship wise, he's not beating Gunther. He doesn't need the Intercontinental Championship because he ain't taking that off Braun Breaker. So where does he even go? Does he just put people over? Does he feud? Like, what's his next step?
I feel
'Cause
like
he's
he'll
not
be
gonna-
the guy that will make it good and he'll wrestle and then he'll lose. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's I don't know. We'll see what that character goes. Right now, it's the flamboyant character. It keeps the show going, so we'll see what happens with.
Fans love him. Yeah, you know this whole intro they be singing along with.
We'll see what happens with the feud. We don't know how long that feud is gonna plan out. You know how WWE is. They'll plan it in months ahead, but then just recently what we saw between the Cody Rhodes, The Rock, and Roman Reigns, that whole thing, they started to just script that shit from like in that moment.
Scratch, bro. Yeah, because that wasn't even supposed to happen. Like that Roman and Rock match is really supposed to happen. And The Rock, like, once they got that response and they saw how people was really reacting to it, they had to basically call audible and do everything on the fly at that point.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
I mean, yeah.
Sad face was actually sad. Like, he really didn't want to relinquish that spot. So,
well, speaking of Cody Rhodes, I guess we are done about the Bobby Lashley. But like I said, speaking of Cody Rhodes, his former company AEW put on an amazing show last Wednesday called Blood and Guts. If you missed it, you might want to go watch it. It was a good show. Good
Team AEW.
Yeah, Team AEW versus the Elite.
Really?
Mercedes Moné versus Britt Baker. Excuse me.
I was about to say, I don't
Versus
remember her being on the show.
versus
Hikaru
Ricardo
Shida.
Hikaru
Shida.
Shida. Yep.
What was the opener? What was the opening?
The opener was
Jericho
Chris Jericho and
versus Minoru
Suzuki.
Oh
Minoru
yeah,
Suzuki.
and then MJF coming out cutting that promo and changing the title from the international title to the U.S. title.
Oh, so you already know I got to start with that.
So yeah, I'm gonna let Super Saiyan 420 cut
Hey,
the
hey,
plug.
hey, listen, I'm gonna just say this. Y'all want to steal my logo? I'm gonna steal y'all championship title name. That's all I'm gonna say.
So, the God, the champ, the man that is better than you and you know. Open up the show. Open up the show. Pretty much talk down on anyone just because why the fuck not? And, just how he said it, got an easy dub on his 1 hour match of with with Ray. Incredible match that MJF won. Came out, like I said, talked shit and shut off his belt, brand new belt. Not no longer the international championship. Now it's called the United States Championship. And then pulls out the worst looking fucking belt I've seen.
Thing is ugly.
It's ugly as shit, but it's out for MJF. It just works out because he's a fucking scumbag and I love him. And then he shows off this American flag where if you take a good look at it, makes you want to buy it for no reason. Which is instead of the stars, it's his fucking scum face. And just goddamn, MJF, as always, have to be a heel. Cannot really be a face. He can still work at it, but he's just way better as a heel. And he's just now putting a little bit of prestige on the belt, even though that belt was already gaining prestige with Will Ospreay. It's just adding more to it. And it was just one of those promos where you know the stick, you know what was coming up, but you still couldn't take your eyes away from it. Go ahead.
I would say this. I wanted to say it's like, so they did the match last week, which was an hour, which was kind of like confusing to me. Was the fact that I thought they were just going to do like a face to face. I didn't think they were going to do a match, but then it was like AEW 250. I was like, okay. They could have made it a eliminator match like they do those type matches. That would have made
it is not an MJF thing. I'll be honest.
But that would have made more sense. It really is not anybody's thing, but it still would have made more sense if they did it. And then if they went an hour or so, I feel like an hour is way too long because it cuts a lot of time out for a lot of other stars that you already have signed in AEW that don't get TV time. So,
but still, it was still a hell of a great match, though.
It was a good match, but I was like, kind of, you could have cut that short for like 30 minutes and let other wrestlers breathe, and then we could have got the MJF versus Will Ospreay at All In that we're getting now, which is.
But it just makes more sense with that way, just because look at it. Like, now you have more heat, more grounded story between Will Ospreay and MJF. Because, with MJF, his always thing is like, I'm going to beat your ass, I'm going to talk shit about your ass, and we're going to have a rematch, if not a rubber match. I mean, think about it, what happened with him and CM Punk. What happened with him and, who was it? Was it Hangman? Yeah, Hangman. And then with all his opponents, he always had 2 or 3 times with that match, with that opponent, every time. That's always been with MJF.
I mean, I feel like that they did do it, but I just felt like they could have cut the time short on Dynamite last week. Before.
I mean, but you gotta understand too. Like, you're talking about 2 great ass.
I get it.
Which we know he's phenomenal. Then MJF, who we rarely see him wrestle, he does wrestle, you're like, holy shit, this is great. How the hell is he doing this? Even though he's done it in the past, it's just been so long because he doesn't wrestle that much. So when he does, it's like, oh wow. So I still feel like I get what you're saying. Give more time to the other wrestlers that y'all have, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of hard to with these, especially these two type of wrestlers, to kind of like say, hey, instead of an hour, here's like a 15-minute match or 20-minute match, versus here's an hour where you honestly, even though you're like, damn, it's kind of long, you still couldn't keep your eyes away from it. You still couldn't look away because you're like, yo, what's gonna be next? What's gonna be next? Like, it was so unpredictable.
Either way, all I can say is we're getting that set up in for All In. Will Ospreay versus MJF for the All American title. I think that's what they're calling it now.
I think so, yeah, All American title, which is funny because it's like it just works. It's funny.
It's a play on what Will Ospreay took with the
exactly
New Japan, and he changed it to the British. Yeah, so
this is what I like about MJF, because he still pulls back and goes back to like the past and kind of brings into the present with his own twist.
So I mean, we'll see. But
still, MJF is God.
The match between Britt Baker and Hikaru Shida, that was a good match. It was a real good, decent match. I feel bad that Shida is getting, like I don't know what they do with her, because she had a match with Sky Blue and she was supposed to lose to Sky Blue until Sky Blue got injured. And then she cuts a promo on Collision last Saturday. Talk about she wants some competition, so she challenged Britt Baker and then she lost to Britt Baker. So I was like, I don't know what they do.
I think with Shakira, which that's my girl. I love her. To me, she's fine. She's a great wrestler. I think she's gonna go into the after All In. I think she's gonna go and chase for the TBS championship. Or even maybe women, but I see TBS championship maybe.
I feel like it might be the women,
but that'll be way later. But overall, that was cool. It was all right.
But who's the Anna Jay knockoff that they came that attacked Britt Baker? Because that girl looked like Anna Jay, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like Anna Jay looked like she got a twin sister leaking out there, and she's just much bigger and bulkier because she looks just like her, bro. I was like, wait a minute, that's Anna Jay that dyed her hair. Where did the bitch get muscles from? Like, she looks swole. I'm like, damn. I hear helping Mercedes Moné and shit, and then Comic-Con didn't make it no better. Oh, she had the Bane mask on. Mercedes Moné had the freaking Poison Ivy outfit, and Britt Baker and them, they were just like screaming at each other. I didn't get too much of what Comic-Con for AEW, but they were all there at AEW. Will Ospreay, MJF wasn't there, but Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland was there, and Tony Khan was there. So it was a good thing. It was a couple of things at Comic-Con. We'll go over Comic-Con in the gaming news section in a little bit. But back to Blood and Guts.
Back to Blood and Guts. So then after that match, we had the FTW Championship match.
We can skip that because that match was
finger in this match or something like that.
Other than him having a bloody chest, bro.
That's all it was. That's all it was. It was just a straight chopping match.
Yeah,
but that's that's always been with Suzuki.
I wanted to say his chest was like taco meat. That shit looked like sunburn with blood on it, bro.
That shit looked like spaghetti and meatballs, bro. Like it was just. Oof.
But he won. But it was just like, okay, I don't know. It's like Jericho needs someone to like put that retirement into his ear. It's like, hey, it's time for you to retire. Who are you gonna have the guy that's gonna put over? That's gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna retire you. Cause right now, like this new learning tree gimmick is, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
No, I get it.
And then the
So,
main.
hold on. We still had one small match.
What
Well, two of them, honestly.
What
We
was it?
had Pac and Boulder, and of course Mariah May versus Catland Alexis. Was just I want to jump into that one real quick.
Okay.
No, I'll jump on it. The reason why I want to jump on it.
Okay.
I don't give a damn about the Pac and Boulder. Pac is just what. But with me, with the Mariah May and Caitlyn Alexis, it was just more of a squash match just to make Mariah good. But it was what happened afterwards.
Oh yeah, the Tony
That's
Storm.
that's what I want to talk with y'all.
Yeah, the Tony Storm.
Now it's just bringing more heat into that rivalry, because remember how it all happened. He's there posing like I won all that. Here comes
I'm not gonna lie.
Tony Storm. What's up?
I'm not gonna lie. Tony Storm looked bad ugly with what she did with her hair, especially what she did, and then she kept that look when she wrestled. Who she wrestled? She wrestled somebody. Damn it, who the fuck she wrestled? Valkyrie, whatever. I forgot what her name is. Johnny Mundo's wife. Past Saturday. Whoever the woman that she wrestled this past Saturday, I can't think of her name, but yes, she looks hurt. Tony Storm looked crazy. She looks mad.
But of course she gotta look crazy now, just because of what's going on.
Yeah,
and
I know. I get
her
it.
little statement once they started doing the brawling, where the fans were into it, because you heard them say, "Yo, let them fight," which that's how you know you have the. Because now this storyline with them two is very intriguing. It's very interesting on what's going to happen at All In, and the phrase that Tony Storm yelled is like, "Yo, I'm going to die, because if you better be ready to die, because I am." Like, this bitch is for real.
Yeah, she cut a nice gaming promo. Talk about
exactly.
You should have cut off my head when you was attacking me.
Yes. So this makes me more intriguing match, and I'm hoping with this match they let loose and be violent as fuck. Like, I feel like this is the type of a match, the type of rivalry that I don't think is gonna end just on one match. No way. Nah. But also it has to be not because of me being a bloodthirsty bastard, but more of just give me that blood, give me that violence, give me that uncensored type of match that these women can and probably will pull off and All In. So
we shall see. They are.
What do you think? What do you think, guys?
I like I said, the feud was already a head turner when she turned on her. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm like I said, I'm excited for it. I just wanted to see how it's gonna end. They wrestling in their home crowd against their own home fans. So, but I feel like they're gonna put over. I feel like Mariah Ray should win that title. I thought it would have been Jamie Hayter that would have came in, and I thought Tony Storm would have still be heel. But then when I heard that they were like, all right, Mariah May.
Yeah, Mariah May.
Mariah May was going to be feuding with Tony Storm, and then they're going to put the title on Mariah May. I was like,
Well, let me rewind back. I'm glad you brought her name up. That got injured, but was
Jamie Hayter.
Jamie Hayter, right? Let me rewind back. So, when Britt Baker was fighting Shida, I can never pronounce her first name, Shida, and then Mercedes Moné brought in that one over to pretty much be like, yeah, this is like my bodyguard type shit. Who was very cool was Dr. Britt Baker. Jamie Hayter. And now we're hearing rumors that she might be back soon. So I can already see Jamie Hayter going to be coming in very soon.
We'll see.
Just want to add that. Like, I can see that happening because, All In is still coming in London, and that's part of her hometown, or at least her region of it.
That's
so then what I feel like that would be a perfect time for her to come back to surprise, to help Dr. Britt Baker win the belt, at least just save her from some shit. But, I feel like that'd be a nice way for her. That'd be like a hell of a big pop for her.
That could happen. They might do it earlier. That's what they might do. They might do it earlier. All right. So
now, of course, the main event. Blood and Guts.
It was fun. It was fun. Main event was fun. The Elite.
So here, let me just break it down for people real quick.
No.
No, not the match, not the match. Calm down, relax. I'm just saying the breakdown on team was on what. All right.
I mean,
that's so people can understand. Some people it was for the first time that hey, what's this wrestling thing? Let's break it down real quick. So Blood and Guts. It's pretty much a mimic of War Games, just to be straight up. So for Team AEW, we had Swerve Strickland, Mark Briscoe, Darby Allin, Max Caster, and Anthony Bowens, aka the Acclaims, versus the Elites, which had Matthew and Nicholas Jackson, Kazuka Okada. Nigga, you said it wrong.
That's how they said Kazuchika Okada.
Maybe it's Kazuka, whatever. Okada. We're just gonna keep it Okada. Hangman Adam Page and the Ghostcape Jack Perry.
You mean the scapegoat?
Or scapegoat, whatever.
The Ghostcape.
The nigga that had his body on fire from the last pay-per-view. So
I ain't gonna break down like the moment. I'm just gonna say
not that, but
the moments that I love was Heyman didn't show up at the time, so soon as they got Swerve coming down in that ring, I was like, oh, he's gonna show up. As soon as Swerve would start walking down in his music and Prince Nana was dancing, doing his thing, here comes Heyman. Heyman wanted to beat the shit out of Swerve so bad. Yo, I was like, I want this rivalry to come in so bad. I just hated it's coming in at the expense of the Elite needing Hangman Adam Page and all this other extra shit. I just want this rivalry to just be the rivalry like it was beforehand. No elements, just Swerve Strickland, Hangman Adam Page. And I feel like we're going to get that probably after All In. And I feel like Swerve is going to lose that title to Bryan Danielson.
Probably.
But we'll come
probably.
We'll look at that when next week when we get the match cards and stuff together. But I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. But the craziest fucking thing was literally Darby Allin. That nigga was really, really ready to set this man on fire. I was like, yo, if that shit goes. Darby Allin and Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe. Literally, rumors, everybody was talking about it. Fucking Jack Perry, like the chair shot. Everybody was very upset with it. Not in the backstage because we don't know what happened in the backstage and all that. But people from on the outside looking in, Mark Briscoe hitting Jack Perry with that fucking chair, and people were like, "Oh my god, it's so vicious." They kind of
in the early era,
bro. They credited to the Shawn Spears hitting Cody Rhodes with the chair shot when Cody
it was brutal. I'm not gonna lie. I was just. Because when that happened, I was like, oh shit! Like, did that really just happen? Like, is this nigga okay? I mean, fuck this motherfucker, but is he okay though? Like, what?
I knew he was
I was just so, but it was just surprising because we all know, what the conversation leads to that, which is, concussion, which is true. Don't get me wrong, it's true, but still, it's like
they understood the risk and they were willing to take it for our own
exactly.
our own entertainment. So it is what it is.
You know what's so funny? I think Jack Perry wanted it that because I remember when he was wrestling. Who he was wrestling? Darby Allin or was it Sammy Guevara last year at All In? He was wrestling somebody for that. No, he was wrestling Hook last year. Last year for that title, and that's where that whole thing came in, and that whole issue with him and CM Punk and all that shit came in. But he was wrestling Hook, and he was trying to tell CM Punk that he wanted to use glass, and he wanted to use real glass, and Punk was like, no, that's dangerous, you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
and then
I remember that.
And he wanted to use like on a car or whatever. It's just some weird way of Punk was saying no because it's dangerous. And Jack Perry is willing to take that risk of being in danger. So when he did it, he was like, that's real glass. So I'm opposed to the fact that Jack Perry was willing to get himself lit on fire and get hit in the head with a chair without protection, as opposed to saying that he is hardcore for some strange reason. So I think he put Mark Briscoe up to that shit. I think he put Mark Briscoe.
And then we know Briscoe gives two shits about anything, because that's a wild son of a bitch.
Nah, I think he hit him, but I don't think he like really put a lot of.
Nah. He didn't put the strength into like that.
Nah,
usually
he did.
how it was, you know.
Yeah. But that man Darby Allin was willing to set that man on fire.
Oh yeah, Darby Allin is Darby Allin, and I have to give props to Darby Allin because just to fast forward real quick, Rampage, who won it? The whole Royal Rumble version of AEW.
Yeah,
I didn't want it.
I didn't really see that, but I heard that the from Wrestle Talk and I think what was it Wrestle Talk and yeah, it was Wrestle Talk. Wall Culture Wrestling. Wall Culture Wrestling. Watching them, they kind of spoiled the ending for no. Was it Wrestle? Well, it was Wall Culture Wrestling, and then it was Cultaholics. Those two, they spoiled the Rampage thing. So I knew that Darby Allin was gonna win. Besides, like I said, on like Fridays, bro. I don't watch I barely watch all of those shows.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Still wanted to give props to Darby Allin because it's like, dude, of Blood and Guts, and then since we know Rampage was after Blood and Guts, here he goes an hour later from that match, and he's in another fucking match, and it's like, Jesus Christ, bro. I mean, do your thing, but still,
he did kind of cut off Swerve in his promo before Blood and Guts happened that night, and he kind of told him, it was like, yeah, Swerve, you and I will never see eye to eye. So if Swerve keeps his title, that's the person who he's feuding.
Oh yeah, which you should, because I mean, why not? Darby, I feel like definitely earns it.
And then I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's making Swerve more better every time he holds that title. It's making him a lot more better, and it's kind of like, I don't want to say it, and I do want to say it, but you might not agree with it, but it's kind of looking like he's having a better run than MJF doing when he was holding that title. I knew he was gonna do that. Because
and you know what? Fuck you, but I agree. I hatefully agree. I hatefully fucking agree. I despise of me. But I agree, because don't get me wrong, MJF good and all that, but even I had to fucking hatefully, through all my fucking cells in my body, to say that he really didn't fully elevate the belt that he could have. Versus Swerve Strickland, where he's actually been very, very well kind of elevating the belt. And it's like, it is very fun.
Like,
it's hurting my stomach to say this shit, because, MJF, that's my guy.
Yeah. He's taking on, like, all competitors, taking on all matches, and every match is pretty good. Like, the Will Ospreay match was good. Who was the match that he had before?
Daniel Bryan.
That was... No. He's about to have... No,
he's about to have my fault. Well,
yeah.
Bryan Danielson with him. That's gonna.
Yeah, that we'll see how that.
And Samoa Joe. That was an incredible match.
The one match I want to see that's probably gonna happen. I don't know if he keeps that title. It's probably gonna be Hangman Adam Page. We're gonna see how that blood feud is gonna end up turning out. So,
I don't see Hangman winning the belt though. Not yet.
I would like to see him win.
I would like it, but happening. Just to be real with it.
I need him, but I need that feud to come in, and I need Hangman to win the title, or at least cut the promo of winning the title. But I need him to cut that promo of like he will stop at nothing to take that title away from Hangman, because Swerve took everything from me. Like, literally, I need that type of promo. And
I mean, and it will happen. I feel like we will see that because
It's
because
like
what the key, because remember what happened during Blood and Guts. During that, when he was beating the shit out of fucking,
mm,
he handcuffed
yeah,
Swerve onto the cage, beat the shit out of him, and all that.
he was gonna
Said
continue.
what to Hangman? EVP, what was it, Matt?
Yeah, it was Matt.
Came up to the mic like, "Come into the ring, get in this goddamn ring." He's not listening. Get in his ring. He's not listening. Get your ass in this ring, or you're fired.
I was like, damn. That's
And I was that's what's like ooh,
that's why
like
I don't like. It's like I didn't want those elements to come in. I wanted to just be Hangman and Swerve.
no, I get it, but at the same time, I actually do perspective that it's kind of keeping him on in a way. And once he breaks out that chain leash and be unleashed bars, then we already seen how Hangman Page can be when he's crazy as fuck. Now when he's been holding on so long and then just finally be released, boy, he's gonna be such a dangerous, dynamic man that we
Yeah.
ever seen before. And then going towards Swerve, adding that element to it, it would be a very interesting um, outcome of what could happen with them. It's like I said, if depending on how it goes, and that's why I'm kind of liking it in a way. Because remember, as well, who's also part of the elite is Kenny Omega, and you know Kenny Omega and Hangman has story as well, has history. So you can add that type of element, not all in one. It's just it can just add up for Hangman because
It
we
ain't
all know Hangman, broken man.
it ain't like it's not like the rivalry between Swerve and Hangman. That rivalry look like it's really good, and I'm like thoroughly invested into that. But all in all, Blood and Guts was awesome. We're getting a TNT Championship match out of it, and so it's gonna be Darby Allin versus
Jack Perry.
Jack Perry. So,
And then, honestly, I want to give respect to Anthony Bowen
oh yeah,
for
the Acclaim they cut a
the
hella
acclaim.
they cut a hella promo. They cut it. They put it up like right after Blood and Guts, but they kind of aired it on Collision, and it was actually pretty good. So I was like,
It was
ooh,
great. And then it's like I said, for Anthony, like he's always the good, the energetic, happy dude. That. But when he came into this match, he definitely showed his violent side. I mean, this man brought out some fucking scissors, stabbed the shit out of Jack Perry's head, and was it in his mouth or somebody else's mouth that he stuck the scissors
no,
in somebody's mouth?
it was his mouth. He used the scissors in Jack Perry's mouth.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck. And then with Max Caster, he took violence. I mean, he took a mouthful of fucking thumbtacks and got kicked in
Yeah,
the face. Like, ow.
I'm surprised we didn't see no explosions. Like the young Bucks has, they're good for
I was
putting.
expecting that. I was expecting that, especially because we saw the box shoe. I'm like, oh, there we go. That's gonna be the explosion shoe. But no, we didn't have any. Which I was, yeah, you're right. I was surprised on that.
You know
But
the
it still didn't take away from the match. That
you know
still,
the one
mm,
person who's and I'm starting to look at this shit. He is being really well protected. Fucking Okada. He ain't take no fucking harsh bumps.
no, the
I
only harsh that he really took was a fucking staple to the finger.
and that wasn't really anything. But his character is amazing. His
Of
character.
course, I mean, dude, he got over a bitch, and how he does it, and it works. It works. Like but I didn't hear anything from Kadonis, man. What's your thoughts on this, bro?
I mean, I watched the pay-per-view and I seen it. Listen, listen, listen. I'ma just say this right now. There should have been some explosions to some degree. You can't have all of them people in the ring at the same time and nothing blew up not one time. I was expecting Adam Page to at least make something go kaboom at least one time. I don't care if it was a chair strapped on with a rocket at the end. I don't care if he was gonna put somebody through the announce table and it was gonna explode. Something was supposed to happen explosion wise. I do agree with that whole thing. But my I got one question, bro. What is Jack Perry supposed to be doing in these matches other than taking bumps, bro? Like
Uh,
Mm.
what is the sole purpose? Because I see him in all these matches. He's always involved. He seems to be the Spike Dudley in all of these matches.
I feel like he prefers it that way. I guess it's supposed to ensure his hardcore gimmick. I don't know. It's something that he's been brewing since fucking All In last year. So, but Tony Khan kind of kicked him off because he got in that brawl with CM Punk, and Tony Khan was kind of upset at the fact that you kind of you cost him CM Punk to leave to go to WWE. So, because CM
I
Punk was,
mean,
because Tony Khan was really happy to be in be happy. He was really happy to be in AEW, and it was just like,
yeah, because I was gonna say it seems like Punk had like complete control. Not complete control, but he was getting like the favorable looks. He was the champ at one point. All of that,
no,
right?
I think what it was so undisclosedly. I don't think we'll ever know about it, but I'm going to put a theory into it. I think the role that Cody Rhodes was in when Cody was there, when he left, CM Punk, he's Tony Khan inserted CM Punk into that role in a
Yeah,
small
I
way.
think that was yeah, I think that was kind of obvious. Like they were looking for that void to be filled in some way. It wasn't gonna be filled completely, but I do remember a lot of people backstage saying that, "Hey, yo, a lot of these wrestlers don't like how Punk was just given this light immediately." And you gotta understand that them at AEW, they don't really care because they trying to get their own shine. So they
Exactly.
weren't kissing his feet. They weren't necessarily bowing down to CM Punk. This is where the whole Jack Perry thing possibly brewed from. Like, yo, I'm CM Punk. Perry's like, I don't care, bro. I already got my own thing going.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just do me, and you just walking around here getting everything handed to you on the plate just because you CM Punk. You see now, even in WWE, kind of getting the same treatment, right? He's there. He can be injured, but he's still talked about a lot on TV. It don't matter if he's there or not. If McIntyre's not talking about him, one of the commentators are talking about him, or you see a promo for him, something of that degree, it would have been 10 times worse in AEW right now if he were still to be there. Probably would have taken that championship or Swerve Strickland, who knows. But yeah, it you I was just wondering what Jack Perry's role was at this point since that whole thing, because he's basically the Spike Dudley. Like I said, Okada doesn't take anything too crazy, but Adam Page and Matthew Jackson, I expected them to go ahead and take the blunt of most of these kicks and punches, of course. Can we talk about Prince Nana for a second, bro? Can we talk about Prince Nana for a second? Bro, it just his dancing be catching me off guard sometimes. Like they could be mid-match. Swerve starts doing his thing, and then he just start dancing.
I
Then
mean, bro.
I don't know whether or not I need to be entertained or kind of annoyed by it, because I'm like, bro, they got to be something else that you can do. Get
I mean,
involved in
bro,
the
he got the
match.
crowd dancing to
I don't care about no crowd,
it.
bro.
Nigga, this nigga got me dancing to it. I'm pretty sure on one of the events that I went to AEW, I got
Oh,
recorded doing
Swerve,
that
what?
shit.
Swerve would never even have the type of push that he's having in the WWE. What? Swerve would have been a mid Carter who probably would have lost to Logan Paul 3 straight times and never get a W if he was in WWE.
Honestly.
And we wouldn't even know who Prince Nana was, because he tried to work for the WWE at one point, and that ain't work out. So yeah, this whole thing here was it's perfect. The teaming up was perfect. Billy Gunn as usual catches me off guard. Billy Gunn is just too swole for his age, and then of course you got Jeff Jarrett. I was waiting for the guitar spot. You know, I
Yeah.
don't know why I'm always waiting for it, like for the guitar just to come out and just crack somebody with it. I don't care if it's a woman at this point. It's AEW. They're basically ECW with a disguise. You can crack a woman with the guitar. I will
I
be in complete happiness.
I'm not gonna lie. I want him to go back to being heel though.
Yeah, it makes more sense. Like, there's
But
just certain people.
No, but like, and I get that. I get it. Yeah, exactly.
For them it works out perfectly. But we all know what they can do as a heel. It's almost like the whole Randy Orton thing. Like you're waiting for it to happen, but you can enjoy what's happening now because of the way that the storyline is written. So
Yeah.
you kind of just let it rock. You
Yeah.
know that boy Mark Briscoe, Max Caster, and Anthony Bones. Listen, man, I did that Max Caster and Anthony Bones. They're very underrated, in my opinion. I do like them as performers. I will go out
Acclaim.
there and say that the Acclaim, they are a squad, bro. That boy Darby Allin, though, bro.
Darby Allin stole the fucking
The
match.
Darby,
The human crash dummy.
Yeah.
that boy Darby, bro. Listen, he has the look. He got the whole thing going on. You gotta love Darby. Mark Briscoe. Listen, I don't know where they found Mark Briscoe from, but he looked like he'll just steal all the snacks out of somewhere and not tell nobody. Every time I look at him, that's the only thing I think about. Like, yo, let me hide these snacks, cause you look like the type that will just eat a human alive and then act
That
like
nigga look like when he was a kid, he used to bite people.
I'm not going.
exactly, bro. Like he don't look clean, and I like that about him.
But he never used to carry promos. His brother used to carry promos. Jay.
Yeah.
Man, the promos
Yeah,
before they did the FTR, their first bout, man, them promos was good. I had to catch those hoes on Twitter when they were on Twitter. Legendary, boy. Legendary. R.I.P. to Jay Briscoe, man.
Yeah.
That car crash was something crazy.
Yeah. I wish he hadn't made it on TV, man. It's I don't know, man. It's politics, bro. It's shit I hate about.
But I'm glad when Mark he get shine.
I mean, he
Unfortunately, of the circumstances and how he's.
Yeah, he gets to shine, bro. That's like,
But hey, he's getting the shine that he rightly deserves because I mean, for I don't know how long he's been in the wrestling game, like 20 years now. We'll say roughly around there, and it's just like now he's now people recognize him. Shit, like nah, he's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's typically what happens sometimes because he's only 39 years old. Yeah, they don't really look at the young talent as anything. Even no matter how good you are, they always gonna look for somebody more experienced while you still getting developed. So I understand that part. Wasn't there another match between Pac and Boulder or something like that?
Yeah, that happened there, but we skipped over because it was just like, man.
Yeah, it wasn't really much the same thing with the Mariah May match.
The Mariah May match is just towards the whole Tony Storm with that little promo and brawl. That was.
It was like I was like, bro, you could have missed those matches if you went to the bathroom and came back. You wouldn't even have known that those matches happened. But yeah, the whole Hikaru Shida match and Britt Baker. Listen, the submission ends in AEW gotta end. Like we don't need those, bro. We need pinfall.
I need
people going through tables. I need kendo sticks being used. I need DDTs on chairs, and I need nothing but power bombs off ladders.
I need AEW to stop doing enhancement matches. I need them to stop doing that.
I think they're over that phase. They don't need to do it. But I think they don't have really much of another route. I think whoever's writing, they go in panic mode and they say, cool, an enhancement match.
But that shit don't be looking no kind of good. When I look at it, like Mariah May squashing some wrestler, like bro, she could have just cut a nice little promo.
Is that Caitlyn Alexis, bro? I didn't
like no offense, I don't want to like shit on the superstar that's there, but some of them motherfuckers that you be getting, bro, I'm like, bro, You be getting these local ass wrestlers that don't be getting no names.
But bro, that's how they all start though. That's how they all start.
Bro, Braun Breaker came from NXT, and who did they give him for like the first 2 to 3 weeks, bro? They gave him these no-name superstars you never heard of before just to get destroyed.
That's a 3-hour fucking show. We're talking about a 2-hour show.
Even on SmackDown,
I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, they're not gonna just give her top people of. I mean,
no,
like, dude, all like, look,
you know,
they're already doing it with Jade Cargill. How they threw her.
Yeah, they did with that. Like, dude, my thing is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you don't need.
They're just showing it off. They're just showing off the wrestler, showing off the special move, and that's it.
But you probably do that on your first match. This is what she can do, whatever. But to have it this consistently when you didn't even need to have an enhancement match, yeah,
I feel like if you're gonna use a talent that doesn't get enough shine on television, not a name talent, but use some of them talents that you know that's been there. In like something from Ring of Honor, you've seen their faces. Give them a shot. You know they're gonna lose, but they can give a good, decent match and whatnot. Like the one chick from the infantry, that chick from the infantry group. Like when she got her match, even though she was gonna lose, she still got a good outing and a good look. That's what I'm saying. Stop giving these fucking talent wrestlers that don't got a name. Like the motherfuckers that you be putting them as fake security guards, and they get knocked the fuck over. Like, stop doing that, bro. Put some actual, a little bit of wrestlers that can actually wrestle that are seen on television. If not seen on television, at least seen on Ring of Honor. Get them to shine. Let them wrestle. Boom, they can wrestle. And then make it a little bit of a match. I get the fact you got time constraint. Get it, understand that, but like at least you can try to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So overall, Blood and Guts. How'd y'all feel about it?
Man, Blood and Guts was dope. I was thoroughly entertained.
Except for them enhancement matches and those little pointless matches that you're doing on the major show. They need to go ahead and get that fixed because they seem to do that often. It doesn't even matter if it's a major pay-per-view or not. They do this on almost every show. Rampage.
But you might get your wish come true though, because I don't know if y'all seen from the news that it seems ROH, even though we knew this was going to happen, is going to be merging with AEW to be all whole in one. And that's pretty much what Tony Khan is kind of going to lean for, because there was already news even beforehand sometime last week, where he was like, we're gonna ump up ROH. We're gonna give it a boost to it. So why not give it a boost to it by reintroducing ROH as now it's part of AEW, and now you won't have as much of the enhancement. Have a ROH star, AEW star, and then later through the road, it'll just be AEW stuff. You know what I mean?
I thought they were gonna just call it AEW Ring of Honor. I think that's
but that's what I'm saying. That's the merge of it.
But they were already merged. Like when they
but like super merged. Point where now ROH is actually fully interacting with AEW, not just here's a belt and that's your interaction. Like no, it's like actual wrestlers interacting with the other wrestlers.
Basically going back and forth, almost like NXT and WWE is.
But they've been doing that.
It's just gonna be now more in your face, not just sprinkled.
But most of your talent that are there are AEW wrestlers, and they are like Mark Briscoe for example. He is your Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion. So it's I
thought he lost already.
No, he won it. You didn't watch Collision last night?
I did not, to be honest.
Yeah, so he's your Ring of Honor. He's still your Ring of Honor World Champion. But like I said, it's like Mark Briscoe was like he was already there. They're already interacting with the show and whatnot. And then they just crowned a new 6-man title After it's been stripped, they crowned it a new 6-man title. They gave it to the Von Erich boys, Kevin Von Erich's 2 kids, and Dustin Rhodes, the natural Dustin Rhodes. So it's like it's always been integrated. Ever since he bought that promotion, it's always been integrated. I just know the fact that it hasn't been shown well, and it's trying to get TV time. This is why Tony Khan has been trying to get a TV deal negotiated with Warner Bros. Discovery, while Warner Bros. Discovery is pissing off and pushing the NBA to the fucking Amazon and other places. Tony Khan is like, well, I'm trying to get my damn TV deal.
Yeah, because they do need a replacement for that primetime slot. I did hear everybody saying that they don't have a lot of options. So yeah, going that AEW route would be the perfect thing to actually do.
So you can move Dynamite from Wednesday to whatever time they're gonna put Dynamite on, and then you can do. You can bring in Ring of Honor. You can replace Rampage and bring Ring of Honor in, and Rampage.
Please replace.
Rampage. Or you can make Ring of Honor a second fucking brand, and you can have that Vince McMahon.
Which it should be.
You can have that fucking what's the name shit. That
the draft.
Yeah, you can do like.
Yeah, but that's that instead of Ring of Honor. Now, honestly,
what?
Like, if you want to do the whole brand split, it'll be instead of ROH, it'll honestly be Collision.
Yeah, you could just turn that to Ring of Honor Collision, and then that'll be the brand Collision. It'll be on Saturdays. They get a show on Saturday, and then you got Dynamite. So at least half your roster is utilized, and the championships on your roster will be more utilized. So. It's just a clear for thought. But anyway, like I said, Ring of Honor. I mean, not Ring of Honor. Blood and Guts was great. It was a great show. Ring of Honor looks like AEW look like they're trying to get a TV deal. So hopefully they get their TV deal before what's the name? Before times goes out. So in other news. So since we're done with the wrestling, we can slide into gaming. Evo, Comic-Con, and a whole bunch of other gaming announcements. So, did y'all see Evo last Sunday? Which, by the way, Evo was kind of early this year. I was waiting for it to be in August. I was like, Evo is hella early this year. Like, why is it so fucking early?
I mean, from what I heard, why it was so early, so because they have like a bunch of announcements coming towards the later half of the year in terms of other type of tournaments they're gonna have. But I didn't see why they needed to wait so long this year anyway. But it was early though, because I do remember when the announcements were made and they showed how many contestants were signed up for each game. And I was like, don't y'all normally drop this around this time during the year? You have it in August?
Well, they made the announcements for the games earlier in the year, so they knew what games was gonna be there.
I know, I knew the games was gonna be there. They just never show you like the player count that early. When I saw how many were signed up for each one, and I saw Mortal Kombat at the bottom for the first time, that's when I knew, people ain't really feeling that game this year. And I personally watched a few. I did watch the Tekken 8 and Street Fighter, of course. I'm not really the Street Fighter 3 Third Strike kind of caught me by surprise that actually has a lot of competition still to this day. But we all saw the glaring deficiencies in Mortal Kombat 1 at this tournament, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
We'll touch on Mortal Kombat in a minute, because Mortal Kombat was kind of disappointing at Evo. But it made up for it at Comic-Con, but it's still not there yet. But we'll touch on Mortal Kombat in a minute. So Street Fighter, their announcement, they showed off a glimpse of Terry Bogard in their trailer. Their winner is a black man this time, Punk. I never watched his content. I saw his. I started watching a little bit of his content after he won the Evo tournament. I'm not gonna lie, that finals was thoroughly entertaining. That shit could have went either way. And I was sitting there, I was watching that shit. I was like, ooh, this shit look good. But it shows you to go. During out that tournament, we didn't see no Ken. Definitely didn't see no Akuma. Barely saw any Ryus. Didn't see Giles. All I saw was a bunch of Eds, Cammy. I saw a Bison in there. I didn't see none of those other characters that I didn't even see a fucking Dawson in there. Dawson ran the fucking streets in Street Fighter 5. I barely saw that motherfucker in that game. Didn't see no E Honda. He ran the streets and he runs the streets in Street Fighter 6. Fucking broken as shit. Didn't see him. So it's like I didn't see a lot of these characters that people use online that I run against when I play this fucking game. I don't see him in tournaments. So I'm like, okay. So it lets me know the characters that I see mostly don't show up in tournaments because they don't win nowhere. They don't go nowhere because they have flaws. So I need to figure out what the flaws is. Tekken. Yeah. That man couldn't stay dead for long.
I knew coming back.
They brought him back from the dead. He is long live. Well, can't say long live because he still is alive. After everybody has said, hey, Hachi is dead, he ain't dead. That man is back from the grave.
That nigga lied to us, bro. That nigga lied to us in our faces.
And you know what's so bad? Harada don't give a shit. He don't
I know. I know.
Harada don't give a shit. That's the bad part about it.
You know what I'm waiting? No. Would have been a great announcement. And don't get me wrong. Him coming back was a great announcement. But just think about it. Here's a new stage. Waffle House.
That would have been funny.
Because what's crazy, a couple weeks ago, he acknowledged it. He's like, what is Waffle House? Please explain. Like, why do y'all niggas house at stage?
Because it's folks in the South play more Tekken than a lot of people around the world. Which is, it's true, but it's like you don't see them at Evo. Because I didn't watch the grand finals.
Bro, J-Star, bro. Why? Let me tell you something. Do you think we got time to pull up at a tournament, bro? Do you think we can call out of work and tell them, hey, yo, I'm finna miss the next week. I gotta go catch this flight. I'm finna go play Tekken.
Hey,
bro,
look.
we finna get fired, Jay, bro. We been out. And then listen, we could be good around the homies. We could be good even playing online. When you get next to them white boys and them Asians in them seats, and they start hitting you with combos that you ain't never seen, you can't rage. You can't throw the controller. you can't even go back to the home screen and close the game, bro. You have to sit there. You have to take it on camera. You have to then shake their hand after losing. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I'm throwing the controller. I'm closing the game. You don't want me there.
And
I will nigger it up 100%, bro. I'm doing it 100%.
Jesus.
And this is why this is why they keep the what's the name? What is it? This is why they keep it local. They do not fucking they do not take that tournament to Evo. They be like, they do the local tournaments here, out here in their own states, and that way when niggas get mad, brawl starts happening. But it don't even be that. It just be, they keep it really online, because online is where folks shine. But I seen a lot of black people play Tekken, and I seen a couple of black people that play Tekken, and they're actually pretty good. So,
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen them play more than Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is something I see people just play for fun, but they fire up Tekken and Street Fighter to actually be good at that game.
So we got another trailer for City of Wolves. I think that's the game, the SNK game that's supposed to be coming out next year. They released a new character that's supposed to be coming out. Character looks pretty cool, looks dope. The game entirely looks dope, but I don't know, cause I want to say SNK. Like I bought KOF 15. KOF 15 looks cool. The presentation of that game looks amazing, but playing it doesn't feel fluid. So I need a demo for that City of Wolves game before it actually drops, so I can actually see how fluid it's gonna play. Like, is it gonna play like Street Fighter a little bit, or is it gonna be something entirely different? And I'm like, I don't want to deal with that, because like KOF 15 had a lot of like short jumps and long jumps, and I was like, nah, I'm cool on that shit. And it's too much shit that's going on with that game. But I am thoroughly looking forward to seeing. They did announce CVS versus Capcom Chaos. They are re-releasing that game, so I am thoroughly looking forward to seeing if they're gonna bring back or do Capcom versus SNK. SNK versus Capcom CVS 3 in 3D form, and use what they use for KOF 15. If they do that, I would thoroughly be impressed. Unlike being impressed, Mortal Kombat has not been impressing to me, and it was very disappointing to me at EVO that they didn't announce shit.
I mean, what is there to even announce? It's a bad game, bro. Listen, if you like the game, by all means, that's built for you. But besides the new combat pack that they just announced,
wait, before we get into that, wait, before you do that.
No, because I know we used to be talking about announcements. I wasn't gonna get into no details or anything. Was leaked. Yeah, that was leaked, I believe, a couple of months ago. So everyone knew who's already gonna be out in that. But yeah, yeah, I'm not with the whole tag team thing. I was trying to watch it throughout the tournament. It's like everybody got similar setups, or they use that cameos like a bailout if like their combo drops, or they need to interrupt a combo.
The
game looked pretty. Yeah, the game looks pretty. Don't get me wrong. I like the graphical enhancements, but I'm not. I can't watch too much of people playing this game. I think I only watched like 5-10 minutes, and then I was getting seasick. I was getting motion sickness. There was too much going on. I thought a combo was over. I see the cameo come out there and pop him up again, and the combo continued. Dude had no breaker. I think I turned the stream off after that.
I didn't see. They didn't even put that shit on Sunday. They recorded it. I saw like the Evo finals.
I was like,
I don't want to say it was recorded. I'm pretty sure they streamed it, but
it was streamed, but it wasn't like a priority stream. Like you know how they would normally have a countdown for it and all of that.
But the fact that you did your grand finals the day before the grand finals, where all the tournaments grand finals is on a Sunday, you did yours on a Saturday. So it's like, and I'm like, why? That's what makes it.
Gonna watch that. It wasn't eventful. Like if you just looked at that turnout and the numbers, yeah, I'm not having mine on Sunday with everyone else. You're gonna get outshined, and you probably thought that you was gonna have that one grand final match be this blowout match that everyone had to watch, and it wasn't that.
I'm not gonna lie, the numbers would have did well, because listen, Maximilian was streaming, so he would have streamed a lot of those games, especially Mortal Kombat. He would have streamed it, so it would have got a big boost. Evo would have streamed it. It would have been at least 10K people watching it from Evo's standpoint. At least 10, if not 5. Max would have brought it up to like at least 15 to 20. Like he was doing mad numbers watching Evo. It was like 35,000 people watching him, and then watching Evo. He was helping big time.
Definitely.
But that game just wasn't great.
It's just a game itself. Like it's nothing new that you probably are going to see that's going to make you go ooh like you want it.
I said
even
this
with
before.
Max. Yeah, even if Max did stream it and all of that, you had all those people looking at it. Out of those people looking, who really would have been impressed? You're not going to see anything you didn't already know about that game. At least previously, you might see a combo or two that you've never seen before just get pulled out of the woodworks because you had to improvise without the help of anybody. You just had to use your straight skill to win.
I,
This game ain't really built on skill. This is just built on timing and can you get your cameo out to do something to help your combo continue.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for Silent Fox because it's like he had to like really do a chore to play that goddamn game. And I said this before, the game was made for something else. It wasn't that. That's not a Mortal Kombat game. Not
Nah,
the
I feel
not
like
the
they
two
were
installments that I played. Then that this one.
they were trying to go the Marvel versus Capcom or Marvel versus SNK route where you could tag team in, but even then, those tag teams they switched out completely, or they hit you with probably like two moves and dipped off the screen.
Nah, they went
These
with like
dudes,
their Marvel vs. Capcom 1 thing, where because Marvel vs. Capcom 1 had assist.
oh, okay, so that had a full assist system. Yo, this is a full on. I can start your combo. I can be the finisher to your combo, or I
Yeah,
can bail you out type of assist. This ain't just tag you in. I do a quick little move, and then I'm up out of there. This is a full on
yeah.
system that everybody has been abusing since game. And then not even that. Just to talk more personal on the game, every single patch update, everybody complains. Like there's a new broken character. This
Oh,
character needs a buff. This character needs a nerf. Now they're
ah,
too strong.
I'm not
Now they're
even.
putting they're putting in combo strings for certain characters now. Like they have to give them combos now to
I'm
like
not.
give them neutrals and all that. So it's at a point where MK1 is just a game put out just to be out. Like it's just Mortal Kombat, and I don't even blame NetherRealm Studios. I blame Warner Brothers for all of this.
I'm not gonna
This
lie
is
to
what
you.
they wanted, bro. This
Uh,
this is a Warner Brothers move.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Looking at looking at the Takeda trailer when they were showing them off, and then the gameplay. I'm not gonna lie. If you motherfuckers was on the edge and the fence of playing Mortal Kombat, Takeda is gonna make you not want to play that shit at all. Cause
It's
the
not.
shit,
Or it'll make you want to play it.
if you are a fan of him, but
You're a fan of them, yeah.
yeah, but if you are a fan of him and you want to play it, you're gonna run into people who don't want to play it. Not saying you're gonna run into people who are gonna play the character, or you're gonna run into people who loves playing their main, really doesn't have an interest in playing to the character, and it's like, you know what, I'm not playing this game anymore. This other two
Yeah,
games.
but here's the thing. Like with Takeda, with that new update, like, all right, yeah, I get it. But if they're gonna go with that direction, because he's fluid, Takeda is with his gameplay, and like how he's honestly super different than any. It could honestly be a good thing coming in the future for the other characters that we'll be talking about soon. That could probably give it a different MK. Think about it. Look at it in the past with Street Fighter 5, for example. A lot of people didn't really fuck with Street Fighter 5 until like the other updates started to come until probably the second to last season they came out with of Street Fighter 5. Then everybody was really fucking with Street Fighter 5. People were like, "Oh, Street Fighter 5 in other terms got fixed."
But the issue
And
But
I
that joint took too long to get
it took
fixed.
too long, yes. That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like
it
MK1 is taking that direction, but it could probably get into that position a lot faster than how Street Fighter 5 did. But that's only up to them.
I wouldn't say that. I would say Street Fighter V's issue was it because a lot of people still didn't play it, even with the updates and everything that came in, the characters and all that stuff. It still had a core issue. The core issue is what it was built on, and they didn't really try to. They couldn't fix it because it was. They try to like work around it. The issue with Mortal Kombat, it's a core issue that they put in and they presented it in, and people don't like. So they can't really fix it. They have to work around it. So what you're gonna see from Mortal Kombat 1 later on in these updates is them working around that fucking game. They're gonna work around that shit. basically, and they're gonna
But they
try
can
to.
still make it work. I feel like they can still make it work. I'm still
They
just,
make it
and I get it. I know I am a bit biased with MK. I mean, shit, I got a fucking character tatted on my arm. But even then, I still feel like they can still have the chance to change it up. Like you're saying, they might not change the whole core of it, but maybe they can get to a point where even the core gameplay is still there. It could probably be hidden as much as they can to the point where you can almost fully ignore it and still have a good game come out of it. But
I
that's just still up
mean,
to them because, like how Kadonis was saying earlier, it's not fault. It's WB because they're just fucking money greeting bastards
yeah,
that just want more
exactly.
money.
Like
And you know,
Well,
like how I see the whole thing is they can take two routes with this whole thing. They can go ahead and redo this whole cameo system in the next update where they're not as powerful as they are now, or you can officially drop a ranked and unranked mode where there's no cameos at all, so we can get back to the classic fighting that we know this game to actually be, so we can see the full potential of these characters. However, like we all say, WB just wants the most out of the out of the monetization that we can get, because outside of the gameplay itself, everything is locked behind that annoying game mode invasions that nobody wants to play, or you have to pay just to get what you really want. And that is a horrible business model, in my honest opinion. Make me play my ranked and my unranked so I can earn the same stuff. I don't want to have to go through any boring invasions where I'm facing this souped up boss that I have to go 8 rounds with just to win a shirt, bro.
I figured things was gonna go downhill when they revealed Suicide Squad last year, and they revealed the season pass before Mortal Kombat came out. I feel like that was the leading trend, but we was hoping that it wasn't gonna affect any other games. It was just gonna
No, it
affect
was going
that.
down all of them.
Yeah, it affected everything. So I don't really have any faith when it comes to Warner Brothers and any other game that they're coming out with without it being tainted. So we are gonna they on as a another content creator that I look at, the Black Okage. It says, you Warner Brothers, you're on fraud watch. And when I mean Warner Brothers, I mean the entire company. From the gaming all the way up until the network itself. You are on fraud watch. Fix your shit. Speaking back to MK. But MK kind of redeemed himself with this story trailer. Combat Pack 2.
Now, is that an add-on to the actual story? Because
So-
I did see Havoc
so-
a lot, or is it
so-
just
yeah, it's an add-on.
So
It's an add-on. It's a continuation.
Let's see if I can pull this up.
So pretty much, it's a continuation. It's a continuation. Like for people who play, spoiler alert, you know, y'all need to play at least a story mode or watch it at least. At the end, Shang Tsung and Quan Chi was defeated, mostly Shang Tsung, and then you know we had the new Eros, but who was still alive was Havoc of the Chaos Realm. We'll say he was pretty much a Titan, aka God, in his realm, and he's infiltrating other timelines, aka Liu Kane's timeline, to fuck shit up. And this is where we're at now, story mode, where Havoc is now the main villain, which I'm happy because give him that fucking spotlight. Give that crazy son of a bitch that all the spotlight he can get. Because, I mean, which character, or even just an antagonist, is that fucking crazy where they said it in the trailer? This nigga's not looking for peace. He just wants to see shit burn.
Yeah, Havoc just want everybody dead.
Havoc wants havoc. So, I think this is a good direction. It got me intrigued because I'm like, cool. Like I'm gonna re-download games.
Yeah, just to play the story. That's definitely what
You
I'm
know.
looking for. If you're asking me to use them characters online with the way this cameo system set up, that's not happening.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like they're making shit a little different. Like I said with Takeda, he's just it's like he's not even a Mortal Kombat character. And if he is a Mortal Kombat character, they're saying, which a lot of was MKX, how much gameplay was that was very positive in that time era with Mortal Kombat X.
Bro, MKX was too fun, bro. Like, do you know what they had to do with MKX just to make it even bearable for people who weren't even good at that game, bro? Do you remember Ermac's overhead to Takita's overhead?
You
His
made me hate
his
Ermac.
low,
No, I don't even
bro.
talk,
Exactly,
bitch.
exactly. So you saw
Nah,
how every
I
character had their
ain't
own
no.
strength. Every character you had to
Well,
learn
you
how to
did
work
have your own
around.
strategy because I was dangerous with Scorpion, but then once you brought that fucking son of a bitch
Hey,
in the goddamn game, chuck shit at you because I was like, this nigga's unfair.
But and the thing is that we have Ermac and all of them in this new one, and no one's really talking about them because why? The game design trash. Like, yeah, I get what they're doing, but like I said, they're gonna have to do a complete rework
And I feel
if
like
we're
that's the
talking
direction
about
they're doing. I feel
they
like that's
have
the
to,
direction
bro.
they're doing because
They have
they
this
lost,
ain't it.
they did lost some fans, but I think with this update, I'm not saying this all the fans, but it's definitely
It
retracting
should
what they've been
yeah,
doing and fixing up their mistakes, and it's a good thing. It's a really good, at least,
it's a great thing.
and that update, not just story mode, but with the character that we'll talk about in a minute or two, that
Right.
it could bring not just the old fans back, but some new fans back, and hopefully bring more of that back to glory. I'm not saying, especially with this game, but if it does at least move up from its fucking
It needs to
shady
move on,
self,
bro.
and if it does, which I think it would, then
I don't know who the
hopefully we
audio
won't.
is,
I don't know either, but at the end of the day, I just hope that the negativity of Mortal Kombat can be flipped
and change
again.
exactly. They got
But
two
that's up to
months to
them.
do it.
That's up to them.
Well, it's
But
not up to them. It's really up to Warner Brothers, and I don't think Warner Brothers really cares. If you saw from that DLC pack, you have the companies that they're partnered up with. You saw two of those guest characters coming up, and one is a perfect fit. The other one's not. But we're gonna talk about that in a minute as well.
J Star. Well, I guess we'll continue with this then. So my thing is, so with the guest characters, you have Sector, you have Cyrax,
Well,
but
they're
the
female.
difference is they're
Yeah,
females now.
they're
But
females.
I'm not even mad at that. I'm
Is it
actually,
even their name, or we don't know their names yet? I don't even
we
know.
don't know their names just yet. I'm very sure we'll find out next month or so. But I'm not mad at their design. I'm not mad at them being females, honestly. Like, I was actually expecting it. But the design wise, I like it. Like, I'm not even mad at it at all.
Ooh, for Sector and Cyrax.
Yeah, Sector and Sorry, I think it's a good.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad at
It's what you
all.
would expect. It's what you would expect from.
Right.
Even though I thought it was gonna look slightly different because they are in a different timeline, but I guess they're not trying to have them look like Power Rangers or anything like that.
I'm just
They
glad they
are
didn't take
different.
the. I'm just glad they didn't fully robots. It's just more like, let's say, an Iron Man
Yes,
suit type
bro.
deal.
Yes, bro. So it looks like
Because
they're just in a suit. It just looks like
yeah,
they're doing like a cyber initiative, but it's just suits, or they're just half human, half robots, to where they're more human than anything else. But
exactly. And then
when
the
I
thing
saw that
is,
face shield drop and I saw a face behind it, I was like, yes, bro.
yeah, because I was like, good. I'm glad they that way and not the route like of Mortal Kombat 11 with Frost, where she was just a fucking robot, but
Yeah, they
human
didn't
face.
know what
I
to
just
do with
didn't
Frost.
like it.
Yeah, they didn't know what to do with Frost, in my honest
Irax and
opinion.
Sector is good looking. New Cybot, who's also being reintroduced.
His
I'm not too
character
fan of his
design,
look.
it's a little iffy. I'm not the biggest fan of the green. I think they just should have kept them all black more than anything else.
Right.
I gotta see how that character design plays out fully because he already has a cameo built into him. He's basically two characters at once.
Yeah.
He could be drastically overpowered depending on how his game design
Depending.
is.
Yep. And
But
then the thing is, it's like we also have to interject that the story mode of what his direction is going to be, at least from the preview what we got from the trailer, we do know is Bihan, aka Sub Zero, but is different now. It's not from Quan Chi. This is now from Havoc, that he did some shit to Sub-Zero that made him turn Cybot. And I'm interested in that because I'm like, okay, this is a different take. And
Yeah, that's why they're acting all confused. Like, bro, is you good? Like, what happened?
I'm not gonna lie. A lot of fans really didn't like that direction for Noob Saibot. It's just the rumors. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard a couple of fans that didn't like the new Saibot change, and they didn't like his look or anything like that. So
I don't like his look.
It's a look that I don't. It's like I don't. But if I do play with him, then I'll be playing with him in Mortal Kombat 3 outfit. You know, if I decide playing with Noob Saibot. But in story mode wise, I see what they were trying to do with the decision of him looking that way. It just doesn't work. Like I feel like he.
Green. I don't like the green.
Well, from what I was trying to dig up, couldn't really find it, but from the trailer that they showed off, the characters are the story mode comes in. So if you buy the expansion pass. Combat pass was probably gonna be like $30, if not $40.
Yeah. It's $50, $49.99.
Okay,
$49. I'm buying the game twice.
Wait.
That's yeah.
So wait, so it's $50 or what's the for?
Okay, so I'll tell you what it comes with. So for $50, for $49.99, you get the inspection packs, which is the extra chapter, the new story mode. You also get the Combat Pack 2, which comes with the Sector, Cyrax, new Saibot, and then the other 3 characters that we're going to talk about, which is Ghostface, Conan the Barbarian, and T-1000 from the Term 2, to be exact.
Yeah. Stupid.
And then if you add just an extra $10, then you also get Combat Pack 1.
Yeah,
so wait. So
it shouldn't be for no $49.99. Like I'm literally looking at it right here. It says it's $49.
Yeah.
There's no $30 edition just for the.
Bro.
No.
Wow.
You are buying the game twice.
You're buying the game twice because it's including the story mode with those characters and the extra stages that comes with it.
Exactly. So you're buying a whole story mode.
And then if you pre-order it, then you also get 4 skins, which is the Wedding Scorpion. You're getting the Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 version of Sub-Zero. You're getting Empress Melina. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Fucking
Noob Saibot.
Yeah, it's like that's what fans are like. Yo, this is fucking steep a bit, you know. Like, damn, $50, I gotta buy this whole game again. Like, what the fuck? And then versus for the other people who didn't even buy the first Combat Pack Pass, this is actually a fucking steal for them because, you know, if we look up on, it's about like $20-$30 now, right around this time frame. I believe.
I'm not.
20, 30. But then now you're having with this, you only pay an extra $10. All that shit. It's like, damn. Now, in the business-wise, I get it. It kind of is a smart, fucked up move. But as a consumer, as a fan, as a gamer, bullshit.
Not gonna lie, it's gonna tear away more people who are not buying that shit once they find out the prices. And I was like, it's just not gonna make one people more buy it. It's what it sounds like.
I'm looking at it now. It's looking like you like, what am I even paying for? I already got the game. The story expansion could actually be free because it's not like a Elden Ring DLC where you got me playing through almost an extra 30 hours through the game. You just got me here for like an extra hour or two for $50, and then 5 characters. I'm most likely not even going to use all 5 of them.
And then on top of that, what makes it worse? So you're paying $50 for that, and then it's like when you look at it, they're supposed to extend this thing beyond MK11. So I'm looking at it as it's like, so if you're finna do more season pass or packs or whatever, you're starting to look like Destiny now. Like Destiny.
You are, bro.
Mm-hmm. And that's what kind of made me not want to play Destiny anymore.
Destiny got too much going on.
Like
every single expansion you got to pay for it.
But we're getting characters instead of fucking expansion storylines and
Which
content.
is stupid. What they should have done is put it out there for $29.99, and then depending on which character you wanted, make them $5 to $10. Unless you wanted the whole bundle and you make it 50.
Well, here's the
But
funny thing. So when you buy that expansion pack, the 3 characters that's in that story mode comes out day 1. So Noob Saibot, Cyrax, and Sector are day 1 characters when you get that expansion pack. The other 3 characters will be revealed at a later date, so they're gonna roll them out throughout the end of the year. So I'm pretty sure by November, by December, they're probably all the characters are gonna be out by then.
Oh, and let me add this too. Just to add more content to this.
yeah, October, November.
No, there will be no cameos in this pack.
They
Cameo.
got enough. They don't need
No.
more.
They're gonna add more. Right? But here's the thing. Just like what J-Star was saying, like, you know, this, we see how this kind of turned into Destiny in a way, right? So then, now if you really look at it, if you're not gonna add combat pack, what their fuck name is, cameos in this pack, that's mean in the future, very near future, we're gonna have only a cameo pack. So that's more money you're gonna have to spend.
It makes the game more. It makes the game to a point where nobody ain't gonna want to buy it. Let's put it like that.
Either nobody's gonna buy it, or likely people are just gonna wait until there's a deal.
Nah, I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna release those cameo packs, like packs, like a bundle, like how Forza does with their little car bundles. They release them in something. All I can say is Mortal Kombat is eventually gonna go on a Game Pass somewhere down the line.
Definitely is going, and it's going a lot earlier than they thought it was going to, because this game is not what everyone thought it was going to be. Yo, $50, and then I don't even get everything day 1. You telling me December is when I'll most likely
I mean, I still have hope. I'll still have a little bit of hope of it.
I mean, we gonna cop it.
Hope.
I know I'm gonna cop it because I'm gonna cop it to play the fucking story mode.
I'm gonna get it for that reason and because I'm a fan. But if I was someone new and I didn't know much about it, or I was somebody who didn't pick it up day 1 and I was thinking about doing it because they continue in the story, I'm seeing that I gotta drop an extra 50 on top of what I've already spent. Or I'm gonna have to get like a bundle deal where I don't got the game yet, and you ask me to spend like $120 and I save like 30 or 20. I'm still not doing that, because the way these combat pack works, I'm not getting all these characters day 1, and you don't even know the order that they're even coming in, because you might not have any interest whatsoever in T2000 or Conan, and you just want to use Scream, and Scream is the last one to drop. So you spend $50 to wait till December to use a character you wanted to play with.
So I would say if you're new fans and you really wanted to play Mortal Kombat 1, you're on the fence about getting it or buying it or whatever, I would say wait until the shit goes on sale next year, because it probably gonna go on sale. But that combat pack, that's not gonna go on sale. Not right now.
Yeah, that's never going on sale. The most you might see go on sale is probably a costume or two get slashed in half. That was from Combat Pack 1. You might get Combat Pack 1 for sale, but you still gotta buy that full game and then DLC for full.
I don't know. Is crossplay still disabled for PC players?
I didn't hear any news about anything related to PC. The only thing they've been putting out is that we added combos.
Cause I remember PC was disabled and they weren't playing against PC players. And then keep in mind that game barely had crossplay. That shit didn't have crossplay day 1, which was very irritating. And that's why I kind of didn't really like that game. That game, and it got the hate that it deserved. Cause it was like Street Fighter day 1 crossplay, Tekken day 1 crossplay, Mortal Kombat. We're gonna put crossplay in next year.
Yeah, it looks like they fixed it for PC. It looks like it's been fixed for about a couple months now. They added everything back, but even then, they don't even have enough players on PC online to even report anything. I think you could just look at Steam stats.
Yeah, Steam charts, which a lot of fucking people do to indicate for a fucking dying game for some stupid reason, but okay.
Yeah, like it's not just like PC's the only thing that people play on to actually use that. But from what I am seeing here from Steam, it does have 4,177 active players. So yeah, it's a good portion of them who play the game online. So I'm not seeing that there are any issues critically with their performance with crossplay since they put it back in the game. So yeah, it's been on the up and up, but yeah, they do have over 4,000 people playing that game on a daily on Steam itself. So I
I
don't know
mean,
what that means for the franchise if it's supposed to be way more than that compared to the
it's.
competitors that are there, but I would say that that's a pretty steady number for a game that's not that favorable.
I mean, it's thriving, but my thing is, like, is it still cut off from PlayStation and Xbox players? Because like, if you're shutting
Nah,
out the
it's
PC
not.
players, then I'm like, then what the fuck is the point of having crossplay if you're shutting out them? And why should I buy it on PC? You know what I'm saying?
Because I mean, the only issue that a good amount of people have with PC players, unfortunately, mods. Whether
No,
people like it, no.
mm-mm.
Think about it. Think about
No.
it. Okay, for an example, I'm gonna use an example. All right. Anytime you play any type of video games, any type of video, what the hell do you first try to do?
Oh, you try to see what mods you can throw in there, what hacks are available,
Okay,
what
I
Cheat
exploits
code,
are
exactly.
okay, I gave you that
But
perspective.
PC, but the thing is, they work harder with PC, especially on fighting games, to try and prevent anything like that. Because
I
it's easier to do in terms of like a Call of Duty or something like that, or even an NBA 2K, which is coming to PC.
now
Finally, the next gen version of
before
everything.
we get
So
into that, I get that part, but when it comes to fighting games, I play Tekken on PC and Street Fighter 6 on PC. I don't see cheaters on there.
yeah,
And
it's
I played
hard to
Street Fighter
see fighting
5
games.
when it was on PC, when they had that crossplay shit. I don't see cheaters. It's not, those games don't get a lot of cheaters in. You will
They did a
rarely
lot of
occasionally
skin
get it.
replacement. You'll see them with whole new skins you probably
Yeah.
never seen
You
before.
won't
Like
see
Yeah.
this, but you won't see skins. It's only viewable for you as a
yeah,
player.
it's only viewable for you. So yeah, so you have to
You will
stream it
never
over,
see
and
a
like I would see what's his name, like Super. He would play MKX where they were doing the whole switch the characters. Like it wouldn't even be Predator. It would be like a different horror movie character that
And then,
was there. But
like,
he's the only one that can see it though. You would say, yeah,
exactly.
my opponent doesn't even see what
No,
I have on right now. Yeah, I just
they
look
will
like
not see
a
anything
normal
what you got
character. The
on.
name doesn't change, nothing changes. So yeah,
No,
in fighting games, they have coded it to the point of where
if you
like how are you even gonna cheat? Like what, you gonna see what buttons I'm pressing before I press them? Because
that's
you
a
still gotta fight. Like
by the
it's
time
not
you,
like Call of Duty where you could put walls and have my gun snap on your head
I was gonna get
immediately
into
you come
that,
around. Like
but like
like this is fighting. So
by the time you do that, like they're already gonna run it and you're gonna get banned. So
exactly.
a lot of people don't run that risk of playing this shit, cheating when it comes to fighting games. Now, when it comes to fucking Call of Duty's ass, and motherfuckers cheat in that fucking game. I don't give a fuck what you tell me. Them niggas cheat. I don't
Boy, you
give
can
a
hear the
Yeah,
anger in his
so
voice.
for sure.
niggas
No, no,
cheat.
no, 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 bro. Nah, bro.
Call of
Corners
Duty,
that no one can see around them corners. The moment you come around,
fucking
snipe
X
immediately.
Defiant.
You're like, hold on, bro.
Them
Nah.
niggas cheat.
X Defiant needs Jesus. X Defiant needs Jesus.
The
Anything made by you, bro. I stopped playing Rainbow Six Siege because the cheating went to console and they can't do anything about it. Bro, the game has been out for almost 10 years and they still can't stop cheating. I
now
already knew when X Defiant came out, it was a wrap. They not gonna
now
figure that out.
now 2K. Here's the crazy shit. NBA 2K is owned by Take-Two Interactive, right? 2K itself. So 2K, and I watch 2K. I have a mod thing that I use. So I seen 2K, like 2K was it 2K23, WWE 2K23, WWE 2K23 was available for using mods and whatever until whatever update that they use to prevent the mod that I use, the little mod thing that I use to do mods with, they prevented that. So NBA 2K24 does not have none of that shit on there. WWE 2K24 doesn't have it on there. So whatever anti cheat that they put in there that shuts out all mods, yeah, NBA 2K25, that game, which is finally coming to the PC, the next gen. So that crossplay might happen with PC players, which a lot of NBA 2K players, it's a niche audience. Them niggas is stupid. But they gonna think like the Call of Duty niggas is gonna cheat. No, you try to cheat, I think what they're gonna end up doing is banning niggas. So it really that mod community that really mods the game to make the game look better and love the game for. I feel like I saw a video from Dom2K who said this, like the modding community for NBA 2K for NBA 2K is really going downhill. So I'm really seeing it now, and it's really gonna happen with 2K25. Because once them announcements starts coming in and that crossplay start kicking in and all that shit, it's gonna look very, very different for PC players that want to play on that console. And them niggas who's gonna be running them shits, we gonna run mods on the PC, we gonna cheat. Ban.
You'll get banned immediately. Go ahead and
Ban.
play if you want to, because when they started banning people for finally on the auction house for my team, and everybody was just buying those cards from the third party site just to get coins. When I saw them finally shut that down a couple years ago, I was like, yeah, they got something planned,
But
because
they ruined my team,
they used to
nigga.
not. Yeah, they ruined it because the packs are those packs are garbage, bro. Like I've
they
seen people open up 100 packs and
nigga.
get the same card over and over. We ain't even gonna talk about Madden with it,
Who the
because
fuck buys
Madden is
who
worse.
the hell buys packs in NBA 2K24? Nigga, you could just buy the card that you want on the fucking player market. All you gotta do is just buy the MT from they fucking little store and then buy the card that you want. Like literally, I literally sit there and I watch most of those cards. I literally I don't play my team, but I look into it because last year the previous years I was a my team player, and I get how addicting that can get. This year, when I saw that you can just buy guaranteed cards off the little player market that you got, I'm sitting there saying to myself, I'm like, nigga, why am I finna fucking buy fucking packs when I can just buy these fucking cards, get a collection? If I can buy these fucking cards, let alone another motherfucker who got expendable money who throws like fucking 40 grand on that shit buying card, they gonna have all the cards in the game. I'm like, ain't no point in playing that shit.
Because they love to gamble. Americans just love to gamble, bro.
I do feel bad for a lot of those content creators that used to play my team, like Shake and Bake.
Oh yeah, bro.
That nigga, I have not seen that nigga.
Bro, I've seen YouTube channels die in the past 2 to 3 years because of how 2K's model has changed drastically over the past few years. Bro, Agent doesn't even make 2K videos no more.
No,
I've seen this man out here making every other video, and he also made a video about it saying, bro, I feel like 2K themselves just kicked me out of the community, bro. Like they did not want me here.
No,
anytime I brought something to light, they patched it.
Well, that's because that's because this nigga was always going at 2K. It was World War 2K when it comes to
because, bro, someone had to do it, bro. Like I remember
he was
when
the
I
one
used to play it, bro. 2K was so like the things that they would do and the things that they would break, especially with my career, bro. I don't want to have to go through a cutscene every single game, or I have to go I have to go to my agent's crib all the way from where I was at just to progress through that story mode and play the next game. Like I don't want to have to do that. And then there was a time where story mode wasn't possible because the computer would just lock you down regardless of what your overall was. So
I can't agree with you with that because I'm getting to a point where I kind of want that more than me trying to play against sweaty ass niggas that's trying to come out of their mama's basement online. I want a fucking story experience. Like I kind of want to
no, the story experience was not the problem. It was too much happening in the story experience just for you to get to the next step. Like I know you remember those unskippable cutscenes. Like I don't mind the cutscenes Give me the option to actually skip through it or watch it though.
I
Just
mean,
don't
but
tell me
they
I gotta watch
haven't.
a 5 minute cut scene for no reason. Like no, a couple years ago you did not
Oh,
have that
yeah, a
option.
couple years ago. That
Yeah,
was
you
back
did
then.
not have that out. Yeah, you did not have that out, and that was when agents stopped playing. And once anybody see their popular YouTubers stop playing, the majority of those fans who watch them stop playing it too because now they don't see any benefits of playing the game if something goes wrong.
I feel like when
Duh,
that shit.
that was like the voice of the people. When I go on YouTube and I look at people like Duck Bill, I even go on iPod King Carter. I gotta look at the type of videos that they making. Cash ain't making my team videos like
Oh, he
that no
stopped
more.
making.
He's
He
out
stopped.
here. He's out here making my career videos.
But
He's barely doing anything from my part. Even Flight don't even play my part past like the third month of the game.
a
Like
lot of those,
everybody stops playing the game after it drops. So it's like
like, after like the month, like that first month in September is the 2K
it's
day.
hot. Yeah.
Brings a lot of awareness, and then after the shit, like
Once
by the
people
end,
start to really sit down and see the exploits and how bad the game
it
is,
ain't even that. It's like by like October, nigga. Like by like November,
October is
that's when the
dead.
game just really is like it's dead, bro. It's
And it's
just
not
dead.
even like there's any other game that's really in its same genre taken away from any
Ooh, what's
of
that
that
game?
player's attention. The game just dies, bro. Madden is the same thing. Madden drops for like the first month or two, then you can literally not play it and feel satisfied. Like you're not missing anything. These sports titles need the disciples, Jesus, something. But I don't like how any of these games are being built. Because everything is all about the monetization. If you looked at the budget that it takes to make these games, I understand why y'all push for the monetization, but for the love of God, make the game playable. So I ask. You gonna charge me $70? I shouldn't be waiting on a day one patch for it to be playable, and that day one patch doesn't drop till 2 weeks after the game comes out.
Damn, trying to look at for that article. Well, there was a spiritual successor that's supposed to be dropping a new basketball game. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, yeah, that old 3v3 version of it, and it's supposed to be basically the substitute for NBA Live. Yeah, I know exactly what you're
The
talking about.
former devs that used to work on NBA Street.
Yeah, they're doing their own 3v3 thing, so it's not really like they're
Nah,
they're trying to bring back that feel of NBA Street basically. Like we're giving you the alternative. I think everyone has given up on the 5v5 thing because you're not going to beat 2K. So let's go into a realm where we know we got the
yeah.
best shot.
A lot of
And
people don't even play 5v5. They don't even do 5v5
exactly,
park
like,
in 2K.
bro, don't
They do red.
nobody Bro, think about it like this. Even if you do play 5v5, out of all those people who's going to be touching the ball, aren't you just going to make your favorite player score every single time and then
Bro,
just compliments? Like, I'm not going out there in a 5v5 trying to make Mitchell Robinson get 10 points a game. Like, all you're going to do is get rebounds. I don't care if you open underneath the rim. You're going to kick that back out to Brunson so he can go ahead and get his points. I don't care
I'm
about no Mitchell Robinson.
I'm not gonna lie.
Not
Not
in no
gonna lie.
video game, at
But
least.
that fucking game that's supposed to be coming out. That it all I can see is if they allow you to create your own character and they allow you to do whatever you like, create your own character, pick the skills and whatnot. All I can see is if they do 5v5, it's gonna be motherfucking niggas doing dribble. You thought it was bad in 2K when niggas just hold the ball for fucking 15 seconds and dribble and then take a dumbass shot. Shit, imagine that game happening. Oh my god.
Well, I
But
mean, they're gonna have to introduce stamina like a ill stamina bar that kills all of your stamina if you choose to do that.
if they do bring it back, I want to see what they can do. I want to see if they can incorporate the NBA in the whole system. I would love to see it. That would make me want to buy the fucking game, but 9 times out of 10, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
you
have to
gotta
see.
see how games like that are gonna be designed. Because if they're going for like a nostalgic effect with how they want to do that, like they're gonna bring back like the NBA Street vibe to it and all that. Yeah, cool. Outside of that, we definitely gonna have to see how that works online because you already know NBA Live already somewhat had that problem with everybody ball hogging. If they had that slasher build, bro, they were trying to get to that paint no matter what.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
was
so
dribbling out the ball to that paint no matter what.
so
So
I got the name of it. The name of the game is called The Run Got Next. That's the name of
that's
the.
what, yeah, that's the name. That is it.
Um, I don't know. I think the run would be a lot better. They could just drop the Got Next part, but it's supposed to be coming to all platforms: PC, Xbox, PlayStation in 2025. Um, like I said, if they could work in and get the NBA community in there, like the just not the legends, but like the current rosters and maybe some legends that are willing to be put themselves into the game. Because like when what was it? What was that game that came out that was the spiritual successor to NBA Jam? Um, Before 2K ended up buying it, I forgot the name.
I know exactly what you talking about. I'm
But
just not thinking the name.
but that game when that game came out, that didn't have that had they had current NBA rosters and whoever they could snagged up, but they didn't really have like it didn't have 2K back in it. That's number one, and it didn't have legends, but people end up buying the first game before the second one came out, and end up people were playing it. And it was fun.
Okay.
Everybody loved it, and it was like, oh, this is a spiritual successor to NBA Jam. People thought it was the spiritual successor to NBA Street, but it really didn't look like it because it didn't. The camera angle didn't look like it. But I feel like this game is going to be a spiritual successor to NBA Street. Hopefully they can get Hopefully they can get the NBA on board and then they could put their own type legends in there like they did NBA Street did back in the day. And then if they can put actual NBA legends in there, maybe they can add it in as DLC over time. That would be awesome. But other than that,
I'm mad I cannot remember what this game is, but I know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
anybody else got any gaming news to add in before we get on to our next segment?
Oh, yeah, I got one more thing I gotta say, bro.
Take that.
Why are these video games costing just as much as movies, or if not more, to actually make?
Because
Yet
the
when these games drop, they got nothing but bugs in them and they don't work.
because the pricing and the technology that's used in the game.
I mean,
So
yeah, I
Honestly,
completely
you can fall back. You can fall
understand
back
that.
to that. I can fall back to that. You got to thank 2K for that one.
I mean, it's not even just 2K. Like,
No, I
think
know it's not
about,
2K, but I'm saying they're the one who brought it to the front
oh
of the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
shit. Because think about it. What was it like 2 years ago?
Nah,
I
I
can't remember.
wouldn't say 2K.
But
I would not
no,
say
it was
2K.
dog. Think about it. Think about it,
I
bro.
would say,
All
I would
games,
say,
all games, bucks, $60 roughly, right? Around that time, around that frame. Who decided to add 10 more bucks? NBA 2K.
yeah,
I mean, 2K had this whole presentation to where their story mode was involving all these celebrities and whatnot. So I understand why they had to raise their
Nope,
price and
I don't
whatnot.
because once they raised it, every
Everybody
other
else followed
fucking
suit.
company followed
Of
suit.
course, of course that was gonna happen because guess
So that's
what?
why
Every
you
single
blame him.
2K fan bought it, but I'm not talking about from the aspect of us buying it because we know that these studios is gonna charge. Somebody was gonna do it. I would say GTA is the one who went over Rockstar Games, went over the top with their pricing and what they would, but it was warranted because of everything that we got for the past 10 years. They squeezed the life out of that game.
And
When
still
I
squeezing it.
see Exactly, when I see some of these new games drop and they die in less than a year because the game could look beautiful, but it just doesn't run, my thing becomes, when are y'all gonna just downgrade on the graphics and realize we would rather have something fun to play than something that looks too dang on good?
Like I said, man, I always said it since day one. J Star knows I've always said it's not about how a game looks, it's how the game feels, how the
It's
game
how it
plays.
feels,
It's
bro.
the gameplay. I personally feel like gameplay should be and should always will be prioritized and be number one
The
than
number one
graphics.
thing, bro.
Don't get me
And
wrong,
that's
graphics
why
can make the game look cool and all that shit, but sometimes I'm not
that's
there for the
all it does.
graphics.
That is all it does. It just makes it look cool because look at all of these studios that we literally grew up with that made some of our favorite games that are no longer existing, or they had to go ahead and get bought out by another parent company like Microsoft just for them to stay alive. There ain't no more Sega. There's no more of the popular studios that we had to make some of these games that we used to love playing.
Hmm.
Now
Well,
it is literally the same exact games that drops every year, or you would have this third party studio who made an announcement like 2 years ago at probably some event and they're finally releasing it. We play it, it's a great game, but it has no replay value for you to really want to go back and play it unless it's a Souls game like Elden Ring or Lies of P or something like that. But
I
from what I'm seeing right now, even I know y'all don't play NCAA football or nothing. They scaled back on the graphics of that game, made everything more physics based. Now the game's still trash, but everybody says it's fun. So because it's fun, they keep on playing it.
I'm
Don't
not
have
going.
to be the best game in the world. Just make it fun, bro. Like give me a reason to want to play it. If I'ma just be frustrated the whole time playing the game, I'ma just wait for it to be over with and then I'm not gonna play it again.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to see what people gonna say when Madden comes out because that's gonna
Oh,
be
bro,
funny.
it's just an NCAA bro. I
Oh,
can't
I'm
wait
waiting for
either.
you. Oh, I'm
I
waiting
can't,
for Kadonis versus.
bro. Listen to me. If the game trash, we are doing an immediate podcast that very Sunday when it drops. If the game trash, listen. Y'all don't even have to say nothing the whole podcast. I will be the host and the closer because I'm telling you right now, bro. When I played that beta, it is drastically slower, so it still has that old school Madden feel that a lot of people were telling him to actually get rid of. If it is the same exact way with just an NCAA reskin, oh, bro, you will catch me in Salt Lake
No, no,
City,
no, 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 no.
Utah,
Okay,
at the very
hold
front
on.
doors of
No, no,
EA
no, no,
headquarters
no, no, no,
with a
no,
letter in my hand to
no,
hand
no,
to the
no.
president
W-
himself,
No, no,
letting
no,
him
no.
know I
Let me.
may
Hold on,
blow this
let me finish.
bullshit up. I promise you, I will blow that building up if they watch this game.
I, what I mean is, I mean if it's the same if Madden 20 was it 25, right? Yeah, Madden
Yeah.
25 is the same as Madden 24 because they've been doing this shit for almost a decade.
Oh, bro,
They've been doing this shit,
this is
but college football is a whole new game, whole new
way different.
features. Everybody seems to love it, or they're like, okay, this is
They're on the
good.
fence
They
about it.
they're
Yeah,
on
it's
the
like
fence about it, but it ain't too bad. It's great. Everybody's playing. Every content
it's
creator is playing
playable.
it, having fun with it. It's the most I've seen niggas play fucking a football
A
game
football game, exactly,
and
bro, and
stream a football
actually
game.
have fun with it
It's
and
Nick.
not
I
feel like they're
seen
forcing
mad people
themselves.
play this shit. So I'm like, okay. So I was like,
Even
let me
people
see
don't
what
play football.
let me see what Man gonna do. If Man gonna bring at least what college football did with their game into Madden, even if they copy everything in college football and put it into Madden, I
Bro,
wouldn't be
that's exactly what they
upset.
did.
I wouldn't be upset, but it's different from last year. If you copy and paste from what last year was,
Oh, no,
nigga,
no, no, it's a wrap.
that
I'm blowing up everything. I'm blowing up everything. No, if it's anything like last year, if
that
last year
is where I'm
was
gonna
like when the game
laugh.
first dropped on next gen and it was horrible, bro. Like there's certain things that just don't work, certain zones that wasn't working. The thing is that you can do a reskin of NCAA, but you have to add in a few things that are just based for the NFL, and then that's where things get tricky. For whatever reason, this company cannot get coding right to save their life. If they fix one thing, they break something else, and it's always with the Madden franchise. They can fix one thing, but then something else is broken for the rest of the year, and they don't know how to fix that. So what do they do? They use this system called abilities, where now these abilities are supposed to overcompensate for whatever thing that's already broken. Now, if y'all were to play a video game, let's say for example, we out here playing GTA, and your one specialty for doing the heist is something like you can crack a safe faster than anybody else. That is your main ability. If out of nowhere you got the ability to do literally every last thing that everyone else can do, is it even fun anymore, bro? Because at that point, you're not gonna need your friends. You're not gonna need none of that. Imagine 11 people on the same side of the field with 1,000 abilities because EA could not fix the game. That is Madden Endgame, bro. Everybody had a million abilities: juke, catching traffic, spin moves, red zone abilities. Like everybody, and guess what? They cost nothing. You could just put them on them with no type of penalty whatsoever. If they do that next year with this next one, y'all seen me in prison, bro. Send me letters. Visit, do what y'all need me to do, but I will be at that headquarters if this happens. There's a lot of things that I can tolerate, but if I drop $70 on something that's supposed to function and it does not function correctly for the 4th straight year, I'm out of here, bro. I'm not doing it again. I did too much. I don't listen. There's a lot of things I care about in life, and I don't care about in life. I happen to care about this. I don't care about no president, any type of presidential election. I don't care for any state elections. Hell, there's times I don't even care about my job. But this Madden,
Madden?
my downtime, my relaxation time of $70, and the game don't work. My receivers don't catch open passes. My guys got the abilities to make tackles, but they
Okay.
don't make the tackles.
Hold on. All right, let me ask you.
Quarterback's throwing 40 yards back from the marker and still catching it on me.
Let me ask you.
Me stopping them in the backfield, and I got these fat linemen that they run pushing them forward to the first down, so I got to stay on the field even longer. My guys getting tired 3 plays in because of a glitch that they still can't fix.
Let me ask you.
My quarterback's still in the red 19 plays later, been off the field, and he's still tired. Who did this game? Who did it? Thomas, you don't understand, bro. Y'all don't understand, Jay. Y'all don't understand what I have to go through with $70. Bro, I spent $70. I spent $70. I spent 70. I spent 70, not 7, not 27, not even 37. A 70 plus taxes, because you know we added taxes in this great state of this great state of Georgia. So it's going to be 73.96. I did the math.
And I thank God for Game Pass and EA Play and all that, because I don't have to spend but $17 on your fuck shit. If your game is ass, I don't got to worry about it because I spend that amount.
You just uninstall it, bro. I can't uninstall it. I spent $70. I gotta make it work.
The only thing I'm with you on that is fucking 2K. Because if that's what I'm asking you. So which one are you gonna be more upset with, Madden or 2K? Because if
2K,
Madden don't
bro.
work day one, then 2K don't work. Which one are you gonna be?
I'm gonna tell you why with 2K. I'm gonna tell you why with 2K. We know it's gonna be trash. Because Mike Wang does this thing where he likes to interact with the fan base. He would put out a hidden patch and he won't tell anybody that was in that patch. But you know that the game is playing drastically different than it was yesterday. He would drop a patch and leave certain details out of the patch. But you know that this particular thing got patched.
This how
just
niggas
by how the game is.
That's how niggas start getting the win of that shit when niggas are sitting there and then they look at it and then they have the update. Go back to the menu. Time for update.
Exactly,
I was like,
bro.
oh, there goes. They done put a sneaky little patch in. I was
They
like,
don't put a sneaky little patch, bro. And you be mid game too, and it just show up on your bottom right. You're like, what update?
and
What,
then
bro? You go back in there. You try and take a jump shot, and you realize that your shot timing all off now. That crossover that you was just not using, it's not breaking the ankles no more. They still sticking to you like glue. So now you got to find a whole new play style because they don't put out a patch. You look all over Twitter. You can go on the official 2K website. You're not finding anything about that update.
I already know. I'm gonna be sadly gonna be a part of that goddamn the trench day one buying that stupid shit. I might have to wait though, because there's gonna be other good games coming out around that time. Black Myth Wukong's gonna be coming out. After I beat that, then I'll be playing Star Wars Outlaw, see how that game is gonna run. I'm not gonna lie, looking at that game,
Star Wars
from Ubisoft, looking at that game is looking. It just looked a little sketchy when I saw the gameplay, but we got to see how that game comes out day one. Then
Yeah, Star Wars games are always a little sketchy when you first see them. I don't know what it is about them making Star Wars games, but it can look good graphically, but it's always been the gameplay that turns everybody off once they get their hands on it. So
no,
hopefully it plays good.
the Jedi Survivor, the Jedi games, the last two Jedi games that came out with the Cal Kestis, that those games are actually pretty fun. They're pretty
I
fun.
mean,
It
I don't
just
see a lot of people really.
because it had a lot of issues when Jedi Survivor came out 2 years back. It had a lot of issues on PC, had like frame rate issues. Outside of that, the entire game was fun. Like the gameplay and everything, the story was dope. It was amazing. You get to change the character's look, outfit, but it just ran. It was frustratingly. It ran terrible on PC. Unfortunately, I ran into it because I played it on PC because I wasn't paying money for that shit like that. But
So, so talking about the whole PC thing as well. I'm gonna let you finish, but is Xbox getting rid of their hardware and going full PC and Amazon Fire Stick or
no,
what? Because the next console generation is looking real sus for them.
no. So from the reports of what they were saying, we're gonna get another Xbox. They're gonna still make consoles, but what they're doing is they're trying to maximize the dollar. So this is why
Which I
games are
can
going to
see
be
that.
coming out on PlayStation. Game if they can make it and they can push it on PC, not PC,
PlayStation.
on Nintendo,
Oh,
that
that
would
ain't happening.
maximize. But see, Nintendo needs to get a updated hardware.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
they're ever gonna do that, bro. Because the
They
type of
are.
games
They
that they
are.
produce,
I'm
listen, it
sorry.
ain't gonna be that upgraded.
They
But the way
are,
that those
bro.
developers
I
are,
mean, look,
bro,
we're
nah.
gonna get a Switch too, guaranteed.
Yeah,
I'm
we
It's
gonna
gonna
get a
be
Switch 2
updated,
with
but
the
it's not
same
gonna
graphics.
I'm
hard to like a PlayStation or a Series X. We all know that because of the type of games that they make and the
Yeah,
audience that they show
Mario
it to.
don't need all that graphical
Right,
enhancement.
but that's the thing though. What we said earlier, it's not all about the graphics. It's all about the gameplay. And for them, it's
yeah.
always been gameplay. Now
That
I understand for you, Jay,
If we talking
graphics
about
guy, but
crossplay being done correctly though,
but
you're gonna have to upgrade them graphics, bro.
exactly. Like if you want games to come to your platform outside of your Nintendo games playing, your Nintendo game is gonna run like great graphically. I mean, performance wise and gameplay wise, yes, that's good. But let's take for instance Mortal Kombat. That shit look like ass on Nintendo. Like
it sure does.
Oh my,
it
it's a
runs
completely
like
different
ass.
game.
So that's just one game. WWE 2K, what was it? WWE 2K 20, one of them, whatever WWE games that went on the Nintendo Switch look like ass, ran like ass.
Mhm.
NBA 2K runs like ass. So if you want some of those third party games to come to your platform,
Gotta
you need
upgrade.
the hardware to justify those games coming to your platform. Other than
Yeah,
that, you will be selling to your just own audience, which is fine because Nintendo was
It's
out
perfectly
and
fine
it's been out
financially.
for
Yeah.
pretty much longer than any other fucking history. So you have a generational of fucking
It's older
people.
than us, bro.
Exactly. So that's what they rely on mostly
Yeah,
is
they don't
their
really care about appeasing this thing to compete with PlayStation. Because if you think about it, their numbers are perfectly fine for what they got, bro.
this is
They know
which
that
is
they cater to children. They know that they cater to the preteens.
the
They know
older
that they're
people,
yeah, and they know that the older people are just gonna play Mario and Smash Brothers.
which I'm
That's the stuff, and I'm fine with that because
that
that's their model. That's their sales pitch. Like
cool.
this is who it's for. But if you're gonna host these games like 2K and everything like that,
All these
you
third
have to
party
have the
games.
hardware because you have these games looking like some PS1, PlayStation portable looking titles where they don't even
Straight.
need to be named NBA 2K24. It needs to be
And
named like NBA 2K24
and
Switch version or something.
and
Like give it a
then
nickname because
and then what
it don't
makes
look like it should.
and then what makes it hard as a developer, developers they work on the game while they working on the game. Then you're telling them they have to make a whole entire different version of that game just for one platform. And then if
And then
that takes
yeah,
more
and then they have
time
to
on doing that, or you sell it you put a B team together, that costs money, and if that doesn't
Yeah.
perform or sell on that platform as much as the publisher or whatever puts the money in, it's like at the end of the day, it's not worth it. So what
Yeah, it's
I'm
not worth
saying,
it at all.
so it's like what I'm saying is if Nintendo is going to want these games on their platform, they have to step up their hardware. If they're not going to step up their hardware, then just
Don't bring
cater
them
to the
games on there.
don't do nothing with them. Just cater to the games that are catered to the fans and the Marios or whatever. If there's companies that can make those games available for your platform without any issue, then cool. But Mortal Kombat, fucking 2K, Madden, any other type of fucking game that
Madden ain't
uses a
even
lot of
on there.
shit, bro. Yeah, I don't want to see it on Nintendo if they're not gonna push that hardware at least to like a
Exactly.
PS4 type shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, why are you about it, dog? It's not like you're on Nintendo.
You're not getting.
Now I get what you're saying, though. But I'm just saying, like, Nintendo is just in their own world and let them be in their own world because they're still successful at the end of the day.
I
that's
mean,
that.
And
but
That's
and
fine.
that's why that's
but
because
we
it's not.
we it's like we get that part, like like we all get that, like Nintendo is Nintendo, but the problem is that when they try to dabble into the next gen world, they don't have the specs or the hardware for that. Like I know y'all all remember back in the day, they had things like Beautiful Joe on the GameCube and
I
all of
don't.
that,
I just not.
but they had NBA 2K and Madden and everything, and they performed well because they had the hardware to support that for the fans of those franchises who wanted to play it on a Nintendo. They're trying to do the same thing here, but they don't have the hardware for the developers to fully maximize on because they got to scale back what they already have out, and
That
they
takes a
normally
lot of time.
hiring up a
That
third
does take
party.
time, yeah.
Exactly, and it always releases almost a year or 6 months after the original already dropped, depending on what type of title it is,
And then
and 9
that
times out of 10,
costs
it's
money.
rushed, and when it's rushed, it's costs money, then you gotta fix it, things don't work right, crossplay isn't even turned on because the hardware is so different, so you're just playing with people who also have a Switch, and it's not that fun because why? It's scaled down, and it's nothing like it is on the actual console. So yeah,
To their
we
predecessors.
we we get what Nintendo is, but they're also trying to be something else, and they don't have the hardware for that something else. But
It's
they're
Well,
perfect for what they are.
it's just I rather if Nintendo just don't allow those games to be on their platform.
I was gonna say that. I was like, they might as well just be Nintendo all the way and just focus on what they are so they don't have to go through this scrutiny of always being reviewed for having weak hardware because the stuff that the next gen can play isn't on Nintendo. When in actuality, most people aren't even trying to play those titles on a Switch. They're
I,
trying to play
I,
those family friendly
yeah,
Mario,
the only time those
all of
type
that.
of games on that
Yeah,
console, it's like the only advantage is I can play it anywhere. But now we're in a
exactly, and
general.
that's
But
it.
now in that generation now where they're not the only competitor of portable gaming. Now we
Portable
have
PCs go much harder than the Switch, so if anybody is gonna be
exactly,
playing any of those games and then you tell me I have Steam on top of that, so now I have my actual PC at home, when I don't wanna hop on my actual PC, I can just finish it on whichever device. There's several PCs, or you can even go ahead and get one of those home-built PCs where it's
that,
just a straight up computer that can launch games,
and
or get one that's just dedicated, but
and
the
then like
Switch is no longer a need.
keep in mind taking a Steam Deck. Most of those shits cost what under $1,000. So like getting a regular PC will cost you
And they
like a
go on
thousand,
sale. Yeah,
and
and
they
they
go
go on
on
sale
sale.
for like
And,
$500-$600 during
and
holiday
even
season if you can catch the right sale with the right vendor. So
and even if you don't run 4K, which a lot of people don't really run their games in 4K, you're still running your game at fucking
and
1080p, 60
it'll
frames
be
per second. The one issue that the Switch has, even with that OLED, is most of their games don't run at 60 frames, which is
no.
fine for certain Nintendo games except for Breath in the Wild. That game was immersively too much for that hardware. Even Bayonetta 3, too much for that hardware. So when they do these, when they drop the Switch 2, those two games are gonna really run a little bit better on that on that hardware. And I must tell you right then, I said it, I called it. It was the hardware itself. I get that, but the thing about it is Nintendo really just needs to, like, if you going to want these third platforms on your game, third party platforms from all these third party companies, either Xbox, PlayStation, whatever games that they pulling out, Ubisoft, EA, or whatever, you have to make the hardware at least match it to a PS4. That way, motherfuckers really don't have to downscale it that far. They can just downscale it a little bit, and it doesn't cost them too much. All they got to do is just go back on the scale.
I mean, and that's most likely what's happening from at least what I read. At least a couple was at least that's their go-to, is that their product, Nintendo Switch 2, is mostly gonna get those graphicals of PlayStation 4 or Xbox One type deal, which it makes perfect sense. So.
I mean, like I said, I get it. Gameplay is more important than graphics, but sometimes graphics have to go. They all go hand in hand. You can't just have one without the other. I know one is more preferred than the other, but for me, I need. If we've been used to graphical fidelity and upgrade and all of that with good gameplay, why are we going back to just gameplay and we're just leaving out the graphics? This is not 99. This is not 1980. This is 2024. Come on. Bring some graphics to your games, bro. Unreal. Everybody's using Unreal Engine 5 right now. Okay? And that thing is very scalable. People are using Unreal Engine 4 right now. So it's like, come on now. It's not that hard. Epic is not they're not charging you out the ass to use that graphics thing. So.
Nope, because they know everybody want to use it. So
yeah,
they already know on that back end, they're going to get that lovely check through all of y'all sales through their residuals. So.
All right. I want to do any more, before we go on, any more gaming announcements? Anybody got any more gaming announcements?
No.
Not gaming announcement, anticipation, but that could definitely be for next episode, because I know that.
Yeah. So.
And that is called GTA 6.
Oh, that.
Oh yeah. That's
you know. Yeah. That'll be that's its own type of deal. So we'll bring that up on the next episode or two.
Yeah, that's a whole segment. All right, so we're gonna get into the music. We're not gonna really dive into too much in the music. I just want to give off a couple of like releases that came out, and then from that point on, we're gonna end it right there. I know we were planning on doing some other stuff, but we are over time at this point.
Again?
Yeah, I'm kind of tired talking, so I'm just going to cut it to like just new releases, and we're going to end it at that point and just share a little bit of what they listen to. And after that, bro, we'll come back on the next one and we'll have that conversation again, along with some more stuff. So, all right, let's see. Let's pull up new releases to see what we got for new releases. I guess new releases. Oh, Spotify is so weird with their shit. Oh, did anybody listen to what's the name's new album? I'm a Fart. Ice Spice.
All right, see now
what?
You just went ahead and violated everybody in this podcast. Let me.
Yeah, dog. Like
I don't know
expected right now.
What you think was going to happen between the last podcast and this one that was going to influence us to listen to Ice Spice? We instantly knew that was going to be trash before it even come out. It's trash, isn't it? It's garbage. Isn't
I'm not gonna lie. So I'm looking.
As soon as you said Ice Spice, I knew it was trash.
I'm not gonna lie. This thing, but see, I don't know, cause like from what I heard, not from her, not from that album, the Megan Thee Stallion album. I heard from somebody that said that Megan Thee Stallion kind of paid people to, fluctuate her numbers, So I can't really trust the number system now because they artists out here paying for
Bro,
fluctuating
I don't
numbers on
know.
playlists.
I don't know what you thought, but the industry has been fluctuating numbers since the beginning of time. If it wasn't the artists themselves, it was definitely whatever label that they're signed to. So don't none of them streaming numbers especially are something that you
I
always gotta kind of wonder about.
I
But
do
Meg Thee
want to say
Stallion, after Tory Lanez is out here dropping stuff from prison, yeah, I'm gonna buy some of them numbers too, because I need to drown him out as much as possible.
she's under UMG. Wow, that's crazy.
Yep. Oh yeah, so
Uh,
you already know that they're gonna do it because they did it with Wayne, they did it with Birdman. Yeah, they're gonna do it with her too.
so her album is 23 minutes. She got a 10 song track, and
Perfect. That's a perfect length for
none of
her
these bitches
caliber.
go 3 minutes at all.
They don't need to. They don't need to, bro. Do not need to.
Hey, look, man. Ice Spice is very beautiful and she's sexy as hell, but music wise, hey man, I'm cool, bruh. I'm good.
I'm not cool. That's no. Like, what the fuck?
I don't even know
No,
why you even mentioned that album, bro.
like, bro, for real. Like,
We were having such a
Anyway.
good podcast. And you just
like we were
like,
having such great
hey man,
conversation.
anybody heard Ice Spice?
Anyway. All right.
Yeah, let's go ahead and segue past this,
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, sweep that bitch into the sewer,
So DJ Mustard dropped the project Faith of Mustard Seed. I didn't even listen to this project, so that's out. Oh wow, he do got some artists on here. I didn't listen to that project. I saw the track list for that, and I was like, no Kendrick on there. It's not gonna no Kendrick on there, and I was like,
Nah, I don't know if you know, but that little collaboration that he had with Kendrick, that was random. He said that he gave that beat to Kendrick like 2 or 3 months ago, and he
oh,
just ended up using it. So it's not like they were actively working together, or
Yeah.
or he was even doing features from Mustard. It was just a beat that Mustard threw at him when he was doing his old album, and then he ended up sending that to him late, and then he didn't hear anything back from Kendrick until that song came out. He said he didn't even know he was even making anything to the beat until the song itself came out. And then he heard it and then he realized it. So yeah, you not gonna see Kendrick on that album.
Cordae dropped a new song with Lil Wayne,
yeah.
which sounds
yeah.
pretty
I
good.
heard that.
I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I heard some snippets of it and I said that sounds good. DJ Premier dropped a joint with Lil Wayne and Rick Ross and Big Sean. That sounds really dope.
Which has people also questioning if Wayne has turned his back on Drake, because there's a couple questionable bars in there, as well as him still putting out that feature, knowing that Rick Ross is currently beefing with Drake.
I don't know.
Even though Wayne and Ross are frequent collaborators coming up, they did work on a lot of each other's project, and Ross did have Wayne's back in terms of him getting paid by Birdman. So
you know
their
what's so funny?
relationship is a little bit deeper than anything that can be happening.
But
with Drake.
we gotta go back to when Ross was beefing with Birdman. And Wayne was by his side. No, Wayne wasn't by his side. He was sticking up for Wayne. He was sticking up for Wayne and Cali. So I wouldn't be too oblivious to what, them relationship not fizzling it out over Drake. It's Drake, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know.
No, because Drake has done some slimy stuff to Wayne as well. Wayne also talked about it. I don't know if you saw that article that he wrote, or he did an interview and he commented like, nah, when I was in prison, Drake messed with one of my shorties that was practically mine at the time. So yeah, Drake got a history of taking people's girls even if they're close to him. So yeah, I don't see any reason for Wayne and Ross to fall out, but it does have people questioning, like, where does Drake stand? Like, no one got Drake's back for real.
Well, that's all the new music that I can think of. I just want to.
I mean, like for me, my new music that I was listening to is not even close to hip hop whatsoever. It's more of, like, you could say, like an It's alternative. It's like almost like electro, I guess you could say, in a way. The group name is and I fucked with it. I can't lie. It's a definitely a view on music, on how they do stuff. But you can definitely hear a futuristic tone to them. Like I said, I don't know for both of y'all might not, but I always say, shit, why not give it a listen? You might fucks with it, you might not. But like I said, for me, I fucked with it a lot. I was to that shit pretty much over the weekend. The album was called "Ask That God," and like I said, from the Empire of the Sun. If you played I'm pretty sure they've been in one or two Madden games. I know for a fact they were on a couple of FIFA games, and it is just one of those albums where it has a good vibe where you can chill with it. Like how I felt was more like as if you were on a hammock, smoking a joint or drinking some lick, and just enjoying the sun and listening to some good vibe music. So it definitely is a more of an out of world sound. But if you are open for different sounds, different music, then I say go ahead and knock this one out.
What's the name of the group?
The name of the group is called Empire of the Sun. And do not get me wrong, they look weird as fuck. They look fucking weird as fuck.
Oh,
but
I know that group.
They
got a song called, I think it was "Walking on a Dream."
Yeah, "Walking on a Dream," which is like their biggest song.
Because it was in a commercial. That's why everybody knows
it was in the commercial. It was on FIFA. That's how I found out it was on FIFA. And then just on the other, like I said, I just dived in more of them, and I became a fan of them. Like I said, because I listen to, if you see I listen to everything, and I mean everything. But coming back to them, I wanted to give them, I do want to give them a quick spotlight that that they did their album was actually pretty good, not bad. Their artistic views on how they approach this, not bad either. Like I said, different. Excuse me, it's a whole different aspect of what they do. So, Empire of the Sun, good job with your That God album. Like I said, I recommend it for other people to check it out if you want something different and actually be like, I want to take let me switch it out real.
Not gonna lie. So, what album did I listen? I listened to like 3 albums this weekend. So, one album is from Anderson .Paak and Knowledge, aka No Worries. That's the name of their group. Why Lord? It's a great album. That's going on that review list. We'll be reviewing that next week. What was the other album that I listened to? It was
Staples.
Vince Staples. I gotta get the name of that album though. I think it was Dark Times. That's the name of his album. Yep. Yeah, Vince Staples, Dark Times. That was a pretty good album. Really enjoyed that album. That was pretty good. Actually, no, I listened to 4 albums. Then I listened to this Childish Gambino album. Bando Stone and the New World.
No, I was hearing that was like his last album ever. Is it true?
Probably.
I heard people say
that's what a lot of
I heard people say that they love this album. And now, you know how artists are. They say this is their last album. This is my last time doing this. This is my last time doing that.
And it's really not.
They not. They just need a break. They just gotta instead of saying, hey, yo, I need to take a nice little long ass break from this shit.
He's taking several breaks though.
Yeah. This album is, I'm gonna say okay. From other people, I heard people said this album is amazing, is all that. From what I was listening to it, I was like, yeah, it's okay.
It's all because they miss him and the content that he used to make. You already know, like the diehards, how they normally respond to things like that. Like if Tyler the creator were to drop something today, they would react the same way.
I mean, I don't know. I listened to it and I was just like, okay. It's some songs I fuck with, so it's on a playlist that I got. And I enjoyed it,
Depends on
but
who you are,
it's not something I would like. If I had to sit there and recommend that you should go listen to it, and if I had to go into a full detailed review of it, I'm trying not to piss. I'm trying not to be that person to piss off artists that I thoroughly enjoy seeing in other aspects. So and I know artists is very sensitive about their shit. So I'll just say it's okay. It's a good album, a good decent album for people who listen to it. Like I said, I got songs that I like off the album, so I'm not gonna like all the way say it's trash, but it's not. It's far from it, but it's not something I was expecting to want to listen to or something that I would fall in love. It's just like some songs that I like, and I'll just move it along. The last album was this Megan album, Megan Thee Stallion album, and I was thoroughly surprised. This album was actually pretty decent. It was decent. She was actually like, the thing about it is she was really flowing. Every beat that came on and I listened to was really upbeat. It was snapping. It was dope. And she was rapping her ass off to it. And I was like, oh, this shit's good. Real good. Now, the bars, it's kind of questionable because she was talking about sitting on niggas' dick and talking about how good her coochie is and all this shit. And I was like,
typical Meg.
And I was like, okay. But the bar, the beats and everything carries over in the way she flows with it on the beats. And it's like, all right, I'll give it. It's a good album. You know what I'm saying? I gotta put a little respect on Megan. Megan is really good, but that sitting on dick shit's kind of like, but it's bad when it's everybody else doing the same shit that she do. That's when it makes it worse. Everybody else do the exact same shit. Talk about my shit is this, that. I sit on this. I'm like, bro, look, listen. I get enough of hearing it from her. I don't need to hear it from the rest of you bitches.
But then you gotta look at it this way. And that's other perspective.
Sexy Red's ain't that no more, bro. Sexy Red is somebody that you just buy hot Cheetos for and go on about your day, bro. I
ain't gonna look. Listen,
bro. In high school, bro, I would have bought her all the hot Cheetos, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. That beat though, that she has for "Get It Sexy," whatever the name of that song is, that's a fire beat. I gotta give that beat.
Hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie, shit.
That beat is.
Or the only. I think that's the reason why people be so hooked. It really be the beat.
I don't know about that. Everybody like that song. They like the phrase. They say it. They do all. I don't know about that. I like that beat. If she can come out with the remix to that beat, put the baby on it. Please put that nigga on. He killed that shit in the freestyle. That fucking Justin Incredible freestyle a couple months back, he killed it. He fucking bodied that shit. I was like, damn, this nigga is nasty with that beat, bro.
He killed his own career, bro. Ain't nobody really rocking with him right now. It's strange,
I wouldn't. Nah, it's just people just look what he said on that stage, and it's like,
Hey, listen, that's the baby though, bro.
But that's the baby. You gotta love it or hate it.
I don't get why he ain't allowed to say nothing. Like, why y'all so offended, bro? What happened to this generation, bro? Why are we always trying to cancel? Why are we always trying to do all this other nonsense?
Social media, my guy.
And the hell with social media, bro. You should be a free country, bro.
Social media. It's too
I don't
many.
care if I don't like you. Say what you want to say, bro. Like, I don't got time for me to sit here and be like, oh my God, you should lose your career because you feel that way. Like, I should control how you feel. If you want to be racist, be racist, bro. Just stay away from me. That's all I ask you to do.
Social media, man.
Be what you want. Like, I'm not asking you to convert. I'm not asking you to change. I'm just saying, bro, be you. Either don't watch it, don't listen to them, or just make your choice to cancel them in your own house. That's how it used to be, but y'all be trying to take things too far.
Too many eyes
like,
on them
products. I enjoyed his records, bro. I don't care if he's using the same flow. Ain't nobody say nothing to the Migos using the same flow over and over and over again. Why can't he?
Like I said,
Moneybagg Yo be using the same flow for the past 10 years. Y'all ain't
nigga,
telling him to change.
nigga, there's too many of them niggas using the same fucking flow. This shit. Did we not just see the freestyle? I'm not the double X free. I didn't see all of it, but I watched other content creators watch that shit. Niggas sound the same, bro. And I
Bro, I
watched
don't
these
know.
content creators watch that shit, and they literally, when I see these dudes perform, I've been watching that. I think like since 2020, they all sound the fucking same. Even the females, they all have the same fucking flow. Like nigga,
Yeah, that's what you hear.
But like some artists, some of the new artists, like J. Cole uses it, Kendrick uses it, but they bring bars to it. A lot of you niggas that do that shit, y'all don't bring no bars to it. Y'all just sit there and just yap and don't say nothing. So it's like, of course, what TBA said? TBA said they need to bring back artist development, and I'm like, artist development is a thing that they need to bring back, man. And it's like it's, I don't know. It's just artists.
Bro, listen. You only do artist development for artists that you actually believe in long term. Jay-Z also said this to Game years ago. When Game asked you how do you stay relevant for all these years, Jay literally told him find something better to do. Like there is no such thing as an artist development. You're either that guy or you simply not. You're either gonna be the business or you're not. Like at some point, even 50 had to go ahead and bow out of the music industry and do what? Find something else. Jay found something else. Diddy couldn't find anything else, and now look where he's at. So it's almost like
that's the
artist development part. They don't really believe in these artists. They only believe in them for the hype, which is why they started to get insurance policies out on them. You think they really care about developing a Young Ace or anybody like that? There's no disrespect to their artistry, but if these labels really cared, from the moment they signed them, you would have seen armed security with them instead of gang members. You would have seen them have speech development. You would have seen them in the studio with people who actually know how to rap, who are actually the originators of said flow, who can actually help them develop their own style so they don't sound like everybody. But that ain't what's going on. They all mimic each other. It's the same bars. I'ma kill you. I'ma take your money. I'ma piss on your grave. Fuck your daddy. You know, it's the same things. You know, it's nothing new with nobody. With the women, you already know what you're gonna get. The moment they start rapping and I hear, yeah, you broke. I'ma take your nigga. I'ma hump on your best friend. I'm like, yep, there it is. There it is.
It's sad,
industry
man.
plants and they don't even understand that that's why they're being called industry plants. It's not because you came out of nowhere and you're put there. It's because we already know what we're gonna get from you as to the reason why you're at where you're at.
Basically,
Like there's nothing really special about you. You just have the flow and the cadence for now. I can guarantee you 2 to 3 years, there's gonna be another you in this spot and we're not even gonna remember you.
basically sabotaging your own situation. I mean, but it's like it's just I don't know. I just feel like we don't celebrate our own generational rappers. This is why, like, when I listen to some like Nas, when Nas come out a new project, you know how many young niggas be like, why you listening to that? That's old head shit. And I said that's the problem. I will love like this LL Cool J album that's supposed to be coming out this year. I'm excited for it. I really want to hear what this shit.
I was surprised when I saw his Instagram and he was rapping. I was like, wait a minute, is he dropping something new or is he rapping something old? And I'm like, oh. So that performance that he was doing about a year ago was leading to something. All right.
Yeah, so he's finna drop another album at the end of in September. So I'm looking forward to that. It's like but then it's like I hear other conversations of like who's the next artist, who's this. I was like, bro, I don't listen to the who's the next. If you sound dope and you are really good, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna really fuck with you. But if you don't sound like you're good or dope, I'm not fucking with you. Now, I got a couple of new artists on here that are really good, but they don't get the love and they don't get the shine for. So like in the next couple of years, they're gonna end up doing shit out of fucking pocket. That I'm like, well, this is why I didn't fall in love with you for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I like stay the way that you are. If you're a dope artist, it will find you. You know what I'm saying? It will find you. You don't gotta go out of pocket to go create this fucking character or this certain type of style or flow a certain type of way just to get the attention or do something stupid. Let that's just gonna fizzle out. Quality content of music will be coming back very soon, and I am here for that shit coming back
Yeah,
soon.
I'm here all for that as well because even people on Twitter and everybody, they're like, yo, music is literally boring because everybody sound alike. Like
I don't know.
I used to like when there were different layers of hip hop, right? Like you would have your Nas, then you would have Jay, then you would have 50, then you would have like Fat Joe, then you would have your Ja Rules. Like everybody did something a little bit different and they all sounded different.
But funny the
And
thing of
you can tell that just by the beat selection. Before the rapper even came on, yeah, that's a 50 beat right there. So you already know that fifth about to come on. Or oh, that's some Ja Rule and Fat Joe would do together. So you know when that record was gonna come on. Now it's like everybody sounds alike to the point where you don't even know even when they start
ooh,
rapping.
even the beat sound.
There's no identity.
None at all. Like not by the beat
But
selection, not by the song choice, the song topic. No one is telling stories anymore. All the stories sound the same if there is one. And if it's not a story, they talk about what they want to do to somebody. Outside of that, they're all doing the same exact thing.
I,
It's the
I
same formula.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm probably ending on this. It's probably because of the fact that most of the artists, not the artists, but how I should word this. Most of the people is it's like the music is it's like it's the control. Like back then when like you were mentioning like 50 and all that, most of those niggas, there were artists out there that were faking to be gangster while other niggas was gangster and they were coming from the streets. There's a couple of artists that are in there. I don't know who their names were, but a couple of artists was there, a couple of DJs, all that. Most of those niggas was faking during the early 2000s, the early 90s. It was a lot of fraudulent ass niggas faking to be gangster. This generation, they don't have to really pretend to be that. Some still do. Unfortunately, as you can see, it didn't work out for him. Look at Tekashi 6ix9ine. He was faking to be gangster, and the others, they don't make it past fucking 25. Like your King Vons, your fucking triple X triple X double T. I'm not gonna say his whole name because I'm not.
Tentacion.
Yeah.
That time, yeah. Because I mean, the thing is with them, it's like
it's a slew of other hip hop artists that literally don't make it past 25. They get killed because they live that murderous life. They live that style. They have to.
if not they wanted to. Why? If you're already fucking successful.
You know what I'm saying? So
Like
and the
that,
one
like y'all keep on forgetting they may have made it out, but all those problems that you are still having out there on the streets, all the problems that you do want, them people do not care who you are, bro. They
not,
don't
but
care
see,
that you're a superstar, none of that.
that's the
If you
problem.
got an issue, they will treat you like a normal street nigga, and they don't understand that even if you do change, the streets still want you for whatever that you used to do, and they
That
keep putting themselves in the situation where they could have easily avoided it. Like, why are you even in that neighborhood? Why are you even posting where you at? Why are you know that these people still after you, bro? Like 50 is a big is it was he used to be big on that. He always had guns and security with him. He was never without it because he understood they still gonna be on me. He don't have to do that no more because they all grew up and they knew that it would be stupid to do something now. But at that age, 50 was moving in the sense of I don't want them problems, but I know they gonna come to me.
Plus,
These,
that was
these,
just. Plus, he was a real ass nigga too.
But he
and
got
these fools are just inviting all the danger, bro. Like it's not even like they're even trying to keep it a secret. It's like they telling people all their locations, where they gonna be at,
that's that new
who
generation
they
of social media,
around.
bro.
And I'm like, I never understood it. Like we
It's
didn't
social
know
media.
it used to happen unless like two people ran into each other randomly. Then it was a news article. But this, nah, they just telling on themselves.
They tell on themselves because they just want to get that attention. Just trying to get that attention, energy, and that's why these kids nowadays just on some stupid dumb shit on either getting the RICO charge, and then that's when the true stuff like, wait, I didn't know.
Like like a famous journalist said, Mecca, I'm gonna quote him, the attention is the new currency. Money is not the new currency. Attention is always going to be the new currency, because most rappers are just trying to go viral, and whatever keeps that viral moment going, that's that. But the question is, how does that translate into dollars? But it's the craziest part is, Meth was asking that same kind of question. It's like, how did these young motherfuckers get all this money? I say it's probably the attention that they bring.
Yeah, well, what it is that they don't care about the musical aspect like that. The musical aspect is there just for the attention part as well. But what they do is when you get those hits on TikTok pays you. Brands then wanna work with you, which is why you would see them in like random commercials, or you'll see them wearing like one certain outfits from like one certain brand, or they got like bottles, and there's always like a specific bottle in every video that they end up taking. Don't ever think that they're trying to be weird. They're getting paid for that. So they don't need the industry money. They can buy themselves out of that contract, and a lot of them disappear and go to like France and Europe and start being brand ambassadors overseas and whatnot. So they don't care about the musical aspect. Just like we were talking about with the artist development, these labels know that they ain't trying to stay around like that, because they try to get out their deal as soon as they sign it. They just want that attention. They just want that money. And then after they get that, they find any other way to keep that money in their pocket and keep getting more. And it's not going to be what they started off doing. It's almost like being a drug dealer. Yeah, I'm slinging crack now, but eventually I want to work with the big boys to where I ain't even got to sling anything anymore.
Well,
it's just what it is. They ain't trying to rap forever. Like, I don't know.
That is the new generation of rappers. Feels sad, but for me, I don't listen to none of them motherfuckers unless they sound dope. They sound dope, you gonna be added to my playlist of what I listen to. If they don't sound dope, I'm letting you know now, I'm not listening to it. I don't care. You might be a cool person like Lil Yachty, but his music is fucking terrible. Fucking terrible.
Listen. Apparently, he has an audience. He can go to Coachella and rock out a crowd.
That's
I
cool.
respect his craft and artistry. That's cool. But dog, his delivery,
his music
flow,
is
none of that. It doesn't do it for me, bro. His voice alone is like
the shit's
it
fucking
just doesn't
trash.
fit no beat, so I can't really rock with it.
The same thing with when it comes to Young Thug. I like Young Thug on certain features, but
hold on, no, bro.
No, listen, let me finish.
Let me finish. Stop you there.
Like I like certain
Listen, he has some questionable bars. He has some questionable cadences. I get that.
But he sounds good on certain features. Like certain features I fuck with him on it. It sounds dope. Listen to him as for a whole project. No, I'm not doing that. That's not we ain't even that's not even in question. Okay. I'm not doing that. But
I'm already questioning you.
That why? For what? For the
dog.
For the Young features?
Young Thug.
You gotta listen to some of them features that he be.
Oh, I have, and I fall asleep.
Oh, well.
I have, and I turned it off.
Thug record, no, J. Cole record I can understand, but falling asleep on Young Thug is crazy.
Nah, like
I'm sorry, bro. I just can't fuck with.
I think the record that he was on that stood out was probably like the thing was it. He was on the he did one with Childish Gambino. The T.I. one, as everybody know, all about the money. That one was really dope. It's a couple of joints. It has to come across me when it happens at the time. Normally T.I. would get him on a record, but lately that nigga ain't been on a record. He's still been trying to get the fuck out of prison. So hopefully he comes out and comes home. Gunna came home, but yeah, and that case just sounds stupid. They need to just close that whole entire case and send that man home. But other than that, like I said, I listen to my own playlist. I don't listen to none of them new artists. Like, I see them, but I don't listen to them. Ice Spice, she's trash. Beautiful, pretty, sexy. I get the fact that the y'all should see when she was on Constant that stream, bro. Yo, she was this nigga was trying to get her to do a fucking freestyle, bro. The bitch ended up shaking her ass, and she said, "Yo, so you not gonna freestyle?" She's like, "That is my freestyle."
Oh, Ice Spice.
Yes,
bro, no. You glossed over the most glaring issue with that whole thing. Why were they streaming from a U-Haul box?
No, so
that's fucking true.
I'm not gonna lie. No, so for those of people who don't know, A&P has moved out of their house out of here in Atlanta. So all of them are in New York right now. All of them. Everybody's in New York right now. So all of them are in New York. Certain ones are in hotels, probably in apartments, but they don't live in that house in Atlanta no more. All of them left. So they all are in New York. I haven't kept up with them, but I noticed when I watched Agent stream, because I still follow him on his stream. I saw his stream. He said, "Yeah, we're moving A&P, moving out of the house and whatnot." So, from what I'm saying, they moved out of that house in Atlanta. Yeah, after they done fucked it up so many goddamn times. Yeah, they moved out of that house out of Atlanta. I swear, whoever going out there to buy that home, he's like, "Why is there smoke bombs all over the wall? What is these smudges and shit?" Niggas over here having, bruh. They blew that house up through and through. But yeah, so they all in New York. But like I said, like back to the music thing. This is why I say just listen to artists for people who is, if you like any of those new artists that we mentioned, any of those guys or anybody off that XXL cover or anything for the past couple of years, if you like those artists, that's cool. But don't antagonize my music choice and my artists and say my artist that I listen to that you don't listen to no more is old and trash, because then I'm going to assault you about your trash ass artists that you listen to. Yes, I still listen to Nas. Yes, I still look forward to listen to T-Pain. I still look forward, hopefully one day, to get a Jay-Z. I listen to Dave East. I listen to Rhapsody. I listen to Snoop Dogg. I listen to Rick Ross. I listen to Kendrick Lamar. You know what I'm saying? I listen to dope fucking artists. J. Cole. I'm looking forward to J. Cole dropping a new fucking project. Maybe not this year, because Kendrick has killed everybody's momentum. That nigga blew the Drake and J. Cole. You niggas need to not drop an album this year. Kendrick, we need an album this year. You done serve niggas but not like us. I need an album before the end of this year is out, brother. Come on now. You killed fucking Rhapsody shit, even though she dropped a good album, but you killed her shit with that Not Like Us. I don't hear that. A lot of people talking about Please Don't Cry. Not Like Us been playing everywhere. It got to a point where Steph Curry was saying, "I'm tired of hearing this song." And he light-skinned. And he's a beloved basketball player. So anyway, anybody got any closing statements before we get the fuck up out of here?
As always, man, my closing statement is be good to yourself, keep doing what y'all doing in the most best possible, and as always, try to live your life with love, peace, and positivity.
Or I feel that. I feel all that. Y'all just stay safe out here. I do know that there's some school districts that are starting back school this upcoming week and the week after. So y'all be safe out there and watch y'all kids. Make sure that they make it to them bus stops and y'all see who all gonna be out there and around when your kid get off that bus. So make sure that y'all up bright and early. Y'all start going to y'all beds on time. Stop eating down the house. And for y'all who are single mothers who gonna be home from 8 to however long because you're working your at-home job or whatever, enjoy the time. Enjoy the time alone.
Oh,
the
and
next
and the single fathers, and the single
Yup,
father, man.
and the single fathers, man, because it's gonna be real bored in that house, man. So
I'm not
get
gonna
ready.
lie. I'm gonna end it on this. It's gonna be a real funny one too. For all the people who sending their kids on Thursday, have fun looking at the disappointment on your children's face when you send them kids on Thursday and they ask you why. And that note, we're up out of here, and that's the episode, and we'll see y'all next week. Peace.